Chapter 2482. Long Chen had tried his best to make this old man look less dangerous, but he didn't expect that he would be filled with danger again at this moment. He couldn't help but be vigilant, but before the other party made a move, it was difficult to know where exactly he was in danger. As expected, Ling Huang, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, smiled and grabbed something behind him. It was the spirit residence. What was he going to take out from the spirit residence? Just as this thought flashed through Long Chen's mind, a violent tremor came from the depths of the spirit residence. It came from the deepest part of the spirit residence. That was the direction Long Chen had come from. It should be the location of the spirit heavenly palace. Could he make the statue of the spirit ancestor help him? That shouldn't be possible. The will of the true god of the spirit clan had already been swallowed by Long Chen. Then what could it be? The picture of all living. In that place, apart from the statue of the spirit ancestor, there was only the picture of all living that connected the spirit clan. The picture of all living came from a legend. No one knew if it was real or not, but it was clearly the aura of the picture of all living that Long Chen had seen before. Long Chen, this is my gift to you. A mysterious smile appeared on Ling Huang's face. He retreated 1,000 miles in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he was already above the depths of the spirit residence. If he had some kind of trump card, there was no way to stop him. Long Chen didn't chase after him. Instead, he calmed himself down and watched what this guy wanted to do. At this time, Long Chen saw the picture of all living come out of the spirit residence. It floated horizontally between heaven and earth. And Ling Huang stood on it, leisurely and complacent. He looked at Long Chen. Although he still looked old, he was even scarier than when he was in his prime. What is that? Apart from the spirit clan, no one knew what it was. Even among the spirit clan, there were very few who knew about it. It was limited to a few old members of the Holy Spirit clan. But even they couldn't be sure if the thing in the legends was real or not. You probably don't know what it is. It's called the picture of all living. The corners of Ling Huang's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Long Chen with a deep gaze. He was still angry and crazy, but he suppressed it. But it was undeniable that this was his most cruel moment. Isn't the painting of all living beings something that only exists in legends? The Dragon Emperors had also heard about it, but that kind of thing had a direct relationship with top-notch gods like spiritual venerables, so how could it appear in this world? For a moment, everyone was a little flustered. Looking at Ling Huang's expression, could it be that he was going to use the illustration of all living beings to rebel today? Come to think of it, this should be very possible. If Ling Huang was able to control the painting of all living beings, then it was a power that belonged to the spirit race, so was not against the rules. The battle was reversed time and time again. Originally, they thought that Ling Huang was going to lose. Who would have thought that he would have a new trump card at this time? Such a turn of events was hair-raising. It really is the painting of all living beings. Long Chen couldn't do anything about it. It was something he didn't know, so he could only wait and see if this guy had a way to break the stalemate. Ling Huang was very confident and proud. He walked slowly on the painting of all living beings and murmured, "Don't worry. Your father didn't enjoy the painting of all living beings, but you have the good fortune. I will use the best way to give it to you. Just watch." Ling Huang sneered inwardly. At this time, he stretched out his hand to write on the painting of all living beings. After a word was formed, the painting of all living beings changed. The others might not be able to see it, but Long Chen could see it. The thin line on the 2 billion person on the painting of all living beings was connected to Ling Huang. Previously, it was connected to the spiritual elder's will clone. After the 2 billion person line was connected, Ling Huang became different. It was a transformation from a human to a god. Before, it was Ling Huang's body that was shining brightly. Now it was his spirit, his soul, and his will that were shining brightly. The spirit clan couldn't help but kneel on the ground, forgetting everything as they worshipped him. This turn of events left everyone scratching their heads in confusion. Was the painting of all living beings a terrifying doctrine weapon? But there were no Tao patterns. Then what was it? Only Long Chen knew that the pressure that Ling Huang brought him was many times stronger than before. It was a kind of pressure on his spirit and will. At this time, he was almost no different from the spiritual elder's will clone. It seemed that the spiritual elder's will clone was supported by the painting of all living beings. His powerful strength and willpower created the spiritual emperor's peak state at this moment. He was even stronger than when he used the Holy Spirit True God technique. But at this time, Ling Huang smiled again and said, "Do you think this is the power of the painting of all living beings?" The painting of all living beings was the spirit clan's greatest secret. Now, Ling Huang was like a god, floating in the sky of the spirit god domain. He raised his hands towards the sky and said loudly, "All spirit clan's people, I am like a true god that has descended to protect the world. All living beings, quickly offer your wish power to me." At this moment, Long Chen saw that there was another thin line on the back of each person on the painting of all living beings. It extended to every part of the spirit god domain and connected to every spirit clan member. Many spirit clan experts present had a thin line on their bodies, but they didn't know it. It was like Long Chen had connected billions of lives, but the creatures on the dragon sacrificial continent didn't know it. Then, what was going to happen next? The spirit clan members present only knelt on the ground because they felt the divine majesty from Ling Huang. Long Chen discovered that they seemed to have lost their minds. They faced Ling Huang with the most devout attitude, kowtowing and worshipping him as if they were seeing a real god. Then, all of them, the spirit clan members of the spirit god domain, and even the people from the goddess's heart who were on good terms with Long Chen, contributed a kind of power towards the painting of all living beings, and finally, it gathered towards Ling Huang. It was hard to imagine how terrifying it would be when the power of 2 billion people entered a person's body. But Ling Huang was like this at this time. He surpassed all of Long Chen's imaginations and made everyone shut their mouths. He made all the spirit clan members contribute their power to him without any regard for anything else. His power rose in a straight line and continued to grow stronger, reaching a level that Ling Huang couldn't reach at the beginning. It was like a metamorphosis from a human to a god. This metamorphosis made Ling Huang look more and more like a god. Finally, when all the power gathered on his body, he was like a true god descending to the world. His body had vast power and endless divine majesty. Just his gaze alone could suppress warriors at the level of the Dragon Emperor. At this time, Ling Huang was absolutely invincible. He could even destroy the entire human race by himself. It was truly incredible to be so powerful. The effect of the painting of all living beings could only be described as a miracle. Today's final reversal would definitely be recorded in history and passed down for millions of years. Everyone knew that this was the time when Long Chen was in danger. Previously, he had surpassed everyone's imagination and defeated Ling Huang. But now, as the saying goes, old ginger is spicier. Under such a huge disparity, as long as one wasn't a fool, they would understand that Long Chen's life was in danger. In front of Ling Huang, he was as small and insignificant as an ant. The painting of all living beings continuously absorbed the will of all living beings, allowing Ling Huang to become a god. This was the first time that Long Chen had seen a true god. That kind of power was unimaginable. Although he had never seen a true god before, the god that he imagined might be like Ling Huang. What should I do? Onto you. Ling Si was not a fool. She knew that in this battle to the death, Long Chen was in great danger. I don't know. Yongyu had always been calm, but at this time she gritted her teeth. She should have believed in Long Chen, but this time, she could no longer trust him. Because she could feel that even she would be afraid in front of the painting of all living beings. This was not Ling Huang's own power. He had used the power of 2 billion Ling clan members, transformed by the painting of all living beings, to fight Long Chen. This was actually a violation of the rules, but it was impossible to explain. Moreover, all of this had happened in the blink of an eye. Who could have stopped it? Don't worry. Long Chen has 2 lives. Yongyu grasped Ling Si's hand. Although her heart was racing, she still decided that she should not participate. She had to give Long Chen a chance to face it himself. Moreover, even if she participated now, it would not be of much use. At most, she would die in Long Chen's place. In that case, even if Long Chen did not die, he would lose for sure. Ling Si nodded. She looked up at the painting of all living beings, full of resentment. This was not an ordinary item. It came from a god. Using it in this battle was really unfair to Long Chen. But at this time, everyone only cared about victory and defeat. Who cared about that? At this moment, Ling Huang was like a god, walking over in a grandiose manner. His eyes were like the blazing sun, illuminating the sky. He stretched his hand and pointed at Long Chen, smiling. I've prepared a gift for you and your father. I hope that after you die, you can tell your father that he didn't defeat me back then. The more Ling Huang spoke, the more miserable his voice became. He had lived a glorious life, but there was only one blemish. Now, he almost had two blemishes. You will pay a price for using this. This isn't your strength. Even if you defeat me, so what? Long Chen's words pierced through the weakest part of Ling Huang's heart. But at this moment, it would only drive Ling Huang even crazier. He had been respected for too long, and the thing he couldn't stand the most was humiliation. Nonsense. Ling Huang laughed sinisterly, his expression incomparably malevolent. He had endured for a long time. This was his true expression. He stretched out his finger, and it was actually the spiritual god's tribulation finger. But this time, it was the god's finger, and the difference was like heaven and earth. Long Chen simultaneously executed the chaotic time reverse and the death world dragon gate. Dual ancestral dragon mystic arts. The spiritual god domain was once again emptied. This finger was no longer as simple as piercing through the eternal god domain. Chapter 2483. With the might of a deity, a fatal finger. Since the appearance of the portrait of all living, Long Chen had been feeling helpless. Ever since he lost the spiritual formation, he had done everything well. Every day, he had been tensed up, challenging battles with his life on the line. From when he was still a long distance away from Ling Huang, he had fought hard until he defeated the world's #1 in every aspect. He had never thought that the portrait of all living would appear and produce such an effect. After fighting for so many years, Long Chen had never felt tired. It was the same this time. This time, he and Ling Huang had used their bets to force themselves into a dead end, using their deaths to witness this battle. He had used his bravest and most ferocious stance to challenge the supreme expert who had dominated the world for tens of thousands of years. He had already done very well, shocking the world. He had even directly changed the title of the world's #1. However, there were always so many accidents in life, and this portrait of all living was one of them. This caused Long Chen to only smile bitterly as he fought with all his might. Even the time influence of the chaotic time reversal had been torn apart by his opponent. With his current strength, he naturally knew that the current Ling Huang was too much for him to resist. At this moment, everything he had done seemed to be in vain. If he fought, he would be defeated, and he would die. Long Chen had experienced countless battles of life and death. Fortunately, he had not died yet. However, once the numbers increased, there would always be an accident, such as this time. Under the suffocating gazes of everyone, the new divine soul calamity finger tore apart the chaotic time reversal, clashing once again with the death world dragon gate that Long Chen had used all his strength. It was like two old enemies fighting again. Last time, the death world dragon gate had directly pulled the divine soul calamity finger into the death world. However, this time was different. The divine soul calamity finger didn't just possess an innumerable amount of strength, it also came from the will of a god, forming a crushing destruction. All of this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the world had already changed. The divine soul calamity finger stabbed the death world dragon gate, tearing the death world dragon claw apart. However, it still had a strong destructive power, and directly engulfed Long Chen. When the endless white light disappeared, the world seemed to have become peaceful again. It seemed like all the calamities had ended. Only Ling Huang was still standing proudly in the sky like a god. All the spirit clan members were still like puppets, deeply kneeling, trembling, and not even daring to raise their heads. The Grand Demon Lord, Holy Sorcerer, and Sea Emperor all gasped. At this moment, Ling Huang's will was even more terrifying than primeval Troll's will. If he was angered, it was likely that no one present would be able to survive. At the beginning, in order to make Long Chen go to the Demon Star, they had indeed exerted a lot of pressure on Ling Huang. They were even prepared to take action against the Spirit Clan if anything happened to Long Chen. However, facing Ling Huang, they did not dare to make a move. At this moment, the world was deathly silent. The Dragon Emperor's eyes were wide open. They naturally knew that Long Chen seemed to be dead, but at least he still had a life. Therefore, they were waiting for Long Chen's resurrection. As long as Long Chen came back to life, they might be able to negotiate. At this moment, the human clan had no choice but to yield, because at this moment, Ling Huang was really too strong. The all-living being's painting seemed to have made him a god. Above the sky, Ling Huang said lightly, "Yes, it's not over yet. It seems like the top dragon martial artists all have a magical 2 lives. He is definitely not dead. However, it seems like having an extra life is only enough for me to move my finger." At this point, He looked at the Grand Demon Lord, the Holy Shaman, and the Sea Emperor. People from the 3 clans. I know what you're thinking. You just want him to enter the Devil Star. However, do you really believe that an idiot like him can save the world? At this point, he snorted coldly and clenched his fists. Let me tell you, Ling Huang will always be the #1 person in the Eternal God domain. He will always be the overlord, for generations to come. No one has ever been able to destroy Ling Huang's legend. Not in the past, not today. Even if it seems like it, in the end, both of them are gone. Only I will exist forever. Following his majestic voice, this news spread throughout the world. The Spirit Emperor had used a mysterious treasure to kill Long Chen, shocking the common people. Now, his divine might was unrivaled, and the people of the 4 clans were all suppressed. The people of the Spirit Clan had all lost their minds and viewed him as a god. Yang Yu gently placed Ling Xi's hand to the side. Don't worry, she said calmly. She knew that she had no chance of winning, but Long Chen was the hope of Long Qinglan, and the hope of the entire human race. He was also her pride. Therefore she couldn't let him die. Even if Yang Yu had to sacrifice his life, she had to protect Long Chen for the sake of the human race. No one blamed Long Chen. Ling Huang didn't have the power to use the all-life painting, but their bet didn't forbid the existence of such a heaven-defying treasure. Long Chen had no idea what had happened. He experienced the feeling of death. In that instant, he used all the methods he could think of, but he could only watch as his body and everything else was directly torn apart by a huge force. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Thinking about it, only he could kill people, but no one else could kill him. He had been on the verge of death countless times, but he had never stepped into it. Not even the flame of life could save him. Am I dead? In this dark fog, he seemed to be just a mass of fog. He had no form, but he could still think. Admittedly, the feeling of death was very terrifying. But when he thought that he was fighting with Ling Huang, and that he would have a new life, he suddenly wasn't afraid anymore. He began to think. As long as he kept thinking, his spiritual will wouldn't dissipate. In a trance, he felt something pulling him. He focused and saw that it seemed to be a dragon's claw. He couldn't see what it looked like, but it was taking Long Chen forward, out of this world of death. What kind of dragon is this? Until the end, he couldn't see what the dragon looked like clearly. When the dragon disappeared around him, he seemed to have arrived at another place. In front of him was the exit of a tunnel. He found that his spiritual will had completely condensed, and he was very awake. In this world, Long Chen saw something different. That was, in the outside world, there were actually countless thin lines extending from the exit of the tunnel. These thin lines were so small that it seemed like there were trillions of thin lines connecting Long Chen to the entrance of the tunnel. Long Chen saw these thin lines clearly again. They were connected to the dragon sacrificial continent. These thin lines integrated into one in his body. Long Chen's figure gradually changed. He found that he had become a tree, emitting a faint fluorescent light. He wasn't big, but he was the core of all the thin lines. At this moment, he was being led by these thin lines, heading towards the world outside the tunnel. Very soon, he would see the light of day again. Thin lines, dragon sacrificial continent, painting of all living, and the world tree. This information made Long Chen think of many things. He saw the scene of Ling Huang mobilizing the power of the entire spirit race through the painting of all living. In fact, he also had a similar part. The difference was that he was directly connecting to trillions of lives with his own body, and didn't need the painting of all living. He had seen the world tree formed from the body of a demigod. That was the core of power, the foundation of the divine palace. Now he was like a world tree, and the thin lines around him were entangling him, connecting him to countless lives, allowing Long Chen to listen to their voices and understand their stories. These stories flashed in Long Chen's mind at lightning speed. After seeing many lives, he found that he had undergone a huge transformation. This was a transformation of his mind. He could even feel a magical power coming from these thin lines. It was this power that made his mind continuously grow. If it was just the power of a single person, it might be so weak that it could be ignored. However, the entire dragon sacrificial continent was a place with trillions of lives. Compared to Ling Huang's 2 billion, it was simply too much. This power didn't seem to be much because of one's strength. All lives were equal. Everyone's cultivation on the dragon sacrificial continent was very weak. But even so, if anyone thought about Long Chen, they would be able to bring about terrifying changes to Long Chen. After his death, After seeing these thin lines and understanding their stories, Long Chen had a new understanding. He knew that what he had inherited on the inheritance dragon staircase was definitely the same as the painting of all living, or even something countless times more precious than the painting of all living. During this process, he gradually swam to the outside world. He knew that he was going to be reborn. At the same time, he felt that he had the same feeling that Ling Huang had before. Even though the trillions of lives had given him a little bit of power when he died, the spiritual power formed from each of them had surpassed everything. Long Chen couldn't ask them to give him more, but this time, it was enough for him to benefit. Ling Huang. Long Chen heard his voice and heard his heroic words after defeating him. He also knew that he must be very proud at this moment. He was waiting for Long Chen to be reborn so that he could truly end him. Victory and defeat haven't been decided yet. After experiencing this death, Long Chen had a new understanding of the so-called gods. He realized that there were still many secrets in this world that he couldn't imagine. For example, the miraculous situation that the inheritance dragon staircase had given him was one of them. Everything in the origin dragon palace was the same. He still had so many things that he hadn't completed. How could he die? Just like that, in the most peaceful time, a new life was born in this world. From death to rebirth, it was a metamorphosis. No one understood what had happened. Everyone was extremely worried. They knew that when Long Chen appeared this time, he would welcome a new death. However, when this new life really appeared, they were shocked to find that he was shockingly similar to Ling Huang. Chapter 2484. During his rebirth, the trillions of living beings had given Long Chen power. This power didn't belong to Long Chen. Right now, Long Chen couldn't urge all the living beings to give him this power. This was like a gift, giving him a huge capital when he died and was reborn. His body was reconstructed and growing. From the looks of it, he hadn't died at all last time. As long as he appeared a little, Long Chen could directly use the fire of life to speed up the rebirth of a new life. The world gradually became clear in his eyes. Everything seemed brand new. Presumably, this was the feeling of being reborn after death. In a short time, a completely unharmed Long Chen stood between heaven and earth, in front of the godlike Ling Huang. He saw the world that had become tattered because of the battle, saw everyone's worried faces, and saw them pitying him. Clearly, at this time, almost everyone didn't think that Long Chen still had hope. The Spirit Emperor was too powerful. It was obvious that if the situation hadn't changed, he could kill Long Chen once, and he could kill him countless times. Therefore, Long Chen saw the heartbroken eyes of his fellow humans, especially Lingxi and Yang Yu. To him, these two women were even more important than his own life. Their worried and heartbroken gazes caused Long Chen to tremble all over. "You actually killed me." This kind of hatred could only be considered revenge by killing the other party. Now that Long Chen had fully recovered, his chest was filled with great anger and hatred. He should have been the victor, but because of the portrait of all life, he actually lost a life. Indeed, the bet didn't restrict the portrait of all life, but Long Chen was still very unwilling. He had done very well, paid a lot of hardships, but in the end, because of the portrait of all life, it was destroyed in a day. Ling Huang's cunning and insidiousness was infuriating. Fortunately, I didn't lose. Even at this moment, Long Chen could see the countless threads connecting to his body, forming a sparkling tree in his body. This tree was now in the position of the world tree, but it was in an illusory state. If it had solidified, it might have become the world tree. Trillions of lives, at the moment of Long Chen's death, brought with it a mysterious power. This power allowed Long Chen to transform. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen would definitely be killed, Long Chen's body erupted with a shocking divine light. At this time, Ling Huang was preparing to mock Long Chen and end his life. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly weak opponent in front of him would suddenly have the same temperament and divine might as he did. His aura and everything about him were growing at a terrifying speed. To the Spirit Emperor, it was as if the ant in front of him had suddenly transformed into a giant that could trample him under its feet. Impossible. You don't have the all-life portrait. How can you use the wishes of the masses? Ling Huang was stunned. His complacent face instantly turned pale, and his eyes widened. His entire body trembled as he looked at Long Chen. His eyes were filled with shock and even a trace of fear. Ever since he obtained the all-life portrait, he had never shown such an expression. Originally, Everyone had already sensed the change in Long Chen. Seeing Ling Huang's expression, everyone was even more certain of their judgment. Long Chen was different. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. At first, Long Chen turned the tables and defeated Ling Huang, which was unbelievable. Then, Ling Huang used the all-life portrait to turn the tables and kill Long Chen. Everyone thought that was the end, but no one expected Long Chen to have such a transformation after his rebirth. Could it be that the ending of this battle would change again? What changes did Long Chen experience after his rebirth? His power is still increasing. That godly aura is so similar to Ling Huang's, maybe even more violent. Although he doesn't have the all-life portrait, I feel that Long Chen seems to have become stronger. What is going on? There are too many variables in this battle, and it is too magical. What will the ending be? For a moment, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. The battle had progressed to this stage, and they couldn't bear to miss even a single detail. To Yang Yu and Ling Si, this was also a miracle. They had already prepared themselves and were extremely nervous. But when Long Chen returned with such a powerful aura, their minds went blank. They understood that Long Chen must be very worried about them. The dragon emperors of the human clan also couldn't calm down. This feeling of suddenly seeing the light at the end of the tunnel was really great. This group of old fellows couldn't help but release the pressure in their hearts, and couldn't help but cheer for Long Chen. Slaughtering Dragon Emperor. This was suddenly shouted by everyone in the human clan. For a moment, the loud voices filled the world, and brought great inner strength to Long Chen. He understood that everyone was supporting him, and he didn't let his father down. Everything he had done would definitely make Long Qinglan feel at ease in the netherworld. This was enough. Then it was time to fight back. The bet of life and death, the inheritance of the spiritual venerable. He had forced himself into a dead end countless times, and even died for real once. Finally, he had the chance to end it. This opportunity was too important for Long Chen. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. In front of him, the flames of war were spreading. The power from the billions of creatures in the dragon sacrificial continent made Long Chen's aura stronger. It was like a scorching sun, suppressing Ling Huang, who was also displaying his aura. At that moment, everyone was shouting the name of the slaughtering dragon emperor. At that moment, the power in Long Chen's heart had been accumulated to the highest level. Ling Huang, what happened before was just a small fight. At this moment, it's time to determine the winner. Are you ready? Long Chen's gaze was like lightning, causing Ling Huang to take 3 steps back. Ling Huang's expression was pained, conflicted, and even crazy. The all-living being's picture was his last reliance, and it was also the secret that he had hidden for tens of thousands of years. It was his confidence that he would definitely win. But why did such a dreamy change happen today? I don't understand. This is impossible. Everything I've seen must be fake. No one can have the same power as the all-living being's picture. Ling Huang shook his head and said while clenching his teeth. He absorbed the power of the all-living being's picture again to make himself stronger. He was prepared to release the divine soul calamity finger again, so that he could kill Long Chen and protect everything he had. The divine soul calamity finger was indeed Long Chen's nightmare. But to him now it was nothing. Under the expectation of the crowd, Long Chen stretched out his hand and held the god-slaying sword. Under the power of the masses' wishes, everything about him underwent a terrifying transformation. Even if everyone gave him a little bit of the power of the masses' wishes, it would be enough for him to undergo a terrifying transformation. Hiss! A sword came slashing down. At this moment, he executed the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword burst forth with shocking speed, as though it had transcended everything in the eternal celestial territory. Before the crowd could see Long Chen swinging his sword, Ling Huang's palm that was executing the divine soul calamity finger was chopped off and sent flying into the sky. Hua! This crushing scene simply shocked everyone to the extreme. Arg! Perhaps the spirit emperor was frightened, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. This caused the crowd to be even more shocked. Ever since he obtained the all-living being's picture, who would have thought that Ling Huang would let out such a miserable cry? This is only the first sword. Long Chen's cold voice reverberated in the air. 2 godlike characters were fighting. At this moment, the crowd finally understood who would be the true winner in the end. Whoosh! It was yet another sword. This time around, Long Chen's god-slaying sword Qi sliced through the space between the all-living being's picture and Ling Huang. The god-slaying sword contained an immense amount of the will of all living beings. As the will of all living beings formed a blade, it sliced through the connection between Ling Huang and the all living beings picture. The crowd was in an uproar once more. Ling Huang let out yet another tragic cry. This time around, Long Chen had destroyed all of his hopes. Ling Huang didn't seem to be able to fully control the all living beings picture. After being cut off by Long Chen, the all living beings picture turned into a piece of white paper and disappeared, returning to the depths of the spiritual residence. After the all living beings picture disappeared, Ling Huang turned back into the previous Ling Huang, without any power from the all living beings picture. Right now, he wasn't even comparable to the Long Chen at the start. When the crowd saw this scene, they were still in a daze. They hadn't expected such a reversal to happen. This time around, Long Chen seemed to have secured the victory. Swoosh! Before Ling Huang's eyes, the godlike Long Chen was extremely fast, even surpassing the limits of mortals. He was much faster than teleportation. After a few attacks, Ling Huang couldn't block any of them. 9 bloody holes appeared on his body from Long Chen's god-slaying sword and the power of all living beings' wish. His hands, legs, and other parts were all sealed. The power of all living beings' wish was a terrifying power. Although it had come unexpectedly and left rather quickly, the few attacks had caused great damage to Ling Huang's vitality. Right now he was extremely weak. Even a dragon emperor could defeat him. For the last attack, the tip of the sword stopped between Ling Huang's eyebrows. From Long Chen's rebirth to this scene, only a few moments had passed. At this time, the crowd hadn't even caught their breath. Looking at the forbidden scene in the sky, the crowd was stunned. The entire battlefield was dead silent. No one even dared to cheer. There were too many variables in this battle. At this time, the crowd still couldn't believe that the battle had ended. Long Chen hadn't expected it to end just like that. With the support of the power of all living beings' wish, he had crushed Ling Huang. Although the power of all living beings' wish didn't last long, it was several times stronger than Ling Huang's. Therefore, Ling Huang couldn't fight back against him. This was a fact that Spiritual Emperor would never believe. Chapter 2485. No one could afford to lose after forcing themselves to a dead end. Especially Ling Huang. He never thought that he would lose. Not only did he have the spiritual elder's inheritance in his bet, he also had to die. Death was not scary, but if he lost the spiritual elder's inheritance, he would be the greatest sinner of the spirit clan. At least 1,000,000 years later, he would be a joke. At the same time, his decision would bring an unimaginable disaster to the spirit clan. Of course that was what he thought. It was crazy to let a human rule the spirit clan. Ling Huang only dared to be so confident because he had the illustration of all living beings. When Long Chen made the second bet, he immediately agreed, as if the spiritual elder's inheritance was not important at all. He never thought that he would lose the spiritual elder's inheritance. But now, he remembered that a month ago, this young man did not lose his mind when his woman's life was in his hands. Instead, he made the bet with him. Until today, when he saw the result, Ling Huang finally knew how terrifying he was. For this result, Long Chen had already paid with his life. But in the end, he still won completely. Ling Huang had turned the tables once. But now, he had lost everything. It was impossible to turn the tables again. He had too much glory in his life. He was a legend. But at this moment, he was so defeated that he did not have the courage to open his eyes and look at Long Chen. He could not face this opponent that he was afraid of even in his old age. Only now did he understand the difference between Long Chen and Long Qinglan. Long Qinglan was strong, but he was not a natural fighter. Long Chen, on the other hand, was born to kill in every aspect, be it his mind, thoughts, willpower, spirit, physical body or actions. Even though his current strength was not as great as Long Qinglan's, he could create miracles just by relying on his willpower. This was not just a victory in battle, but also a victory in psychological warfare. It was not until Long Chen spoke that people realized the battle was already over. After driving the old man to his altar, Long Chen found that he was rapidly aging. In the blink of an eye, his hair had turned white. His face was full of wrinkles, his body was hunched, and he was trembling. He had lived a glorious life, but because of one thought, he lost everything. He had been abandoned for so many years, and his life had been ruined. Long Chen couldn't be blamed for this. From the moment he set up the lost spiritual formation, He had found himself an opponent who was destined to make him walk on the path of death. Now, the era was different, and a new legend had been born. However, the Spirit Emperor didn't believe it. He still believed that no one could surpass his legend. It was precisely because he couldn't accept this new reality that he had lost everything today. For this moment, Long Chen had sacrificed too much. He had not come to this place because he was soft-hearted. He put down the sword in his hand. The wish power of the masses had seriously injured Ling Huang. At this time, Ling Huang could not escape from his grasp. At this moment, he announced in a loud voice, "The outcome of the battle between me and Ling Huang has been revealed. I have won, and Ling Huang has lost. This is an unchangeable fact. There were many twists and turns in this battle, and there are many things that you do not understand. But there is no need to talk about it. Ling Huang is incomparably strong, and I respect his strength. But for this battle, I have also sacrificed a lot, just so that I can live. I hope that everyone in the world will support the two of us in fulfilling our promise, the bet." The last two words reverberated between heaven and earth. Now, Ling Huang had lost his will to fight. He had fallen into fear and sadness. He could no longer reverse the situation like before. Just as Long Chen had said, the outcome had been revealed. Although no one wanted to face such an outcome, and most people would not be able to accept the defeat of any one of them, a bet was a bet, and the rules were rules. If it was broken at this time, then everything that had been done before would be meaningless. However, after Long Chen had cut off the connection between the illustration of all living beings and Ling Huang, the people of the spirit race had woken up. They clearly knew the cause and effect. They knew that when Ling Huang killed Long Chen, he did not show any mercy. It would be ridiculous to say that he had shown mercy at this time. If Long Chen had not stopped, Ling Huang would have been dead by now. At this time, the experts of the demon race, the sea race, and the sorcerer race all widened their eyes. They had already confirmed this unbelievable fact in their hearts. That was, Long Chen might rule this world, just like the Eternal Dragon Emperor. He might even be more heaven-defying than the Eternal Dragon Emperor. At this point, no one could change this fact. Therefore, what they had to do was to let go of everything and make friends with this terrifying expert who was born miraculously. Only in this way could their race have a hope of survival. According to what they knew, Long Chen was not a cruel person. He was even peace-loving and respected every life. As for the experts of the human race, they did not think too much. From the beginning to the end, they only wanted one thing, and that was for Long Chen to be safe. Now that he was finally safe, everyone felt extremely happy. Of course, what made them even happier was that after this battle, Long Chen had completely overshadowed Ling Huang. Now, he was the #1 expert in the whole dragon sacrificial realm. He was the supreme expert of this world. At such a young age, he had become such a legend. He was even more heaven-defying than Long Qinglan. Thinking of Long Chen's future, even the Dragon Emperor was so excited that his whole body trembled, and he could not even speak clearly. There were more people of the spirit race here. At this time, no words could describe the pain and sadness in their hearts. Ling Huang was their spiritual pillar. Even though most of them did not like Ling Huang, they did not want this pillar of the spirit race to die. The spiritual elder's inheritance was the foundation of the spirit race's inheritance, and no one wanted it to fall into the hands of an outsider. Therefore, at this time, they could do nothing but silently kneel on the ground. Many of them were crying, including the goddess's heart and the others. Because the goddess's heart had helped Long Chen, they also had a certain amount of responsibility at this time. Under the pleading of the elders of the spirit race, the goddess's heart's Holy Spirit said, "Long Chen, on behalf of the people of the spirit race, I beg you to let our Ling Huang live. At the same time, please do not take away our spiritual elder's inheritance. If you do, the entire spirit race will be destroyed. Please consider the people of the spirit race." After she finished speaking, countless people of the spirit race kowtowed to Long Chen. If they had a choice, of course they would not have done this. Long Chen's gaze was calm. Perhaps he had already expected this scene. At this time, Ling Huang did not say anything. He was still immersed in that terrible pain. Long Chen said sincerely to the spirit race, "Everyone, please listen to me. First of all, rules are rules. Back then, Ling Huang planted the lost spiritual formation on my beloved and threatened me with her life. He used my unborn child as a wager. As her husband and father, I had no choice but to do everything I could. I almost died in the Spirit Zone residence several times before I finally succeeded in the challenge. Everyone should know that if anything happened to me, my family of 3 would be shattered, and it might even lead to more disasters. But I persevered, and with my perseverance, I won in the end. When I fought Ling Huang, it was the same. It was the same when I fought against Spirit Emperor, and I even died once. I sacrificed so much for all of this, and I trembled in fear, all for one word: fairness. I'm not Spirit Emperor, who can be high and mighty, pointing fingers at others, and joking with the lives of me and the woman I love. I've sacrificed everything, and I deserve what I've gotten today. If I spared his life, and returned the Spirit Emperor's inheritance to you, then what was the point of everything I've done before? I followed the rules, and I almost lost my life, and I made the people who love me suffer for the rest of their lives. I took such risks and paid such a price, and I won, but I have to give it away. That's impossible. Everyone has to pay the price for their stupid decisions, and that's karma. If there's no karma in this world, and everyone thinks that evil people can be forgiven, and they don't have to pay the price, then this world will lose its rules, and it won't just be the Spirit Clan that perishes, but all living beings in the world. Everything he said was from the bottom of his heart. There was nothing wrong with what he had said. The spirit race knew how excessive their demands were, but their starting point was only for the sake of the spirit race. In other words, if I lose today, Ling Huang will kill me quickly, and he won't give me any chance to plead for mercy. He will even take away my child in the future to carry out the Spirit Zone inheritance. I can't resist all of this, and I can't kneel down and plead for mercy. All of this is unnecessary. When he spoke up to hear, he looked at the Spirit Emperor and said, "Moreover, all of you don't have to plead for mercy from the Spirit Emperor at all. He doesn't have any intention to continue living. If it was me, then according to the bet, I would take care of myself as well. Who would be able to endure living in this world?" The spirit race raised their heads in despair. As expected, Ling Huang seemed to have lost all signs of life. Even though he was still alive, his heart might have already died. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen's words were reasonable and reasonable. The Dragon Emperors also laughed mockingly. They didn't like the spirit race in the first place, and they hated the spirit race to this extent. They had almost given up their lives for the victory, but they wanted Long Chen to give it away. Not to mention that Long Chen didn't agree, they wouldn't agree either. Rules are rules. If there were no rules, why are we gathered here today? Are we going to kneel down and plead for mercy? That's right. My friends from the spirit race, please keep your promise. If you lose, you should be able to accept the loss, so that you won't become a laughingstock. Even though the spirit race was the one being suppressed, and they looked pitiful, not many people sympathized with them. Even though the monster race and the other 2 clans didn't want the Spirit Zone inheritance to fall into Long Chen's hands, they didn't dare to help the spirit race. After all, the spirit race's demands didn't conform to the rules. Chapter 2486. Just as the spirit race was in despair and could only kneel and beg for mercy, Long Chen didn't care about Ling Huang at all. At this moment, he had the right to speak above everyone's heads. Just as the Dragon Emperor had thought, no one could disrespect Long Chen, because he was now the most powerful person in the world. Number 1 in the world. A peerless overlord. If not for the chaos of the Demon Star, Long Chen could live in seclusion in peace and break through to the divine spirit realm. That was his and Lingxi's dream from the beginning. Facing the spirit race, he said with the authority of an emperor, "My friends from the spirit race, I can promise you everything about the Spirit Lord's inheritance. First, according to our bet, the inheritance is for my wife, Lingxi. I'm sure you all have heard what kind of person she is. During the primeval troll's chaos, it was because she set up the Qian Kuan teleportation formation and used the Earth Vein Sky Dragon formation to trap the primeval troll, that the eternal sacred realm was able to escape. In the future, she will become the new Ling Huang. Although she is a human, she has 80% of the bloodline of one of the 2 great elder gods of the spirit race, the pure lady ancestor god. Her bloodline is even purer than your current Ling Huang's. In the eternal sacred realm, there is no one more suitable than her to receive the Spirit Lord's inheritance." Pure Lady. Hearing this name, many of the spirit race were stunned. The Pure Lady Temple still existed in the spirit race, but it was underground. They were searching for the Pure Lady ancestor god. She had disappeared from the spirit race for so long that people had forgotten about her. But her divine power and legend still existed in the hearts of every spirit race member. Long Chen had no reason to lie to them. So when they found out the truth, they still found it strange that it was a human who had inherited the pure lady's bloodline. In reality, there was not much difference between the spirit race and the human race. The biggest difference was that the spirit race could not inherit the essence blood. The human race was more like the original spirit race, while the spirit race was more like the human race that had undergone some changes and developed in a different direction. For example, the tree spirit, the flower spirit, and so on. The two words pure maiden caused many people from the spirit race to cast their gazes onto Ling Shi. When they saw this beautiful woman, they immediately had a good impression of her. They simply couldn't reject her. A person like Ling Shi would be respected no matter where she went. Long Chen continued, Ling Shi has inherited the spirit sovereign's legacy, and I can promise you that she will treat everyone in the spirit race the same way she treats humans. The eternal life god domain needs peace, not war. As long as I, Long Chen, exist, that will not change. We will unite against foreign enemies. And we will unite. From now on, the human race and the spirit race will be equal. I can promise that as long as we are here, the spirit race will be better than before. Today, I can promise you that if I misspeak, I will definitely return the spirit sovereign's legacy to the spirit race. At the same time, I can also promise that besides my own bloodline, I will not pass the legacy to anyone else. I will only choose between the spirit race and my own bloodline. As for who I choose, that will depend on whether or not you have the same potential as my descendants. He did things openly and frankly, and if he had something to say, he would say it directly. He intended to create his own direct descendants in the future, so he said it directly. Of course, if the spirit clan had a more suitable candidate, he would also return the spiritual venerable's inheritance to them. He had never hated the spirit clan, and the only one he hated was the spirit emperor. Long Chen gave these two answers to the spirit race's request. After hearing Long Chen's promise, the spirit tribe, who had been in agony, looked at each other in dismay. It seemed that the situation wasn't as bad as they had thought. Long Chen's character was trustworthy. At the very least, he was someone who would sacrifice his life for his wife and children. He was a hero who could face off against an opponent like the primordial great demon. In reality, they were most concerned about themselves. Ling Xi had become Ling Huang, but Long Chen was behind her. It was as if Long Chen ruled over the human race and the spirit race. A person like him promised to treat the human race and the spirit race equally. He also swore that the spirit race wouldn't have to worry about losing the spirit master's legacy and being bullied by others. After all, the spirit master's legacy was everything to the spirit race. If the spirit race was under Long Chen's protection, it would be even safer than when Ling Huang was there. As for Ling Huang's death, he had brought so much danger to the spirit race. If he handed over the spirit master's legacy, he would lose everything. No one would care about his life or death. So, the spirit race didn't beg Long Chen anymore. They had accepted the reality. In reality, Long Chen said so much to Ling Huang. In the eyes of the world, he turned around to face Ling Huang, whose eyes were still closed. At that moment, the old man was crying. He looked quite pitiful. You heard it. Yes. At that moment, Ling Huang opened his eyes. They were dim and lifeless. He was not far from death. Seeing him like this, Long Chen couldn't bear to see him die. But he wasn't a saint. He couldn't forgive him. Ling Huang smiled bitterly. Don't worry, I've thought it through. All of this is my own fault. I was too arrogant. The world is changing, and there will always be someone who will come to change it. But I was too stubborn and brought about my own destruction. Everything that happened today is my own fault. You're not wrong at all. Everything that you promised is a gift to me. You're also right. If I were the victor, you would already be a dead man by now. I won't give the human race any chance to plead for mercy, and I'll even kill whoever tries to stop me. Everyone listened to their conversation quietly. After everything was over, they were in a different state of mind. Maybe they weren't a match for each other anymore. So Ling Huang was able to talk calmly. Don't worry, the spirit venerable's inheritance is just a way for me to retaliate against you. Since I accepted it, I will take responsibility for it. I can admit that in my eyes, the human clan and the spirit clan are the same. I will take care of this clan, and I will let them have a more vigorous life. I can make it better than when you ruled. Hearing this, Ling Huang suddenly smiled. He whispered, Long Chen, to be honest, I admire you. You and your father are both natural-born heroes. Now that I'm about to die, I've let go of everything. It's because of this that I can see you clearly. Your father pursued too many things, and he wasn't satisfied with just being the strongest person in the world, so he searched everywhere for opponents. That's why he died. Now that the world has changed, you have too many responsibilities, and you have a natural sense of mission. This is where you and I differ from each other. I'm an incomparably selfish person, and I can even abandon and kill my own wife and children, let alone protect my people. You say that you will protect the spirit race better than me, and I believe you 100%. But I think that with your father's personality, when you encounter those terrifying existences, you might also die early. Ling Huang was selfish and didn't care about anything. That was why he was still alive today. Long Qinglan was just a flash in the pan, and then gone. It was rare for Ling Huang to be able to see things clearly, and for him to be able to let go. Long Chen felt a lot more relaxed, and he smiled. I didn't expect you to understand things like that. If you believe me, then I can rest easy. I used to have a lot of hatred for you, but I don't hate you anymore. But life and death are all fated, and I don't know what will happen to the world in the future. The Devil Star is coming, and I'm going to do everything I can to protect the world. I'm not trying to promise you anything, but that's what I came to this world for. It's the mission my father gave me. So it seems your father is even more noble than you are. I really want to see what happens to the immortal god domain in the future, and whether or not my spirit race will go extinct. I can't believe you. The Devil Star primeval troll has truly awakened, and this place is going to become hell. I want to see what you can do, but it's time for me to die. All you have to do is hand over the legacy of the spirit sovereign, and who cares if you live or die? Long Chen smiled. No. Rules are rules, and a bet is a bet. The moment I make the bet is the moment my life ends. Everyone has to pay the price for what they do. That's karma. It's just like you said. Without karma, the world would lose its order. Sometimes it's not that there isn't karma, it's just that it hasn't arrived yet. I've been selfish all my life, and I only care about myself. Everyone else in the world is like ants to me. Today, I finally got my karma. Karma really is a mysterious thing. Emperor Ling smiled as he sighed with emotion. Long Chen's heart was deeply moved by his words. So that's karma. This was the first time he had ever been moved by that word. Karma. So that was how it worked. He had always pursued the Tao of karma, but had never realized that he hadn't even understood the most basic of it. How you lived, how you lived, how you lived, how you lived. It was the same for everyone and everything. Lecherous people would eventually die because of lust, and evil people would end up as corpses in the wilderness. Every detail of the world was governed by the rules of karma. It was just like how fertile soil could bear fruit. Chapter 2487. Every detail in the world was closely related to cause and effect. The whole world, to some extent, was formed by cause and effect. Cause and effect intertwined and formed a big network. Everything in the world was concentrated on this network. After chatting with the Spirit Emperor for a period of time, Long Chen felt as if he had been enlightened. Thank you for answering my question, Senior. He addressed Sovereign Chen Ling as Senior out of respect for him. Ling Huang looked afar and said with a faint smile, It's just a little enlightenment before I die. It's not worth mentioning. I have no regrets about what happened today. Wait for me. I will give you the spiritual venerable's inheritance. Since it was a bet, he had to fulfill it. Previously, the Spirit Clan's people had begged Long Chen to spare them and spare the Spirit Emperor. Now, seeing that the Spirit Emperor had started to leave the Venerable Spirit's inheritance, they felt a little regretful, unwilling, and resentful, but they were powerless to do anything. Many of the astrals stared up at the sky, watching this scene unfold helplessly before them. Now, the body of the old Spirit Emperor was glowing with a seven-colored brilliance. The colorful flowing light constantly changed on his body. In this flowing light, it was as if one could see his childhood, youth, adulthood, and even his prime. His glorious life was coming to an end. In the end, all the colorful lights gathered into a colorful pendant. The pendant looked dreamy and beautiful. It was not an ordinary object. It didn't even belong to this world. Although the pendant was small, it seemed to contain a big world. Ling Huang gave the colorful pendant to Long Chen. He looked at Lingxi with a smile and said, The spiritual venerable's inheritance. A person with low talent can have the spiritual venerable's power after 100 years. The inheritance will surpass ordinary Dragon Emperor's power and approach mine. If the person with good talent is suitable for the spiritual venerable's inheritance, he can finish it in 10 years. Lingxi has the pure goddess's blood. When the two gods of the spirit clan unite, there will be a magical change. It's a pity that I can't see it. He just sighed. Not because he wanted to live. What Long Chen cared about was the spiritual venerable's inheritance. His life and death had nothing to do with it. Even if Long Chen didn't force him, he would kill himself. That was what he understood at the last moment. It was time for this life to come to an end. If you can inherit the legacy of the spirit elder, then you will be the spirit emperor of our spirit tribe. Naturally, you will be the leader of all the spirit tribe. At the same time, you will have the right to control part of the spirit's supreme residence. At the same time, this unbounded Tao artifact, the spirit god spike, will belong to the spirit emperor. I hope that you can keep your promise and pass down the spirit god spike for generations to come. Ling Huang gave the colorful pendant and the spiritual venerable spike to Long Chen. Long Chen put the two treasures away in the spiritual venerable nation. Was the ceremony. Even though many of the spirit tribe members had bitter expressions on their faces, the outcome was already set in stone. They could only hope that Long Chen would keep his promise and ensure the safety of the spirit tribe. Don't worry, everyone in the world can bear witness to everything I've said, Long Chen said calmly. The world in his eyes was different from everyone else's. He could see further, so he didn't try to cause trouble for the spirit clan. Ling Huang smiled. If that's the case, then send me on my way. The fact that he could say it so casually showed how much his heart had changed. Long Chen took a few steps back, his eyes cold and resolute. Spreading his arms wide, he spoke in a voice so loud that everyone in the eternal life godly domain could hear him. You're right. Beings of the eternal god realm, please follow me, Long Chen, to bid Ling Huang farewell. Once Sovereign Qin Ling was defeated, he would be the supreme ruler of the world. His rallying power was unparalleled, and his character and reputation far surpassed that of Sovereign Qin Ling. The monster race, the sea race, and the sorcerer race would all give him face, not to mention the human race. Although the entire spirit race couldn't help but shed tears when they heard these words, they still looked up at the sky, just as Long Chen had said, and respectfully bid farewell to Sovereign Qin Ling. This was the end of an old era, and the beginning of a new one. Spirit Emperor's gaze finally fell on Long Chen. He just smiled indifferently. This smile contained a lot of emotions, but they quickly disappeared. After handing over the Spirit Sovereign's inheritance, he became even older and powerless. His vitality had disappeared as well. At this moment, his body was gradually turning into powder that was blown by the wind and scattered on the ground of the spirit god domain. By this time, Ling Huang had vanished from the world. Many of the spirit clan wept as they knelt on the ground to bid Ling Huang farewell. The atmosphere was cold for a long time. In the end, many people couldn't help but look at Long Chen. At this moment, his reputation and strength had reached the pinnacle. Long Chen looked around at the crowd. Ever since the will clone of the primordial ogre devil wreaked havoc in the eternal god realm, we've faced a huge crisis that hasn't been resolved yet. The higher-ups of the various races know about it, and now is the time to announce it to the world. Previously, Long Chen had been worried that it would cause chaos in the eternal god realm. But now, he was confident that he could stabilize the situation. After defeating Ling Huang, and taking control of both the humans and the spirit clan, Long Chen didn't hide anything. He told everyone about the danger of the sealed devil star. We don't have much time. This was Long Chen's final words. Sure enough, when they heard the news and learned how terrifying Primeval Troll was, they panicked. This was even more painful and frightening than Ling Huang's death. The spirit clan finally understood why Ling Huang had chosen to die after his defeat. He'd handed everything over to Long Chen, and at the same time, he wanted Long Chen to bear all the responsibility. For a time, there were weeping, howling, hesitation, trembling, and confusion. Everyone in the eternal god realm felt the same. They felt like the end of the world had come, and couldn't help but curse. They cursed Primeval Troll, cursed Mo Xiaolang, and cursed fate. This was all within Long Chen's expectations. His voice was even louder than before as he announced to the world. He knew that the eternal god realm had to unite in order to face an opponent like the Devil Star. And the prerequisite for unity was a spiritual leader. Other than Ling Huang, There was no one more suitable than him. In fact, even Ling Huang wasn't as good as he was now. Everyone has a responsibility in the eternal God realm. Please don't be anxious. We have a way to resolve this. With that, he announced that he would enter the Devil Star within 10 days to stop Mo Xiaolang. This decision naturally caused an uproar. Everyone knew that there were existences comparable to gods in the Devil Star. It would be extremely dangerous for Long Chen to enter at this time. However, he would rather take the risk just to save the world. This was something that Ling Huang definitely couldn't do. Moreover, everyone knew that Long Chen had an agreement with all the experts in 3 months. Now that the 3 months were almost up, Ling Huang had created so much trouble for Long Chen. Regardless, at least everyone was deeply moved. They deeply realized that Long Chen was a leader with a great responsibility. No one was more respected than him. Even though he had decisively taken the Spirit Elder's inheritance and taken Ling Huang's life, it didn't affect his charisma in the slightest. It could be said that before, he had subdued everyone with his strength. Now, he relied on his personality to make everyone respect and love him. At this moment, he had completely transformed into the spiritual leader of the entire dragon sacrificial realm. This was what Long Qinglan had hoped for so much. I will certainly go to the Devil Star and do my best to resolve this matter so that everyone can be safe and sound. However, we must also make preparations. Therefore, before entering the Devil Star, I have the following requirements. Please supervise and promote each other. For our common survival, first of all, the 5 clans must be united and friendly. There must be no friction or hatred between each other. Everyone must work together. In the face of this disaster, no one can be spared. The 5 clans can supervise each other. Naturally, no one objected to this. This was the best decision, and also a necessary prerequisite. This was also a reassurance to the Spirit Clan. After all, they were worried that without Ling Huang, they would be bullied. Therefore, at this moment, although Long Chen had caused Ling Huang's death, almost no one in the Spirit Clan hated Long Chen. On the contrary, everyone respected him very much. Secondly, while I am in the Devil Star, the 5 clans must do their best to defend and hide. We must make the greatest preparations to prevent other possibilities from happening. From today onwards, the entire Eternal Sacred Realm will enter a strict state of preparation for war. I believe that this is our home, and no one wants this place to become a hell. No one wants their loved ones, family members, or friends to die. For all of this we must fight. If they failed, it would be a terrible thing. No one could bear failure. Therefore, just like the Eternal Riot, fighting to the death was everyone's only choice. Under Long Chen's encouragement, the panicking crowd regained their confidence. They had great faith in Long Chen, who had repeatedly created miracles. Lastly, the leaders of the 5 clans must discuss any decisions together. While I am in the Devil Star, my mother, Yang Yu, is the strongest and clearest of all. She will lead us to the best of our abilities. Please support her decision. Yang Yu hadn't expected this last sentence. She hadn't expected Long Chen to say something like this in front of everyone. The truth was that everyone knew Yang Yu. They knew that she was Long Qinglan's handmaiden, and that she had dominated 6 peak experts. She had previously been second only to Ling Huang, but now she was second only to Long Chen. Long Chen had won everyone's respect and trust, and everyone trusted his mother even more. Therefore, there was no problem with all of this. After explaining everything, Long Chen was finally relieved. He only needed to go to the Devil Star to solve the problem. The rest would be left to Yang Yu, the 15 Dragon Emperor, the Grand Devil Lord, Poseidon, and the Holy Shaman, to help Long Chen complete the task and adjust the Eternal Sacred Realm to its best state. 2 things. The first is good news. It is estimated that the Dragon Blood God of War game will be released in October. There will be a press conference at that time. It will be a very playable game, and I'm going crazy with anticipation. I will play with everyone then. To be honest, I haven't played games for 7 years, so I will definitely announce the download address. Chapter 2488. There wasn't much time left until the agreed time of 3 months. Even if there was a delay, it would take at least a few days to depart from the Spirit God realm. Long Chen didn't want to delay such an important matter. Now that all the experts of the world were gathered here, he could make the announcement. So he said, "Everyone, it's about time. I've already prepared to bid farewell to all of you today and head directly to the Devil's Star. This was a great mission that concerned the lives of trillions of people, and it was also a mission that would change the fate of the Eternal God realm. All of these dangers had become the responsibility on Long Chen's shoulders. When he said this, even he was a little dazed. Before this, he hadn't realized how important he was. When everyone's future and lives rested on his shoulders, it was impossible not to be nervous. His gaze swept across all the living beings and the land. He hadn't been born in this world for long, but he was filled with deep feelings for this place. This feeling was bestowed upon him by everyone in the land, as well as by Long Qinglan. There were many emotions in his heart, but he wasn't pretentious. Although he couldn't bear to part with Lingxi, and he didn't know if he could come back alive, as a man, he had to think about the big picture and the people. For all of this, as long as he had the ability, he wouldn't hesitate. Hearing his announcement, everyone's hearts trembled for a long time. They couldn't imagine that such a difficult mission would be given to such a young man. His decisiveness, and lack of hesitation made them feel extremely moved and proud. At this time, a great devil lord said, "Since it's decided, let's send Long Chen off. At the very least, we have to send him out of the Eternal God realm." Of course, the 15 Dragon Emperors wouldn't let Long Chen walk alone right from the start. He was now a hero who shouldered everyone's hopes. He deserved more companionship and encouragement to complete a mission that was even more difficult than the Spirit Zone residence. "Let's go to Devouring Dragon City first, then to Slaughter Dragon City," the Eternal Dragon Emperor said. Sending Long Chen off required a certain level of qualification, and only experts had the qualifications. Many people would have to part ways with Long Chen here. Most of the onlookers could only watch with wide eyes as Long Chen led the top experts of the Eternal Life God domain away. When they thought about what would happen in the future, and how righteous and responsible he was, they couldn't hold back the tears that welled up in their eyes. Long Chen didn't say anything, but the determination in his eyes made it clear how determined he was. Ling Huang wouldn't do that, but he would take the risk, just like he did when he passed the Spirit Lord residence. Amidst the tearful cheers of the crowd, the huge group headed in the direction of Devouring Dragon City. At this moment, Long Chen's reputation was unrivaled. Not only did he win the support of the human race, but the respect of the other 4 races as well. Even the Great Devil Lord and the others admired Long Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Before Long Chen, not even the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Qinglan, had been able to do this. Even after the young man disappeared into the horizon with the powerhouses, everyone's gazes were still fixed in that direction. Perhaps they did not understand how terrifying the Devil's Star was at the beginning, but now they understood. At the same time, they also knew that the future of the world was bleak. But they didn't panic or cry. The reason for that was because Long Chen had caused all living beings to feel proud and confident. From today onwards, our spirit race has to prepare for war. If the Devil's Star seal is broken, we will have to participate in the war. We also have to think of ways to set up more defenses within a limited time and cooperate with the other 4 races. Yes, our new Ling Huang is about to be born. His character is known to the whole world. I think all the brothers and sisters of the spirit race don't have to worry at all. A person who risked his life to break into the Spirit Lord residence to challenge Ling Huang, a person who resolutely entered the terrifying devil nest for the sake of the common people, is worthy of our respect and trust. From today onwards, our spirit race also needs to actively cooperate with the other 4 races. Yes. After going through this ordeal, it was a good thing that the people of the spirit race had such awareness. There was basically no difficulty for the experts of the spirit race to manage. Too many things had changed on this day. Along the way, the experts of the 8 trigram Samsara realm and above accompanied Long Chen, escorting Long Chen to the Devil's Star. This was a show of respect and reverence for the hero they respected the most. But in truth, Long Chen didn't think that much about it. It wasn't to gain respect, nor was it for fame. Everything he did was to be worthy of himself, his father, and the common people. And most importantly, it was for Mo Xiaolang. Mo Xiaolang was a brother he had known for many years, and they had fought side by side. Their lives were practically intertwined, and he couldn't allow Mo Xiaolang to live under the control of the primeval troll and become their puppet. Once the Devil's Star seal was lifted, the primeval troll would return to the Eternal God domain. It was unimaginable what kind of tragedy that would ensue. Countless families would be destroyed, and countless people would lose everything. The world would be consigned to eternal damnation, and mourning would fill the lands. He couldn't allow Mo Xiaolang to become a sinner, and he definitely couldn't allow the primeval troll to control him. This was his responsibility as an elder brother, and he felt too much guilt towards this brother of his, Long Chen. He would rather suffer himself than let him continue to be a puppet under the control of the primeval troll. Fortunately, he wasn't alone. He had countless people by his side who supported him. For him that was enough. Originally, everyone hated Mo Xiaolang because of the devouring Devil Star seal. If he hadn't existed, the current crisis wouldn't have happened. But because of Long Chen, no one dared to curse Mo Xiaolang. This was their trust and respect for Long Chen. In this adventure, the person Long Chen was most worried about was Lingxi. Not to mention the fact that she had a child in her belly, she also had a spiritual venerable's inheritance that she needed to receive. It was more suitable for her to stay here. Now, the experts left some space for Long Chen and Lingxi to part ways. Long Chen held her snow-white hand and moved forward in the sky. The others hadn't followed them yet, and there were only the two of them in this world. At this moment, Lingxi couldn't bear it anymore, and tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't say anything, but 2 streams of hot tears flowed down her cheeks. She really hoped that she could take another adventure with Long Chen, and go to the Devil Star just like when they went to the spiritual venerable residence. But she knew that this time, Long Chen had made up his mind to not let her go. Long Chen held her hand tightly, and pulled her into his embrace. He hugged her tightly, and said, "Little She, I made this decision because I wanted to solve this problem better. You have to understand that in this matter, you and I are equally important." Lingxi didn't understand. She shook her head and asked, "How am I important?" Long Chen said, "First of all, it's our child. He needs a peaceful environment, and no one can predict what will happen in the Devil Star. So, this is the reason why I can't let you go. Of course, it's not that I don't have the confidence that I can't do it well, but there are too many things that I can't predict. There's another reason, and it's the spiritual venerable's inheritance. But, even if I succeed in receiving the spiritual venerable's inheritance, it'll take a long time for me to have Ling Huang's power." Long Chen caressed her smooth black long hair, and whispered in her ear, "You're right, but I believe that a miracle will happen. I'm looking forward to the effects of the pure goddess's blood and the spiritual venerable's inheritance. Although I won't have the chance to witness it, I believe that you'll do well. Now, I'll make a hypothesis." Lingxi listened attentively. Long Chen looked in the direction of the Devil Star. That was a place he had to go. For his brothers, for everything, he had to disregard life and death. This was very unfair to Lingxi, but in this world, Long Chen had no other choice. He said in a heavy voice, "If I can't stop Xiaolang, and I fail, I'll use all the methods I can think of to not let myself die. Then, the Devil Star seal will be broken. At that time, dozens of primeval troll and demons will enter the eternal celestial domain. At that time, I might also return to this world. I don't know how long it will take, but if by that time, you've already inherited the spiritual venerable's inheritance, and become comparable to Ling Huang, or even stronger than Ling Huang, what do you think will happen?" Lingxi shook her head in a daze and said, "Stronger than Ling Huang, but not as strong as you. I can't do anything." Long Chen reached out and flicked her forehead, and said, "You're still as dumb as ever. You've forgotten something." Lingxi thought for a while, and asked, "Is it the 3 lifetimes emotion thread?" Long Chen said, "That's right. The 3 lifetimes emotion thread allows us to have our combined strength. Right now I have 10,000 portions of strength, and you only have 1 portion. Therefore, our combined strength is only 10,001, and your strength is almost useless. However, if you have Ling Huang's strength, you will also have 10,000 portions. At that time, I might have 20,000, or even 30,000. Together, both of us will be able to use more strength. Although I don't know the limits of the 3 lifetimes emotion thread, this is something that belongs to the ancestral dragon. At that time, we will still be able to use it. At that time, you will be proficient in spiritual techniques and immortal Lord Realm techniques, and I will be even stronger. Together, we might be able to unleash super strength, and even defeat immortals. Don't you think so?" Previously, after death and rebirth, the willpower of the trillions of lives could only be encountered by chance. It was like a gift, and now Long Chen had lost this power. After hearing Long Chen's words, Lingxi's eyes shone with an intense light. She finally knew what kind of effort she had to put in during this period of time. Chapter 2489. Seeing that Lingxi was no longer distressed, Long Chen finally felt a little more at ease in his heart. What he said was naturally true, but in fact, he was also trying to coax the little girl. After all, there were no such coincidences in this world. If Long Chen couldn't stop Mo Xiaolang, he wouldn't be able to deal with the god-level primeval troll, and how could he survive on the demon star? He said this to give Lingxi hope, to give her a chance to work hard. That way, she might have less time to worry about Long Chen's life, and more time to inherit the Spirit Venerable's inheritance. If Long Chen died, she would have the power to protect herself before the doomsday, and Long Chen would feel more at ease. He didn't dare to say that if he died, Lingxi would find a way to escape. He had to be confident in front of this woman, or she would collapse. As the sun set, Long Chen hugged her, feeling the warmth she brought him. At that moment, as a man of character, he couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. Back then, when the two of them were similar for the first time, he was still a ruffian with an eccentric personality, and she was just a cute little princess who encountered a disaster and came to the human world by chance. The two of them met under the arrangement of fate, and fell in love. Every step they took was so touching, so difficult, but so profound. On that day, when she was taken away, Long Chen cried bitterly, as if he had lost his life. In those 10 years, he went through many hardships and killed many people. He rushed to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, took her away, and made her his wife. Today, he was about to become a father, and stood at the peak of the world. He thought he could give her the happiness of a family, accompany her to have children, and share happiness with her. But he didn't expect the demons to cause chaos, and the world to die. He had to go deep into the trap to find his brother, and fight against the most terrifying opponent. Long Chen didn't even dare to tell her that this was the most uncertain time. He didn't even have a tenth of the chance to defeat Ling Huang in the Spirit Zune residence. He had died in the hands of Ling Huang once, and there was a 90% chance that he would not be able to return this time. As a husband, as a father, the torment in his heart was not something an ordinary person could understand. Fortunately, the current her was incomparably obedient and sensible, gentle and moving. She would only bring strength to Long Chen and would never drag him down, nor would she make him unable to make a choice between the common people and a beauty. Little she, I promise you, this is the last time. If I can come back safely, if I can solve this crisis, I will never leave your side again. I will definitely accompany you, waiting for our child to be born. Let him call me. This is my promise. I rarely make promises in my life, but this is the most serious one I've ever made. I swear to you that I will definitely come back. Wiping away the tears at the corner of his eyes, Long Chen wiped away all pretentiousness. He used the most solemn voice to say these words to Lingxi. This was his belief. He knew that at some point in his life, even if he had to let down the world, he could not let down this woman who loved him so deeply. I believe in you. Lingxi used her slender fingers to gently wipe away the traces of tears at the corner of his eyes. She squeezed out a rare smile. That kind of smile could make people forget all their troubles. Seeing her smile and hearing her words without hesitation, Long Chen solemnly told himself that this promise, he had to fulfill it. This would be his mission in his heart. He gave the rainbow-colored pendant and the divine spirit spike to Lingxi. In the future, with Yangyu protecting her, Long Chen was very relieved. Yangyu regarded these 2 young people as more important than his own life. With her here, nothing would happen to Lingxi. They stayed in place, waiting for the arrival of the main group. Long Chen let her bury her head in his chest, letting her listen to his heartbeat. Time quietly passed like this. After a short period of peace, the most intense war would soon come. Soon, the main group arrived, and Long Chen followed them to the Devouring Dragon City. Then, from the Devouring Lingxi formation of the Devouring Dragon City, they all moved to the Slaughter Dragon City. After leaving the Slaughter Dragon City, most of the dragon warriors of the 5 major dragon cities followed Long Chen out with the experts. Along the way, countless people looked at this young man who was far younger than them, but was already the strongest in the world with the most respectful eyes. Because the Northern Territory was destroyed in the last war, the Slaughter Dragon City was very close to the starry sky. Not long after they came out of the Slaughter Dragon City, they almost reached the northern starry sky. Soon, Long Chen and the experts of the 5 clans, as well as more than 100,000 dragon warriors, reached the edge of the starry sky. Here, Long Chen stopped. It was time to separate and complete his mission. Long Chen didn't want to stay too long, because that would make him hesitate. He had already said what he needed to say to Lingxi. As for Yang Yu and the others, they definitely knew what to do after he entered the Devil Star. At this time, more than 40 peak experts were beside Long Chen. Lingxi pushed to Yang Yu's side, silently looking at Long Chen with the most affectionate eyes. Yang Yu held her hand. Her palm was already sweating. Long Chen said to the experts, "Seniors, thank you for seeing me off. Let's stop here. If we go any further, it will make my heart uneasy. Please go back first and make arrangements. I will do my best and not let you down." At this time, even the peak experts were trembling nervously. The closer they got to the Devil Star, the more terrifying the sense of danger they felt. Last time, Primeval Troll was only a will clone, but he almost destroyed the Eternal God Realm. Who knew if the Eternal God Realm could even resist for a quarter of an hour when they really came out? And Long Chen was the one who needed to enter the Devil Star. However, he was calm and not nervous at all. His courage was unparalleled in the world, and this made everyone admire and respect this young man even more. They even regarded him as their faith. At least in the eyes of the Dragon Warriors, Long Chen was their faith. Countless people's eyes were filled with tears, tears of passion. However, at this time, Dragon Emperor Yongye said softly, "It's not time yet. Before you go, you have to complete a very important matter." Long Chen was startled. He did not expect that there would be something else. "What is it?" At this time, the great demon lord, the Ocean Emperor, and the holy sorcerers smiled. They led the others away from Long Chen, and soon, Lingxi was also brought away by Yang Yu. Only Long Chen and the 15 Dragon Emperors were still standing in the same place. Long Chen did not know what was going on. At this time, the 15 Dragon Emperors spread out and surrounded him. The Dragon Warriors cheered. They could roughly guess what kind of moment this would be. At this time, the first Dragon Emperor of the Slaughter City, Cruel Blood Dragon Emperor, said in a clear voice, "Long Chen, you have met the two major requirements of becoming Dragon City's titled Dragon Emperor and Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. As long as you complete the last requirement, you can become the fourth titled Dragon Emperor of the human race since ancient times. You will become the ruler of the human race, and you will be able to command the world and the 15 Dragon Emperors." Eternal Dragon Emperor said, "Of course, the last requirement is to have the strength to defeat the 15 Dragon Emperors." Long Chen did not expect that they would choose this time. He had just defeated Ling Huang. If it were not for the Demon Star, after defeating Ling Huang, Long Chen would have slowly challenged the 15 of them. Perhaps he would not have cared about it. After all, it was just a title. If there was nothing wrong with the Eternal God domain, he would not have cared. But the Dragon Emperors did not think so. Before he entered the Demon Star, they wanted to complete this matter and give Long Chen a title. He was absolutely qualified to get this title. Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. A long time ago, Long Chen had won the hearts of the people. Even if it was not officially granted, in the eyes of everyone, he was already the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter, already the ruler. Of course, the procedure set by the ancestors still had to be followed. Maybe they are afraid that I will never come back, so they want to give me an official title in the historical records. Long Chen could not help but laugh. They really picked the right time. And the 15 Dragon Emperors also laughed. This was a solemn ceremony. All the dragon martial artists were looking forward to this moment. They were looking forward to Long Chen truly inheriting his father's footsteps. After defeating Ling Huang, he would become the Eternal Dragon Emperor, reaching the pinnacle of his life. They hoped that Long Chen would do the same. That would depend on this battle. The 15 Dragon Emperors did not stand on ceremony. They directly transformed into dragons at the edge of the starry sky. 15 mystical dragons stood proudly around Long Chen. These were characters that Long Chen could only look up to a long time ago. Who would have thought that they would appear before Long Chen in this form now? Eternal Time Dragon, Emperor Blood Burial Dragon, Trillion Starfield Dragon, and so on. They were all the most famous ultimate mystical dragons. All right. Long Chen was also filled with fighting spirit. This battle would be the greatest practice for himself. He had long been looking forward to the moment when he became the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. This made his blood boil, and he was filled with pride. This was destined to be a heartwarming battle. The support and love of the older generation gave Long Chen a backing that he did not need to worry about. Long Chen's ancestral dragon mystique could restrain them even more. When Long Chen used the chaotic time reversal, the 15 Dragon Emperors seemed to have fallen into a swamp. Even the Eternal Dragon Emperor and Eternal Night Dragon Emperor, who were very familiar with time, could not do anything about it. Under such circumstances, Long Chen could only smile and take them down one by one. This battle almost made all the dragon martial artists tear up. They saw Long Chen's strength. They saw that each Dragon Emperor did not fight with his life on the line. They just let Long Chen pass. They respected and loved Long Chen. For him, they could not even be bothered with the ancestral behest. Of course, if they really fought, one person against 15 Dragon Emperors, the outcome would still be uncertain. In the end, the Dragon Emperors were eliminated one by one. Until there was only Long Chen in this world. At that time, it was as if the whole world was shouting the words, "Slaughter the Dragon Emperor." Chapter 2490. In the past, it was just an affirmation and acknowledgement of Long Chen. But now the last test had been completed, and that was the real title. It was the same title as Long Qinglan, the Eternal Dragon Emperor. From that day on, the title of Dragon Emperor of Massacre would accompany Long Chen for the rest of his life. From that day on, he would truly become the ruler of the human clan, just like how he became Ling Huang and the ruler of the spirit clan after receiving the inheritance of the venerable spirit. Generally speaking, the human clan was governed by 15 Dragon Emperors, and there was no such thing as the ruler of the human clan. But if there was a genius who was outstanding in virtue, reputation, contribution and strength, he would be qualified to lead the human clan in a better direction, according to the ancestral teachings. Such a person would be qualified to lead the human clan in a better direction. Because of the harsh conditions, almost every titled Dragon Emperor of Dragon City in history was a legend, and only a few of them had appeared in the past tens of millions of years. They were even fewer than the number of people who had passed through the spiritual Zune residence. As for a father and a son becoming Dragon Emperor of this level, it was naturally extremely rare. Only a few thousand years had passed, which was too short in the long history of the human clan. It was as if 2 Dragon Emperors of this level had been born in the blink of an eye. The human clan was undoubtedly lucky. But at such a difficult time, it was also undoubtedly unfortunate. No matter what, from that day on, the official change in identity and status had made Long Chen better able to fulfill his duties. His father rarely appeared, but he had the greatest impact on his life. It was his father who had helped Long Chen achieve what he had today. Now, the entire human clan was calling him Dragon Emperor of Massacre. Long Chen thought that his father would be very pleased. Obviously, it was his wish to help Long Chen reach his level. And now, Long Chen had helped him fulfill his wish. He was filled with boundless pride. Lowering their heads, their gazes were filled with sincerity, worship, and respect. This was the greatest affirmation for Long Chen, and it allowed him to understand that everything he had done so far was worth it. When the words Dragon Emperor of Massacre resounded in the sky, Long Chen felt another change. It seemed like there were actually quite a number of people in the entire Dragon God domain, who had thin threads extending out of their bodies and heading in Long Chen's direction. In the end, they were all connected to the invisible tree in Long Chen's body. Their numbers kept increasing. There were more than 3 billion living beings in the Dragon God domain, and right now, there were more than 1 billion of these thin threads that were attached to Long Chen's body. This came with the Dragon Emperor of Massacre. In fact, Long Chen could even see that such invisible threads had appeared on the bodies of the 15 Dragon Emperors, entrusted to Long Chen's body, connecting Long Chen with them. This connection allowed Long Chen to know the condition of each and every one of them. It was as if Long Chen was their faith, their god. As time went on, more and more people in the Dragon God domain connected with Long Chen, and a large portion of them were concentrated in the 5 great dragon cities. These were Long Chen's most loyal pursuers. To be able to become the faith of others was something to be proud of. Long Chen knew the mystery of these threads. If it weren't for the help of the trillions of living beings in the dragon sacrificial continent, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to defeat Ling Huang, who had the picture of all living beings. It was time for him to bid farewell. If he left this place, he would be rushing towards an unknown future. He would be rushing towards unforeseeable dangers. He would be shouldering the lives of trillions of people. He would be shouldering everyone's expectations. He would be fighting and taking risks. This was Long Chen's most profound mission. Compared to the lives of trillions of people, his life was nothing. This was the world he grew up in, his home, a place that everyone should protect. Long Chen's soul belonged to this place. After becoming the Dragon Emperor of Massacre, He was even more so the king of this place. He could only succeed, not fail. No matter how much tenderness she had, she could only let it go at this time. I trust you. You've always done much better than I imagined. I will fulfill my promise and put my life first. Be good and wait for my return. In front of her, Long Chen used his palm to lightly touch her fair and tender cheeks, revealing a peaceful smile. I trust you too. Lingxi nodded lightly, her sparkling eyes flashing with light. There were no tears, only absolute trust and expectation. She knew that at this time, she absolutely couldn't give Long Chen any burden. I'm leaving. Just like that, Long Chen turned and left, his figure rapidly disappearing before everyone's eyes. Countless experts and dragon martial artists looked in the direction he disappeared in, reluctant to part. No one knew how he would end this time. Everyone hoped that Long Chen could create a miracle in the spirit god realm. But no matter when, a miracle could only happen once. The Devil Star was a place that even Long Qinglan had died in. Tears and hot blood intertwined. Long Chen's decisiveness, not looking back even once, allowed everyone to grow in blood and tears. At this moment, the battle against the primeval troll had officially begun. From today onwards, prepare for war. The 5 races of the eternal god realm will unite and fight the demons together. We must believe in the mighty young dragon emperor of slaughter, the creator of miracles. He will definitely bring us the greatest miracle. No one can be so righteous and so determined at such a young age. He risked his life alone to give us a peaceful world. He left his wife, his children, his mother, and his home to fight for us. We should all be grateful and pray that he succeeds, and that he can return safely. Their voices echoed throughout the eternal life god domain. In the midst of such passion and hot blood, all living beings in the eternal god realm helped each other and adjusted. If Long Chen failed, then perhaps it would be time for them to fight to the death. Long Chen would face the primeval troll alone, so it was highly likely that such a situation would occur. Boss, to tell you the truth, you've never been afraid. In the Divine Kingdom, Kitten smacked her lips and said. Long Chen transformed into a streak of blood-red light that sped through the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of kilometers away. I'm afraid I won't be able to free Xiao Lang. Lingxi couldn't follow, but Kitten wanted to. Long Chen didn't want him to risk his life with him, but Kitten had a deep relationship with Mo Xiaolang. They were brothers after all. If he wanted to follow, then Long Chen would let him. Last time, I trusted someone else and sent him to the Devil Star. I was too careless. The blue-haired woman was the heart of the city lord of the wronged. There were still many mysteries surrounding her, and even Yishui and Dreamscar didn't know much about her. Before long, Long Chen passed by the Bright Star and the others. The Devil Star was in the deepest part of this place. Long Chen would be able to reach it in a short while. Because of the Devil Star, Yongyu had already transferred the mystical dragons of the celestial dragon planet back to the dragon god domain. However, the people of the 10 superplanets were still living here. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen passed by the chaotic royal planet. In front of him were the Destiny Star, the celestial dragon planet, and the Devil Star. Around the chaotic royal planet, there were many people in the starry sky. At this time, a gray shadow tore through space and appeared. It was the chaotic Star Lord. When Long Chen arrived, he turned into a human and came out. He quickly appeared in front of Long Chen and knelt. Greetings, Dragon Emperor of Massacre. In such a short time, the news had already spread to the chaotic royal planet. Long Chen thought that the news was bad and wanted to remind the people here to leave early. A few years ago, Long Chen was just an ant in the eyes of the chaotic Star Lord. But after what seemed like an instant, this person had already knelt at his feet in fear and trepidation. I learned that Dragon Emperor of Massacre is going to the Devil Star, so I specially came here to see you off, the chaotic Star Lord said nervously. His intention to curry favor was quite obvious. Ling Huang, whom he admired the most, was actually defeated by Long Chen in front of the strongest in the world and eventually died. That scared the hell out of chaotic Star Lord. Now that he saw Long Chen, he understood what a true god's favored one was. So, he admitted that he could forget about avenging his son against Long Chen in this life. I remember that it was the battle with your son that led to my brother Mo Xiaolang entering the Devil Star. Now he is almost about to break the seal of the Devil Star and let a godlike existence like primeval troll come to the human world. This matter, your son also has a lot of responsibility. Long Chen said coldly.
The chaotic Star Lord prostrated himself on the ground and said in fear, "Slaughtering the Dragon Emperor is purely a matter of fate.
Now that a catastrophe is coming, no one can bear the blame. I came this time because I hope you don't connect this matter with my son's matter." These were all things of the past. Even if he killed this chaotic Star Lord, it would not make a difference. So Long Chen did not bother to pay attention to him. He directly walked past him and rushed in the direction of the Devil Star. Since you know that a catastrophe is coming, it's best to take your people and everyone in the Chaos Galaxy and leave this place as soon as possible. In the future, if everyone in the world can survive, it won't be too late for you to return here. This was Long Chen's last advice to them. The people of the Chaos Galaxy had finally occupied a planet. Of course, they were unwilling to leave. But now that even Long Chen reminded them, they had to hesitate. After Long Chen left, the chaotic Star Lord was filled with emotions. He was shocked by Long Chen's current state. He's right. We have to leave this place. Following the chaotic Star Lord's arrangements, the people of the entire Chaos Galaxy were now moving in a convenient direction. Now there was only one place left. The Devil Star. Right, there was also the Divine Star of Destiny. Chapter 2491. Even people as strong as Ling Huang and Yang Yu knew nothing about the Divine Star of Destiny.
From afar, Long Chen could roughly see that the Divine Planet of Destiny was a planet with a beautiful world. Its beauty was not inferior to that of the bright stars. It was a very perfect place, and Long Chen could vaguely see that there were living creatures living on it. According to logic, with Long Chen's current strength, there were very few places in the world that he couldn't go. The reason why he stopped next to the Divine Star of Destiny was that the stone lock in the Divine Kingdom had the same reaction as the key in the Dragon City of Destiny. That was because he had encountered white floating grass. The floating grass was planted by Long Chen in the Divine Kingdom, and it was growing very well. This is a magical place. The creatures in there are very strange. They are dreamy and hard to see through. It's one of the most mysterious places in the world. Boss, do you want to go in and have a look? Long Chen stared at the beautiful planet, but he didn't go near it. At this critical moment, if the stone lock didn't react, Long Chen would go in and have a look. There were many magical places in the Divine Star of Destiny that attracted him. He wanted to know the secrets of the stone lock and the key, as well as the secrets of the Divine Star of Destiny. Forget it. If there's a chance, I'll go next time. If something happens to the Divine Star of Destiny, how can we go to the Demon Star? To be safe, Long Chen decided to leave. To be honest, it was possible that this place was as mysterious as the Demon Star. The fated kin hadn't had any contact with the outside world for thousands of years. This place seemed to be prosperous, but it was actually very strange. It must have something to do with the battle that destroyed the Chaos Galaxy, which used to belong to the Eternal Sacred Realm. Yi Chen put the temptation of the Divine Star of Destiny behind him. He took a deep breath and broke through the starry sky at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above the Sky Dragon Star. The Sky Dragon Star was peaceful now, but the vortex of the Demon Star had grown bigger. The black vortex covered the entire sky, like a huge mouth. It was eerie and strange. Demonic howls came from inside, making people's hearts go cold. Countless miserable wails and cries could be heard. It was truly unknown what was inside this Devil Star. Standing in front of the black vortex, Long Chen knew that the Devil Star seal could only be entered and not exited. Once he entered, it would be troublesome to come out. He just thought that since Long Qinglan could come out, he would definitely be able to think of a way to bring Mo Xiaolang out. What he didn't want the most was for Mo Xiaolang to destroy the Devil Star seal so that he could get the chance to come out. He still had some confidence in breaking into the spiritual residence and fighting Ling Huang. But now that he was facing this black vortex, he had no confidence at all. He knew that billions of people were longing for the miracle that he had brought. This pressure was something that ordinary people could not comprehend at all. Long Chen gritted his teeth. Boss, you really have to think it through. You have already died once. If you die again, you will be like your father. Even if you have the ancestral dragon blood essence, you will still die. You have just become the slaughtering dragon emperor. The kitten still had that carefree look on its face. Hearing this, Long Chen smiled and said, If you put it this way, then I'm relieved. Don't I also have a child? If I can't do it,
Then I'll nurture him in the future so that he can surpass me in the future. My clan, generation after generation, has always been able to produce peerless experts. If we don't understand all of this, we won't give up. Pervert. Kitten cursed. I'm ready. Long Chen summoned the last of his courage. The gloomy, treacherous vortex in front of him seemed to be tempting him to move forward like a ghost. With his strong will, of course, he was not affected. For the last time, he recalled Ling Xi's gentle expression and hopeful gaze. It was her understanding and trust in him. These were all things that made him incomparably firm and proud. With these things in mind, Long Chen did not say anything else. He pressed forward without the slightest bit of hesitation. He rushed towards the depths of this vortex, like a sheep entering a tiger's den. But even if he was a sheep, he was a sheep that wanted to tear a tiger apart. Whoosh! After rushing into the black vortex, the surroundings were full of whistling black winds. These black winds rolled up Long Chen, like ghosts, and took Long Chen to the depths. As far as the eye could see, there seemed to be countless resentful souls of living creatures in this black vortex. Countless ghostly shadows wandered, countless skeletons appeared in the wind, and blood poured down like rain. In the surroundings, ghostly shadows were whistling. The black winds were boundless, like an endless ocean. Billions of ghostly shadows were floating in it, whistling, howling, and crying. This was a tragic world. It was as if there were countless people crying in Long Chen's ears. It was a feeling that made one's scalp go numb. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. Or the extinction of living creatures. Or, if Long Chen failed, the dragon sacrificial continent and the eternal god domain would be like this in the future. All the resentful souls stubbornly stayed here, not wanting to disperse. Now he could no longer see the starry sky, only this endless land of resentful souls. After moving forward for a full 2 days, suffering almost all kinds of torture and devastation, Long Chen finally saw a black tunnel. His intuition told him that this was the place to rush to the Devil Star. Therefore, without saying anything, he changed his direction and plunged into this tunnel. After reaching the tunnel, it was finally much quieter. Long Chen had a premonition that he was about to reach the Devil Star. Demons, primeval troll, Mo Xiaolang, all of these were waiting for him. Perhaps as soon as he entered, he might be discovered by the primeval troll and be killed directly. That was a god. Therefore, in this tunnel, Long Chen entered the time-roaming dragon state. He had already reached the pinnacle of this time mystical ability. Now that he was using it, even the primeval troll might not be able to discover him. Of course, Long Chen was gambling. This was also his best method of concealment. Only an idiot would make a big fuss after reaching the Devil Star. He had devoured the will clone of the primeval troll and the will of the spiritual venerable's true god. Now, his spirit was very strong enough that he could conceal his spirit power. It seemed that the primeval troll was very sensitive to this. Long Chen could stand next to Yang Yu with his own means, but Yang Yu couldn't discover him. But after coming to the Devil Star, he wasn't so sure. It was impossible to say that he wasn't nervous. What if he encountered the primeval troll as soon as he got out? But he couldn't let himself be nervous and reveal any flaws. The more nervous he was, the more he closed his eyes and imagined the beauty of Ling Xi. She was a person who could make Long Chen completely calm down. If he thought of her and thought of his promise to her, he would have a lot of courage in his heart and calm down. Xiaolang, I'm coming. Finally, with a mission in mind, Long Chen came to this world. He quickly checked the surrounding situation. Luckily, there was no one around. He quickly landed on the ground and stuck to it. He let himself enter a state where there was almost no life activity, to ensure that he wouldn't be discovered by the primeval troll. Then he looked at this world. This was a pure black planet, without any green life. What the eyes could see was the blackest soil and rocks. The whole Devil Star was the same, desolate and dead silent. The only exception was probably the blood-red rivers that covered the whole Devil Star. When Long Chen was in the sky, he took a look. It seemed that the whole Devil Star was covered with such blood-red rivers. These rivers formed a big net that covered the whole Devil Star. There were only 2 directions, horizontally and vertically. They were orderly and strict, as if they had been designed. Blood and black. Just like the colors on the bodies of the primeval troll. He stayed quietly, not daring to familiarize himself with this world. After all, he didn't know what the current state of the primeval troll was. If they had all awakened and broken free from the internal seal of the Devil Star, then Long Chen's chances of success would be very low. After staying for a while, he breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had successfully come to this place, and he didn't encounter any danger on the way in. He had barely passed the first stage. Next, he could carry out the next step. They couldn't afford to make any mistakes in this operation. You should find someone first, use your 10,000 Deathclaw to wake him up, and then ask about the current situation of the Devil Star. After all, Xueqi and the other two girls left the Devil Star before. I don't know how they are now. Kitten also became serious at this time. To be honest, he was also nervous. If Long Chen died, he would also be finished. Yes, I know. This was Long Chen's original plan. The Devil Star was so big, but although the number of demons had been accumulated for a long time, there weren't many. This was a planet that could accommodate more than 100 million people. The number of demons was estimated to be only tens of thousands, so it was normal to not see anyone here. Moreover, Long Chen estimated that the entrance to the Devil Star was actually not fixed, so there were no traces in the sky now. However, he could see that there was a formation that enveloped the entire Devil Star, becoming the sky of the Devil Star. This formation should be the seal of the Devil Star. This was the largest formation that Long Chen had ever seen. It had an ancient and magnificent aura, and there were very strict divine laws on it. Every small part of it seemed very complicated. There were all kinds of runes of various colors, and there were hundreds of millions of them, tightly controlling the Devil Star. The array diagram transmitted the harshest and most stable suppressive force. No matter who it was on the Devil Star, they could feel this terrifying pressure. Everyone felt as if there was a boulder on top of their heads, making it difficult for them to breathe. This can't be blamed. The demons on the Devil Star want to leave here, but under the seal of the Devil Star, it's really too difficult. Long Chen pondered. He slowly stood up and carefully moved forward in this world that belonged to demons, heading east. He didn't know what he was about to encounter, but he was not afraid. Behind him, there were trillions of people supporting him. Chapter 2492. In this primeval troll's lair, one could be discovered at any time, and a fatal crisis could happen at any time. One's life could end at any time. If one was killed, then the billions of living beings in the eternal God domain would basically have no hope of survival. Even the trillions of living beings in the dragon sacrificial continent would be affected, and this world would be completely controlled by the primeval troll. Yang Yu, Ling Si, the 15 Dragon Emperor, and the people back home, everyone would welcome a tragic fate, and even their unborn children would be implicated. The prosperous world was only an instant away from destruction. And at this moment, everything was in Long Chen's hands. Shouldering such a heavy pressure, Long Chen had to use the lightest movement to move forward on this pitch-black demon star. He slowly moved toward the east. There were many strange rocks on the demon star, like demon claws, all reaching toward the sky. The world was pitch black, and only the demon star seal formation could bring a bit of light. But at the same time, it brought heavy pressure. If one's strength was low, surviving on this demon star would definitely be very painful. Shuttling between the strange black rocks and the blood-colored river, he could occasionally hear the voices of people, but there were many of them, so Long Chen didn't approach. He wanted to find a lone demon. It wasn't until 2 hours later that he confirmed his target. It was a relatively young man with purple eyes. His long hair and eyebrows were dark purple, and his skin was very fair, even to the point of being pale. However, his lips were a devilishly bright red. In fact, if one looked deeper, one could see that his eyes were blood red, which was the sign of a demon. Moreover, this man was indeed controlled by the primeval troll. After confirming his target, Long Chen began to move like a precise machine. He moved forward with the time dragon until he was half a meter behind the man, but the other party still hadn't discovered him. In terms of strength, Long Chen was basically invincible under the primeval troll, so his attack this time was very successful. Under the 10,000 death claws and the impact of the ancestral dragon's will, the primeval troll's will was easily erased from this man's body. Long Chen was already familiar with this operation. In the next moment, he brought the purple-eyed man into his divine kingdom and found a place to hide. After a period of silence and realizing that he had not been discovered by the primeval troll, Long Chen continued with his next move. Naturally, It was to communicate with the purple-eyed man. The purple-eyed man had a headache for a while before he finally woke up. He looked at the real world around him in disbelief. Although he was a human and also had a divine kingdom, his divine kingdom had long been dark and silent under the influence and assimilation of the demon star. Compared to Long Chen's divine kingdom, which was full of vitality and no different from the real world, it was naturally a far cry. I left the demon star? That realistic feeling made the man think that he had left the devil star. No. Do you know what happened now? Long Chen's voice sounded in his ear. Hearing this voice, the purple-eyed man trembled. He looked around blankly and frowned. It's been too long, I've kind of forgotten. It seems that for a long time, I wasn't in control of my own soul and body. But now it seems that I'm free. Is it because of you? Perhaps most people on the Devil Star were like this. Fortunately, after he woke up, he could understand that he had been controlled before. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time for Long Chen to make him believe him. That's right. I came from outside the Devil Star, from the Eternal God realm. I let you escape the control of the primeval troll, and then I have some questions to ask you. Can you answer me?
Long Chen said very sincerely.
Devil Star, primeval troll. These words made him recall many things. The primeval troll was sealed in the depths of the Devil Star and controlled me for so many years. That's really terrifying. I came to the Devil Star in pursuit of the Tao of Freedom, but I didn't expect to become a puppet here. After so many years, I'm finally free today. The man looked around in a daze and couldn't help but shed tears. He looked around, his eyes filled with infinite nostalgia. He was different from Xueqi and Meng Hen. They were born here, but he was demonized. Like Mo Xiaolang, he came from outside. In that case, he should support Long Chen even more. Benefactor, if you need any help, just tell me. My name is Wang Ming. Every person who was possessed by a demon had a story hidden deep within their heart and a different state of mind. By now, Wang Ming had already calmed down. He had already remembered many things. Although he had been controlled all these years and his thoughts had been affected invisibly, those memories had not disappeared. Long Chen wouldn't let him leave in the short term, so he was more at ease with him. He said, "Let me tell you the reason. A devouring demon entered the Devil Star, and he can devour the seal. If the seal is broken, the demons controlled by the primeval troll will escape and enter the Eternal God realm. Primeval troll is also awakening, and it's very likely that he will leave the Devil Star. I came here to stop that, and I hope you can help me. After all, you were once a member of the Eternal God realm." In a short paragraph, Long Chen had already explained things very clearly. In fact, Wang Ming vaguely knew some of this, so he could quickly understand this predicament. He also understood that Long Chen had come here for such an important mission. Such a person was naturally worthy of respect. He couldn't help but say respectfully, "I didn't expect Benefactor to come to the Devil's Star for the sake of righteousness. I was originally a human, so Benefactor should be human too. It seems that the Eternal Dragon Emperor came to the Devil Star before. At that time, I was still controlled by the primeval troll. It seemed that Long Qinglan had caused quite a ruckus on the Devil Star. At that time, the primeval troll hadn't awakened, and no one on the Devil Star could be his enemy. He was also an overlord here." Long Chen smiled. "It's good that you know him. In fact, I'm his son." "Yes." Wang Ming's eyes lit up. "I didn't expect the Eternal Dragon Emperor to be so powerful a few thousand years ago. Since you came to the Devil Star, you must be strong too. Benefactor, how is the Eternal Dragon Emperor now? Why hasn't he come to solve such a crisis?" He seemed to know about the existence of the primeval troll. Long Chen said he's gone. As for the reason, I don't know. The Eternal God realm is very dangerous now. Let me ask you a few questions. First, what's the situation with the primeval troll? Did the primeval troll wake up a few months ago? No. Wang Ming was stunned. Seeing Long Chen's serious expression, he hurriedly said, "The primeval troll. Tar is in the seal inside the Devil Star. Tar is at the outermost layer, and also the shallowest seal. All the demons on the Devil Star are now under his control. The seal inside the Devil Star has always been fine. Ta can control us, but he can't appear. But after thousands of years, the seal has loosened, and he has woken up. Maybe the seal outside the Devil Star is still restricting him. If the seal outside the Devil Star is broken, he will definitely be able to break the seal completely. As long as he breaks the seal, it shouldn't be a problem to rescue the other primeval troll. At that time. In that case, the only primeval troll on the Devil Star is Ta, but he is also restricted by the seal outside the Devil Star and can't move. Hearing this news, Long Chen was a little happy. Wang Ming shook his head and said, "No, it's just limited by the outer seal. But inside the Devil Star, he's still very terrible.
With his power comparable to that of a god, if he finds you, no matter where you are in the Devil Star, he can probably appear.
Even if it's not his real body, even if it's just an arm and a tail, it's still quite terrible. I know that half of his body has broken the seal inside the Devil Star. In fact, he hasn't been found yet. It's probably because he was tired after roaring for a long time last time, so he's now dormant to recover his strength. But it's just a light sleep, and he may wake up at any time. Then you'll be in danger." Long Chen finally understood. The situation was not as bad as he had imagined, but it was definitely not optimistic. Once Ta woke up, it would still be very dangerous for him on the Devil Star. Once he failed, the seal of the Devil Star would be broken, and Ta would break the seal, which would inevitably allow all the primeval troll to break free. At that time, it would be a terrible natural disaster. Why was Ta sleeping now? It must be because the will doppelganger that he had painstakingly formed was swallowed by Long Chen. Now he was a little tired, but he had prepared for thousands of years to wake up and get out of trouble this time. How could he give up so easily? Long Chen digested this information, calmed down, and continued to ask, "Well, there's one more important question. Do you know where the devouring demon Mo Xiaolang is now?" Taking advantage of this period of hibernation, he could take the opportunity to complete the task. Wang Ming nodded and said, "I know, benefactor. Are you looking for this devouring demon to kill him to avoid future troubles?" Long Chen shook his head and said, "No, to tell you the truth, he is actually my brother for many years. When he became a demon, I personally sent him to the Devil Star. At that time, I didn't know that there was something like primeval troll here. I thought it was very safe here." Ah. Wang Ming's eyes widened, and he said helplessly, "It was the same for me at that time. I came in inexplicably. How do you want to deal with it? If you don't kill him, he will break the seal of the Devil Star. Anyone would feel uncomfortable when brothers killed each other." Wang Ming understood Long Chen more and more. The so-called demons, in fact, were really kind and pure at heart. "I have a way to wake you up, and naturally, I can wake him up," Long Chen said. Chapter 2493. Wang Ming recalled and said, "In fact, everyone knows that the devouring demon is now in the Burying God Mountain. The deepest part of the Burying God Mountain is where the Ta is sealed. The devouring demon is closest to the Ta. With the Burying God Mountain as the center, the demons on the Demon Star are all around. The stronger they are, the closer they are to the Burying God Mountain. Among them, dozens of demon masters, moon demons, and zero demons are near the devouring demon. If no one stopped them, in half a year at most, the Demon Star seal would be broken. At that time, it would be the time for the demons to attack. This was the greatest hope of the demons on the Demon Star, so almost all the demons were gathered near the Burying God Mountain, waiting for the day of success. This was also the reason why it was so difficult for Long Chen to find anyone else in the vicinity. Otherwise, he might have been discovered right from the start. Long Chen knew that demon masters were divided into great demon masters and little demon masters. Great demon masters were equivalent to Dragon Emperor's level of strength. Little demon masters were similar to Lu Ji and other warriors who had passed the 9 palace tribulations. There were about 30 great demon masters in the Demon Star, and even more little demon masters. But what were moon demons and zero demons? He asked Wang Ming, and Wang Ming replied, "These are the 2 strongest among the demons. They have existed on the Demon Star for the longest time, even hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. If they weren't demons, they would have died long ago, but they are still alive. They are the 2 closest to the primeval troll, and their strength is also the most tyrannical. They surpass all the great demon masters and are above the demons. Before the primeval troll woke up, moon demons and zero demons ruled the Demon Star. So they are guys that have existed for such a long time." Long Chen couldn't help but be speechless. It should be known that Ling Huang had lived for tens of thousands of years outside. Long Chen already felt that he was very old. He didn't expect that there were even older monsters on the Demon Star. There were only tens of thousands of people on the Demon Star, but they could produce so many strong ones. One of the main reasons was that they didn't have heaven's tribulations. At the same time, they had endless lifespan. Once they entered the Demon Star, it would be impossible to leave without breaking the Demon Star's seal. Cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years to reach the level of half-step God realm, was not an exaggeration. According to Wang Ming, Long Chen estimated that they should be similar to Ling Huang. A small demon star could produce two strong ones comparable to Ling Huang. This was actually quite terrifying, and it was something that Long Chen had never heard of before. Burying God Mountain is on the other side of the Demon Star. The Demon Star isn't big. You can reach it from any direction. However, Benefactor, I still have a lot of worries in my heart. Even if you can wake up the devouring demon while surrounded by many experts, how can you get out? As long as you enter the Demon Star, you can't leave without breaking the seal. This problem was naturally the most difficult problem for Long Chen now. The current situation was not bad. After all, he had not reached the level of walking around the entire Demon Star. However, Mo Xiaolang was surrounded by so many experts. Even if he could fight against dozens of demon masters, defeat Moon Demon and Zero Demon, once the other party discovered him and woke up the primeval troll, it would be a challenge that he had almost no chance of winning. Even if he broke through all the possibilities, what should he do to take Mo Xiaolang out of here safely? Long Chen asked, Wang Ming, do you know how my father took some people and left here? Wang Ming shook his head and said helplessly, I thought you knew. It was strange to know something that happened many years ago. The task that he wanted to complete now seemed to be full of difficulties. At least for now, unless a miracle happened. Let's go there first, Long Chen said. In the Demon Star, the higher they went, the greater the pressure brought by the Demon Star seal. At this time, Long Chen did not dare to touch the Demon Star seal. If he made a noise and attracted the group of demons or even the primeval troll, he would probably fail before he could see Mo Xiaolang. The top priority was to see Mo Xiaolang first. Then he might have the next step. He had to see what state Mo Xiaolang was in now. On the way to the other side of the Demon Star, Wang Ming continued to tell Long Chen what he knew. Now, it seems that every day, the devouring demon will use 2 hours to absorb the flame power in the Demon Star seal. And the rest of the time is used to digest this flame and strengthen itself. During the process of digesting, he hides in the depths of the God-burying mountain, which is very close to the primeval troll. So I guess that even if you have to appear, it will be when he absorbs the Demon Star seal, but at that time, he will be surrounded by Moon Demon, Zero Demon, and Demon Masters, so will be difficult to succeed. Alas, it's really difficult. Is the catastrophe really going to happen? What Wang Ming said now was actually what Long Chen was thinking. But he was not as pessimistic as Wang Ming. Now it was still a short time, there was still half a year. At worst, he would keep waiting for the opportunity to make a move. For now, it was best not to make a move without at least 50% confidence. He still made the same decision. He had to see Mo Xiaolang first to determine his current state. If it was outside, it would take less than an hour to travel from this side of the Demon Star to the God-burying mountain on the other side. But on this Demon Star, Long Chen could only be careful. As a result, it took him a full 3 days to reach his destination. Now he could only see the God-burying mountain in the distance. When he arrived here, there were obviously a lot more demons, and they were even everywhere. These people had cold expressions and blood-red eyes. They were fighting and cultivating, and sometimes they were like wild beasts, which was very terrifying. They were all affected by the will of the primeval troll and had no thoughts of their own. In their sea of consciousness, the appearance of the primeval troll surrounded their original appearance. Maybe Xiao Lang is also like this, and he doesn't recognize me anymore. Long Chen was a little helpless. They used to be brothers, friends of life and death, but he did not expect that they would meet in this way. I have confidence in him. You haven't seen him yet, so don't think too much. This is not your character. Kitten said with disdain. You're right. With the most cautious attitude, Long Chen began to sneak into the God-burying mountain that was filled with demons. From afar, the God-burying mountain was steep and looked more like a pitch-black forest. It was eerie and strange, with several blood-red rivers running through it. Blood chi and black demonic energy shrouded the sky above the God-burying mountain. A cold wind blew, making it difficult to see anything clearly. The god-burying mountain was very large. The deeper one went, the more powerful and cautious the demons guarding here became. They seemed to be waiting here, using their blood-red eyes to stare at the demon star seal in the sky. They were filled with resentment and urgency. Many times, they were so restless that they circled in place, wishing that they could rush up and break the demon star seal. If the seal was broken, these people would definitely be the first to rush out. Blood and cruelty. This was the aura that Long Chen sensed from them. The strength of the demons here is roughly equivalent to that of human warriors. They seem to have the strength of the four symbols Samsara tribulation realm. Wang Ming said. Long Chen used the time-roaming dragon to travel in. For the time being, no one could discover him. Wang Ming was also very surprised. He didn't expect Long Chen to have such a method. Benefactor, this should be enough. At this position, when the devouring demon appears tomorrow, you will be able to see him. The deeper he went, the more afraid Wang Ming became. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid that if Long Chen died in battle, no one would be able to save this calamity. I want to at least go to the little demon master's side, Long Chen said in a deep voice. This frightened Wang Ming. He trembled and said, that is already the most central position. Primeval troll will discover us. Benefactor, can you really do it? Long Chen was still confident. At least, if someone at the level of the Dragon Emperor was beside them, they would find it difficult to discover him. Of course, the premise was that Long Chen didn't make any noise, let alone attack. He had a sense of propriety. The reason why he went deeper was that he wanted to see more clearly. After about an hour, he carefully went deeper and finally reached the very central position. As long as he went forward for another 15 minutes, there would be demons at the level of the little demon master in front of him. They wandered around and were in a commotion. Most of them were meditating quietly, waiting for time to pass. For their long lives, this year was just a moment. Well, Benefactor, are you sure you don't want to retreat a little? This is almost directly below where he went up to the sky. Once someone comes over, we will be discovered. Wang Ming kept trembling and asked. Long Chen was close to a hidden position. His whole body was as silent as death. He only looked at the sky, motionless. At least for a few days, he wouldn't do anything. The only thing he had to do now was to wait for Mo Xiaolang to appear. Don't worry. As long as the Moon Demon and Zero Demon don't get close, they won't be able to find him, Kitten said. Benefactor is so powerful. Wang Ming thought Long Chen was too young. According to the age of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, Long Chen was at most a few thousand years old. So he didn't know. Kitten laughed and said, what do you think? He just killed Ling Huang outside and took his spiritual master's inheritance to give to his woman. Then he came in. If the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon were women, he would have slept with them. Wang Ming was stunned. Killed them and took the spiritual master's inheritance. It sounded a little barbaric. In his impression, Long Chen was definitely not such a person. And he even said he slept with them. Wang Ming shook his head and said, I believe you that he is strong, but his character and character are absolutely unique. Otherwise, why would he risk his life to come here? Besides, the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon are both men. Men. So boring. Kitten rolled his eyes. Even if he turned into a human, he just changed his sleeping position. One day passed quietly. Chapter 2494. Before that, God-Burying Mountain's movements were huge. Almost all the demons in God-Burying Mountain rushed into the sky from the valleys, cliffs and streams. They gathered together in this dark world and danced wildly. Their will was deeply affected by the primeval troll. As they danced, they chanted an ancient and strange song. They were almost holding hands, revolving around a center. Looking up, one could see at least tens of thousands of demons in the sky. These guys were usually frighteningly cold, but now they were very fanatical and excited. Their eyes were completely covered in blood, as if there was a deep sea of blood in front of them. Some demons were even like the primeval troll. A few cracks appeared at the corner of their eyes, and began to spread all over their body, causing a network of bloody cracks to appear all over their body. At the same time, it was like the Devil Star. According to Wang Ming, the
The blood flowing in the blood rivers on the Devil Star was the blood of the primordial great demons. If one's cultivation was not at the highest level, even a slight touch would lead to death. Even the little demon master did not dare to touch the blood rivers. As the demons danced, Long Chen held his breath. He was naturally very excited. He had not seen Mo Xiaolang for such a long time, and now he was finally going to appear. But before him, the little demon master and the great demon master appeared. These experts had appeared when Yi Shui and Meng Hen had used the motionless magic eye. Among them, the great demon master was indeed on the same level as the Dragon Emperor. Of course, they were at least hundreds of thousands of years old. Without the 18 major tribulations, they had an almost infinite lifespan. To them, death was a rather difficult matter. Amidst the fanatical cheers of the demons, as well as the greetings of more than 20 great demon masters, the two figures who ruled the Devil Star finally appeared. They were the Moon Demon and the Zero Demon. Although they had lived for countless years, they still maintained the appearance of young people. They looked very coquettish and evil. They were shrouded in a thick demonic aura, very similar to the primeval troll. After Wang Ming's reminder, Long Chen knew which one was the Moon Demon and which one was the Zero Demon. But that wasn't the point. This Moon Devil and Zero Devil indeed had strength comparable to Ling Huang, but Long Chen was not paying attention to them, but to Mo Xiaolang. It was as if every day at this time was the time when demons rejoiced. Both Moon Devil and Zero Devil were looking forward to the appearance of the devouring demon. At this time, there were already devils calling him the devouring devil. It seemed that in this place, Mo Xiaolang's status was already similar to Moon Devil and Zero Devil. He was called the devouring devil. This title should be equal to the other two, or even above them. Time was up. Above their heads was the demonic star seal. The demonic star seal was originally stable and orderly, but there was a crack in the sky in front of them. This crack was about 10 meters in diameter. At this moment, it was swallowing and spitting out 5 colored flames. Each of the flames had a terrifying burning ability. Large amounts of flames were gathering towards this crack. Once the power of the demonic star seal was sucked dry by Mo Xiaolang, it would be the time for the demonic star seal to shatter. At this extremely tense moment, the person Long Chen had been waiting for finally appeared. While Long Chen was extremely nervous, a black shadow of a wolf suddenly sprang up from the abyss in the center of God-burying mountain. Its speed was simply unparalleled in the world, not much different from Long Chen's. It seemed that Mo Xiaolang had indeed obtained great benefits on this demonic star. He had been nurtured by the group of devils and had devoured many divine flame items. In addition, without the restriction of the 18 major tribulations, his strength continued to soar. It was simply endless, allowing him to have his current godly might. Looking at it, he was almost as heaven-defying as Long Chen. Of course, the difference was that Long Chen had inherited the most precious thing in this world and was steadily moving forward. On the other hand, he seemed to be an accident of this world, a mistake outside of the rules. This mistake allowed him to find a way to break the rules of the world, which was why he was in his current situation. But no matter what, they were lucky. That black shadow was very fast. In just an instant, Long Chen clearly saw it. It was the sun-devouring demonic wolf. What Long Chen saw was a black god wolf. It had a vigorous figure, and the biggest difference between him and the Mo Xiaolang in his impression was that from the corner of his eyes, blood lines spread across his entire body, forming a network of blood like a primeval troll. In the past, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was more deep, blazing, and mysterious. But now, he was more crazy and bloodthirsty. It was the same temperament as a primeval troll. His eyes were like a sea of blood, filled with indifference and pride. He charged forward towards the gap in the demonic star seal. The demonic star seal used a powerful might to suppress him, but it was unable to suppress him. The sun-devouring demonic wolf charged into the gap. In that instant, the entire demonic star seal trembled. Long Chen saw that from the gap, there were bloodlines extending towards the entire demonic star seal. Large amounts of flame power started to gather towards these bloodlines. At this moment, the sun-devouring demonic wolf was like a leech devouring human blood as it devoured the flame power in the demonic star seal. One day, when the power of the demonic star seal became unbalanced, it would completely collapse. Just like that, time passed quietly. The demons of the demonic star seal cheered and celebrated, shouting the word devour. However, Long Chen's heart sank to the bottom. He could feel Mo Xiaolang's coldness. If the situation was like that, It would be very difficult for him to get close to him. If he appeared for 2 hours every day, what chance would he have? At other times, Mo Xiaolang would stay by Primeval Troll's side, which would be even more dangerous. What a headache! Kitten rubbed his head and said helplessly. Long Chen didn't say a word and continued to observe. He was furious, but he had to remain calm. His brother of many years had become like this. This damned demonic star. This damned primeval troll. Long Chen vowed to redeem everything for Xiao Lang. He wanted to see the familiar Xiao Lang, naive and pure, hot-blooded and sincere, not like this. If he knew what he was doing, perhaps he would regret it. If he let primeval troll come out, then even the word suffering wouldn't be enough to describe the tragedy that would happen. Mo Xiaolang also came from this world, so he definitely didn't want to destroy this place. Time continued to pass, but Long Chen's emotions were still mixed. From the moment he left Songyang country, he treated Xiao Lang as his own little brother. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it could only be said that fate played tricks on people, and he had made some mistakes. All along, Mo Xiaolang didn't have any pursuits. He just wanted to follow Long Chen to explore this world. Now that he had completed his dreams, Mo Xiaolang had fallen into this world of demons. No matter how you looked at it was Long Chen's fault for not protecting him well. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The bloodlines that covered the demonic star's seal gradually disappeared. Finally, a young man came down from the gap of the demonic star's seal. He had black hair, red eyes, fair skin, slightly thin body, slender fingers, and an evil aura. There were bloodlines at the corner of his eyes that extended all over his body, adding to his evil aura. But his eyes seemed to be stable. After absorbing a lot of flames, he became as hot as a scorching sun and released boundless heat. However, he was not in a hurry to return. This caused a large number of demons to continuously retreat and stay away from him. Only Moon Demon and Zero Demon were able to stand around him. Mo Xiaolang's sea of blood eyes swept across the demons. At this moment, the demons bowed their heads. Besides Moon Demon and Zero Demon, all of them knelt in front of him in fear and trepidation. But in fact, his eyes quickly fell on God-burying mountain below, and he was a little confused. He found us, Wang Ming said with a trembling voice. Maybe this was a feeling from the unseen. When Long Chen approached God-burying mountain, he could sense that Mo Xiaolang was definitely here. Now, Mo Xiaolang was the same. But his eyes were filled with doubt. Maybe he still remembers me. Long Chen closed his eyes. If he continued to look at Mo Xiaolang, he would definitely be discovered. If he was affected by Primeval Troll's will, he would definitely fight to the death. But since he could still sense Long Chen, maybe he still had a shadow in his heart. Wolf, what's wrong? Moon Demon couldn't help but ask. Mo Xiaolang shook his head and looked at God-burying mountain again. Then, like a comet, he fell into the deepest abyss of God-burying mountain and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Only then did the group of demons stand up from their kneeling position and return to God-burying mountain. They continued to look forward to Mo Xiaolang's next action. Perhaps they were dying to get out of here. If it weren't for the fact that the flames sealed by the Devil Star were too strong, they would have wished that Mo Xiaolang could devour the flames all day instead of spending 2 hours every day. When it was quiet, Long Chen opened his eyes. Today's events made him unable to calm down for a long time. Benefactor, forgive me for saying this. If there is no miracle, I think it's basically impossible for you to complete the mission. Devourer is blessed by Primeval Troll and is now very powerful. It won't be easy for you to eradicate the Primeval Troll mark on him. Moreover, Zero Demon and Moon Demon will also stop you. Wang Ming sighed. He was sad because of the many living beings outside. Now, everything was imminent. Let's observe for a few more days. Long Chen wouldn't give up so easily no matter what he did. In the next few days, the situation was almost the same. He couldn't find any breakthrough. Chapter 2495. Where did Soyan go? Kitten also remembered, and they couldn't help but ask Wang Ming at the same time. When Mo Xiaolang first came to Devil Star, there should be a girl with him, Wang Ming recalled and said. I think so. But after a while, the girl disappeared. I don't know where she went. She disappeared completely. From then on, I never saw her beside devouring demon.
Is that so? Could it be that Xueqi died? Kitten said blankly. Long Chen was taken aback.
He recalled the little girl he met in the primordial cemetery in Cyanwood Sky City. She was innocent, adorable, and carefree. He had promised Xueqi that he would take good care of her. Later on, she and Little Wolf were fated and had feelings for each other, so he handed her over to Little Wolf. The two of them fell in love with each other. Long Chen even gave Su Yan the ultimate divine dragon's blood essence. Now, she actually disappeared. Long Chen was anxious, but he knew that Mo Xiaolang was even more anxious. They had developed a relationship through hardships, and it was especially deep. But it had been a long time, and he didn't know what was going on. Maybe he could only know by asking Mo Xiaolang. If anything happens to Xueqi, Xiaolang should have suffered a huge blow, and I actually don't know all this. He almost couldn't calm down. Perhaps he should have come here a long time ago, but things were unpredictable. The only thing he could do now was to bring Mo Xiaolang away safely and hope that Su Yan would be fine. If he had any regrets, Long Chen would do his best to help him, even if he didn't say anything. This time, Mo Xiaolang finished swallowing the flame again. He looked around, and finally returned to the most central abyss. During this process, Moon Devil, Zero Devil, and the great demon masters were guarding him. Long Chen had no chance at all. If this continued, there would be no possibility of success at all. Just like that, Long Chen watched him appear and disappear again and again. Looking at his cold gaze, his cold expression, and his increasingly majestic power, Long Chen had mixed feelings. Perhaps he had never imagined that after so many years, he would actually meet Mo Xiaolang in such a way. Usually, after Mo Xiaolang returned to the abyss, Long Chen would close his eyes and fall into deep thought. There has been no solution for several days. Kitten and Wang Ming are very anxious. If it were them, they would have lost their patience. Boss, even if we wait here for half a year, it won't be of any use. It's better to leave first and think of another way. After all, this place is quite dangerous. Kitten said eagerly. However, Long Chen did not respond. He and Wang Ming looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and said, "There's nothing we can do. This guy is just so stubborn." Usually, at this time, Long Chen would be thinking about the problem Kitten mentioned. Of course, he was very clear about the problem. But it was impossible for him to give up. He understood that the more it was at a time like this, the more he needed to be calm. If his heart wasn't at peace, then he wouldn't be able to do anything. The current situation was critical, with death and responsibility all around him. If it was anyone else, they would have been unable to catch their breath a long time ago, but he was still able to maintain a calm heart. All of this was because his heart had already reached an extremely tenacious state from the tempering he'd undergone in the past. When he was quiet, he would recall everything that had happened before. From the time he met Mo Xiaolang, they experienced one incredible thing after another. From the God Wushu Sage dynasty to the ancient graveyard, then he went to the desolate imperial domain, and he went to the true martial imperial domain. In the end, they met up and worked together to defeat the city lord of the wronged. Later, they came to the eternal sacred domain together. Not long after, because of him, Mo Xiaolang became a demon and left him. He also went to the demon immortal domain and chased him to the chaos starfield to find him. In the end, they separated and went to different futures. All of this was the result of countless strands of karma. Ever since his battle with Ling Huang, Long Chen had been thinking about karma. What Ling Huang had said at the time had been a huge shock to him. Karma and retribution. Heaven and earth were all in the cycle of karma, and everything was connected to each other. Things that didn't seem to have anything to do with each other were actually connected. Even the most insignificant things in life could change one's fate. That was especially true after he had arrived on the Devil Star. And it was even more intense after he met Mo Xiaolang. He had watched him return to the abyss over and over again, and had never been able to get close to him. He had seen all of the tiny changes that had happened to him, and the countless karmic causes that had led to their current situation. And the karmic effects that had led to their current situation might become the cause of their future. Time was very simple. It filled the entire world, and flowed from one direction to another. However, karma was different. It also filled the entire world, but karma was complicated. It was like an infinitely large ball of thread that was difficult to sort out. Even two thin threads that were thousands of miles apart could be connected together.
If one section was affected, the other section would be affected. Karma was even more complicated than time.
Because of the relationship between good and evil, and because of the relationship between morality, there was also retribution.
There was also a need for someone to maintain order and control karma. That person would be the divine heart-refining dragon. While Long Chen was in the cycle of karma and retribution, the inherited blood essence of the divine heart-refining dragon that he had absorbed not long ago was also nourishing his heart, and the connection between them was getting closer and closer. Perhaps it was only recently that Long Chen had finally come into contact with the Tao of Heaven. The divine prison of saber and sword only inherited the inherited blood essence, and it could not be considered as part of the Tao of karma. The days of waiting were getting longer and longer, but Long Chen was getting quieter and quieter. On the contrary, Kitten and Wang Ming were anxious. It had been a month, but Long Chen did not take any action. He hid here every day, waiting for Mo Xiaolang to appear.
His eyes were quiet and peaceful, without any fluctuation, as if he was looking at something that had nothing to do with him.
Boss, it's already been a month. According to the speed at which the demonic star seal is collapsing, I reckon that in another 4 months or so, everyone will be dead.
The number of people involved this time is much more than the number of people in the 3 emperor regions.
I know what I'm doing. Long Chen answered him with these 4 words. In terms of the heaviness of his heart, no one could compare with him.
However, at this time, he was immersed in another realm, which was the world of the cycle of karma.
In his eyes, the whole world had become countless complicated balls of lines. Billions of thin lines were hidden in it, and they were connected to each other. Countless lines were connected to each other, and they were connected to each other. This was the connection of karma. These lines, some were thick and eye-catching, and some were so thin that they could not be seen. But as long as they existed, they must be connected to the other end. The divine heart-refining dragon, good and evil according to the heart. In this 1 month of comprehension, Long Chen had completely calmed himself down. He faced this most difficult task calmly, and he had gained a lot. Most importantly, he had finally stepped into the door of the Tao of Karma. He could see karma like he could see time. Time was a river that flowed past everything, and it was difficult to reverse it. And karma was a line that entangled everything, and it was complicated and impossible to straighten out.
However, if he could find this line of karma, he could be more familiar with his opponent and be more familiar with everything.
He could find the most profound or the weakest thing in his opponent's encounter. At this time, Long Chen, who had inherited the essence and blood of the divine heart-refining dragon, could become the guardian of order, the defender of justice and morality. He could cut off these lines of karma, and with the power of judgment, he could even unleash a terrifying power that surpassed his own strength. This mystique was called the Karma Imperial Sword. This was the first mystique that the divine heart-refining dragon gave to Long Chen on the Tao of Karma. It was not like the divine prison of sabers and swords, which was almost a pure power attack. This Karma Imperial Sword is formed by karma. When I take the form of a divine dragon, I can attach it to the sword of judgment on my forehead. When I take the form of a human, I can attach it to a weapon. In the blurry memories that Long Chen had obtained, the Karma Imperial Sword seemed to be the most basic method that the divine heart-refining dragon used to judge evil. Under the Karma Imperial Sword, all the lines of karma would appear, and all evil, and mistakes would have nowhere to hide. The Karma Imperial Sword could sever karma, and it could draw out the deepest weakness of the offender. With the power of judgment, it could destroy evil, and it could unleash unimaginable destructive power. If it's used against someone with a strong karma, the destructive power would be much stronger than a pure attack like the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Long Chen couldn't help but feel shocked. The destructive power of karma was very mysterious. It was like the judgment of light on darkness. Under the Karma Imperial Sword, nothing could hide. In fact, the Karma Imperial Sword wasn't that simple. This was because there was still the Karma Imperial Realm. This mystique was the fusion of the sword and world. The so-called fusion of the sword and world was actually a single entity. When Long Chen summoned the Karma Imperial Sword, a world would be born on the Karma Imperial Sword. This world was the Karma Imperial Realm. The Karma Imperial Realm could completely isolate the person being judged from the outside world. Basically, it was equivalent to making the person disappear from the original world. Only after the judgment of the Karma Imperial Sword ended, would the person be able to return to the outside world. Of course, if one possessed the strongest power, they could destroy everything in the Karma Imperial Sword and do the same. In the blurry memories of the mystique,
It seemed that this was how the divine heart-refining dragon treated the person being judged.
Many existences would suddenly appear in a sealed world and disappear completely, never to be seen again. The sword and world were karma and karma. They were both a part of the mystique. As long as the sword didn't shatter, the world wouldn't break. The sword world was connected, and karma interception. The sins of the past would be judged and repaid today. Chapter 2496. But if one's sins were too great and they didn't receive retribution, then the Karma Emperor sword would be their retribution. It was a sword of judgment that could sever everything. The greater the sin, the more terrifying the damage one would receive. In truth, Long Chen had seen mystiques and battle techniques similar to the fusion of swords and realms. But those were purely battle techniques. Compared to the divine Tao heart-refining dragon's karma judgment, there was a world of difference. What surprised him the most was the existence of the Karma Emperor realm. On this devil star, the primeval troll might awaken at any time and discover me, so I can't cause too much of a commotion. But if the Karma Emperor realm can allow me to instantly bring my opponent out of this world and into the Karma Judgment Ground, then no matter what happens within the Karma Emperor realm, the outside world wouldn't be able to detect it. If I can bring Xiao Lang into the Karma Emperor realm, I shouldn't cause too much of a commotion. It was hard to imagine that under such circumstances, a mystique that was triggered through calm comprehension could actually resolve his urgent situation. Perhaps this was also karma. Karma was that if everything one did was good, something that everyone hoped for, then there would be countless helpers. It was as if even the heavens were helping one. Before this, Long Chen was at his wit's end. But now that he had awakened this mystique, there was hope that he could make a breakthrough. If he hadn't fought against Ling Huang and calmly spoken to him after defeating him, Long Chen wouldn't have ended up like this today. If not for his many years of experience that allowed him to be sufficiently calm, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the Karma Emperor sword in this most dangerous of circumstances. Countless causes and countless details had led to the current results. And now, the 4 inherited blood essences had actually given birth to extremely tyrannical mystiques in the short span of a year. Long Chen couldn't wait to test out the power of the Karma Emperor sword. But of course, he couldn't do it here. Right now, there were still many things he wasn't sure about. So at this time, he finally moved and decided to leave God-Burying Mountain. "Boss, why are you suddenly leaving again?" Kitten asked in surprise. "You'll know once we get out." Long Chen spent several hours feeling at ease as he left God-Burying Mountain. He left this place closest to the primeval troll and walked far enough before finally stopping. "Boss, can you tell me now?" Kitten was filled with curiosity. Long Chen let Wang Ming out of the Divine Kingdom. Wang Ming was stunned. He looked around and asked, "Benefactor, what are you doing?" The god-slaying sword had already appeared in Long Chen's hand. The 945 Dao patterns shone brightly. "I'll try it on you. Don't worry, I won't hurt you." Long Chen faintly smiled. He was different from before. Right now, he didn't feel so much helplessness in his heart. Instead, he was filled with confidence and fighting spirit. That was because he knew that grief and self-blame wouldn't be able to solve the problem. Only when his fighting spirit was as high as it was now, when he needed to be calm, when he needed to be crazy, only then would he be able to accomplish the most difficult task in his history. In the chaos of the Devil Star, if not for Long Chen standing up, the world would have no hope at all. Hearing Long Chen's words, Wang Ming wasn't nervous anymore. He patted his chest and said, "Benefactor, come on." Long Chen didn't stand on ceremony. He was recalling karma. Above his heart, 2 masses of qi, one gold and one black, appeared and intertwined with each other. In an instant, they spread throughout his entire body, separating Long Chen's body into 2 halves, one gold and one black. This qi that came from the depths of the inheritance was the karma qi. The karma qi condensed on the god-slaying sword and completely engulfed the cold and bloodthirsty nature of the god-slaying sword, turning it into 2 colors, gold and black. It became majestic, cold, and imposing. Anyone who saw this sword of karma would feel fear from the bottom of their heart. In front of the sword of karma, it was as if all the experiences of one's life were clearly displayed in front of it. There were no secrets. It was as if there was nothing to hide in front of it. It was as if he had lost his physical body, leaving only his weak primordial spirit to face Long Chen.
While Wang Ming was still in a daze, he realized that the world around him was no longer the same. This was a world covered in gold and black. This world was endless, but it was connected to the sword of karma in Long Chen's hand. This gave Wang Ming an illusion. It was as if the sword was this world, and this world was actually this terrifying sword. What's going on? Wang Ming felt a deep fear in his heart. He felt that everything about him was exposed in front of Long Chen. All his pain, sorrow, and everything he had done in his life were so clear. In reality, Long Chen couldn't see what Wang Ming had experienced in his life. What he could see were the countless karma threads extending from Wang Ming's body. Some were pure, some were dirty, some were illusory, and some were very thick and eye-catching. These karma threads were connected to his body. Some were related to his strength, some were related to his physical body, and some were related to his primordial spirit. Everything was so clear. Fortunately, Wang Ming wasn't a very evil person. There were very few dirty karma threads on his body. Most of them were a mix of blood and black. Everything he had done in this period of time was primeval troll's sin. It had little to do with him. For a moment, billions of information appeared in Long Chen's mind. It was so clear. Wang Ming was a little frightened. He subconsciously retreated. In his eyes, the current Long Chen was too terrifying. Especially the sword in his hand. It was impossible to resist and could easily kill him. Of course, he couldn't escape from Long Chen. Whoosh! This Karma King realm was Long Chen's world. His Karma King sword swept past a portion of the karma threads on Wang Ming's body. Instantly, Wang Ming screamed miserably as his body was drenched in cold sweat. But in reality, he wasn't seriously injured. Instead, his vision became clearer. As expected, I cut off the mistake he made because of primeval troll. The Karma Emperor sword didn't cause him much harm. This means that this kind of registration didn't work on him. Long Chen had a rough idea. Of course, he was confident. Although there were some movements inside when he used the Karma Emperor sword, and Wang Ming's reaction was relatively large, he had brought his opponent into this world at the very beginning. So it was very difficult for people outside to notice anything that happened inside. Outside, there were only traces of the power of karma left at the place where they disappeared. With such a profound power, it would be difficult for ordinary people to discover it even if they approached. In an emergency, the Karma Emperor sword was a good way to hide. Hiding in the Karma King realm was even harder to discover than the time-roaming dragon. In the end, Long Chen threw Wang Ming into the God Nation. Boss, this is the power of karma. It's so mysterious. Kitten saw all of this. Yes, the cycle of karma. Its power increases with retribution. It is indeed a rare sword. If it is used with the body of a divine dragon, it will be even more stable. Its attack power is no less than the Death Dragon Gate or the 14 Lives formation. What's even rarer is that it can actually fuse with the Sword World and give birth to the Karma King realm. Maybe it will be helpful for this operation. Kitten's eyes widened. Damn, this is too heaven-defying. You meditated for a month and got such a result. If I sleep for a month, I will only gain a lot of fat. Long Chen looked in the direction of the Burying God Mountain. He said, at present, the chances of success are very high if we act in the Karma King realm. I have to find someone who can get close to the core and have him take me in with his divine kingdom. At the very least, I need a minor demon lord. Wang Ming. Is there anyone like that outside the Burying God Mountain? Wang Ming was still immersed in the fear just now. After hearing what Long Chen said, he trembled in fear. Then he said in a trembling voice, Benefactor, I know this. There are some little demon lords stationed in other places and haven't entered the Burying God Mountain. There seems to be one near here. Take me to him. Long Chen said directly. Okay. Wang Ming hurriedly pointed in a direction for Long Chen. He said, let's go this way first. Well, Benefactor, are you going to use the method just now to deal with a little demon lord and finally let him escape the control of the primeval troll like me? Long Chen nodded. The power you used just now seemed to make me repent for my entire life. It made me extremely afraid. It's really too scary. Mortals don't have such power. This is simply the power of a god. Long Chen smiled and didn't tell him the truth. In reality, this was the power of a god. No god could control karma. Under Wang Ming's lead, Long Chen quickly arrived at his destination. With his ability, he easily found the position of this little demon lord. In terms of strength and knowledge,
This person should be much stronger than Wang Ming. This time, he would definitely cause a stir. This was also an opportunity for Long Chen to once again test the Karma King realm. He had to make all the preparations and determine how well the Karma King realm would conceal its actions. This little demon lord was called Zhang Zilong. He was a black-haired, middle-aged martial artist. He was very burly and wore a full set of military armor. His whole body was surging with demonic qi. He was a very famous figure in the human race tens of thousands of years ago. Later, he became a demon and came to the Devil Star. His lifespan was almost 100,000 years. When he dominated the Dragon God domain, the current Dragon Emperor was far from being born. From another perspective, the demons on the Devil Star were actually at the level of ancestors in the Eternal God domain. Such a figure should have disappeared, but he still existed in this form on the Devil Star. This little demon lord stood on the peak, facing the fierce wind. A pair of bright red eyes looked at the sky, incomparably hot, and vaguely let out a low roar. And at this time, Long Chen was already standing behind him. The god-slaying sword had appeared in his hand at some point. The power of karma was circulating. At this time, Zhang Zilong suddenly turned his head, his bloodshot eyes looking at Long Chen, incomparably surprised. Chapter 2497. Because there was no heavenly tribulation, the strength of demons was not easy to estimate. The fluctuations were also relatively large, and could not be measured by a certain standard. However, on the Devil Star, there were rules for the survival of demons. Generally, when one's strength reached a certain level, they could be conferred the title of Little Demon Master. The strength of a Little Demon Master was roughly the same as a warrior who had just passed the 9 palace tribulations. It was similar to Lu Ji in the Sea God region. As for Long Chen, he had already surpassed the Spirit Emperor realm. Especially after comprehending the Karma Emperor sword, his battle prowess had once again skyrocketed. With his comprehension of the heavenly Taos of slaughter and time, as well as the ancestral dragon's divine ability, it wouldn't be easy for the little demon lord Zhang Zilong to discover him. Long Chen had purposely let the cat out of the bag and allowed him to react. Just as Zhang Zilong turned around, Long Chen activated the Karma Emperor sword, bestowing it on the god-slaying sword, and completely changing the nature of the god-slaying sword. Because he saw Zhang Zilong's ferocious gaze, it was obvious that he did not like people who hid themselves and approached him. Moreover, there was no demonic aura on Long Chen's body, so it was easy to recognize him. So he attacked. But soon, he discovered that when the opponent's sword, which was surrounded by gold and black, waved, the sword produced a huge world, completely enveloping him. It was a primitive world formed by gold and black, very similar to the Xianhuang chaotic world described in the legends. Gold and black gas rolled in it, forming an endless barrier. It was boundless, and he felt as if he could not get out at all. And in front of him, the young man held a terrifying divine sword in his hand. His entire person was like a god that had descended. In fact, in his eyes, he was even more terrifying than gods. In front of the Karma Emperor sword, his performance was not much different from Wang Ming. Through Long Chen's judgment of karma, he could see the endless threads of karma on this young man's body. Facing this judge who had suddenly appeared, Zhang Zilong hid the panic in his heart. He could not imagine that he would be so afraid in front of this young man. It was as if he had no secrets to speak of, and all his thoughts were clearly seen through by the other party's eyes. And that sword was more like his nemesis. It could cut off the deepest part of his memory, which was a huge damage to both his mind and body. "Who are you? You are not a member of my Devil Star," Zhang Zilong said coldly. He was hysterical and used a very loud voice to let others hear his words. However, his voice was quickly swallowed by this black and yellow world and disappeared without a trace. It seemed like it couldn't be transmitted out. All those who were controlled by Primeval Troll were not real puppets. They had no thoughts or emotions, and their intelligence was not much different from before. It was just that Primeval Troll had infinitely magnified their evil emotions, covering their original normal thinking. At the same time, they had been instilled with the concept of absolute loyalty to Primeval Troll. This was a huge influence and suggestion, not control. Therefore, he could identify Long Chen. Long Chen stepped forward with his sword in hand, coldly saying, "Zhang Zilong, you have committed many evil deeds, Naturally I am sent by the heavens to judge you. No, I'm not wrong. The devil path pursues freedom, not to be killed by heavenly tribulations. Since you are sent by the heavens, you should be killed by my devil path.
All of us devils cultivate precisely to defy the heavens.
Zhang Zilong attacked Long Chen like a madman. Karma King Sword. There was only a single sword. After that sword, the sword world would fuse into one, forming a destructive strike. But against this little devil lord, Long Chen didn't need to use that sword. He just casually used the Karma King sword and he would be able to subdue his opponent. But before that, he still wanted to test how well the Karma King world could be concealed. He wanted to see if there was any commotion outside when they fought inside. Therefore, from the start, he was constantly dodging his opponent's attacks.
If you have the guts, don't run.
Zhang Zilong's hands transformed into giant devil claws. Layers upon layers of devil shadows appeared. His long robes fluttered, and devil chi surged. He struck out with complex and tight claw techniques, each of which was fatal. Devils were more proficient in close combat, and they had almost undying bodies. Therefore, they basically didn't have the concept of death or defense. They could only attack unceasingly.
Devil ice.
Under Zhang Zilong's control, countless pitch-black ice spikes appeared in the surroundings, sealing the entire Karma King world in ice. At the same time, it also trapped Long Chen's path. This devil ice contained a surging power, and when Long Chen discovered it, the devil ice actually exploded. For a moment, a huge sound wave shook the entire Karma King world. In that instant, Long Chen felt as though he was suffocating. It wasn't because the attack was too ferocious, as he was still able to withstand it. He was just worried that such a huge commotion would alert the primeval troll. When the explosion of the devil ice ended, he discovered that he had been worrying too much. The Karma King world was very stable. If there wasn't a type of energy that could destroy the value of the Karma King world, it would be very difficult for the outside world to discover the commotion here, even if the battle here was too intense. Since he was confident, Long Chen wouldn't be polite anymore.
Who the hell are you?
Zhang Zilong roared angrily. Among the densely packed karma threads on his body, a large portion of them came from the karma of the primordial giant devils. They weren't the evils he had created. As Zhang Zilong roared, Long Chen's speed instantly increased by 10 times. With a speed that Zhang Zilong couldn't resist at all, the Karma King sword slashed down, piercing through Zhang Zilong's chest. Using the ancestral dragon's most tyrannical and concentrated will of the Karma King sword, it directly destroyed the will of the primeval troll in Zhang Zilong's consciousness, causing the little devil lord to undergo the same transformation as Wang Ming. When Long Chen pulled out the Karma King sword, the eyes of the little devil lord had already changed. From a ferocious look, they became extremely pained and distorted. Naturally, although Long Chen didn't have the slightest intention of killing him, the Karma King sword wasn't that easy to withstand. Because he hadn't used the most violent judgment power of the Karma King sword, the Karma King world was still in a perfect state. As Zhang Zilong gradually regained consciousness, Long Chen said to him, "Think about it a little longer. You should understand it first." He let Wang Ming come out to talk to the little devil lord, while he closed his eyes and rested, immersing himself in the mysterious world of karma. During this period of time, Wang Ming and Zhang Zilong had been constantly talking, which could be considered as dispelling his doubts. Wang Ming's experience was similar to Zhang Zilong's. He had basically explained the details of Long Chen's mission to Zhang Zilong. Half an hour later, Zhang Zilong came to the side of Long Chen. His expression was solemn as he said, "To be honest, I'm very grateful to you for allowing me to regain my consciousness and find myself. I've also understood your matter. Just like Wang Ming said, the difficulty is indeed beyond imagination. However, I, Zhang Zilong, am a person who knows how to repay kindness. Since you've given me a new life, I'll help you. Whatever plan you have, I'll do my best to help. I absolutely won't decline." It could be seen that this was a serious person. Perhaps he was like this outside the Devil Star in the past. His expression was very solemn, but his eyes were sincere. Long Chen went straight to the point and said, "With your identity as the Little Devil Lord, with your divine nation, you should be able to bring me closer to the core of the Burying God Mountain. As long as I can get close to the devouring devil without being noticed, I have a higher chance of accomplishing this matter. Just like how I woke you up, I'll wake him up and imprison him like how I imprisoned you." Zhang Zilong knew that Long Chen was talking about the Karma King sword. He had experienced it himself, so he naturally knew how terrifying this divine ability was. He also had a certain amount of confidence in Long Chen's words, but he still had a lot of doubts in his heart. He shook his head and said, "I naturally believe you, but this operation is too difficult.
You've overestimated my identity as the Little Devil Lord.
If I get close to the Devouring Devil for no reason, the Great Devil Lord, Moon Devil, and Zero Devil will definitely drive me out. They're very strict with the Devouring Devil.
I've been in the Burying God Mountain for a period of time, but I've never been close to the Great Devil Lord's area, let alone seeing the Devouring Devil."
Long Chen didn't understand why the Burying God Mountain was so strict with Mo Xiaolang. It seemed like this plan wouldn't work for the time being. At this time, Zhang Zilong said, "If it's me, it definitely won't work. But I want to ask you, in the depths of the Burying God Mountain, do you have the confidence to use the same method to deal with a Great Devil Lord and wake him up?"
"As long as he can, then with the identity of the Great Devil Lord, it'll be much easier for you to get close to the Devouring Devil."
Although this method was risky, it was indeed a good method. Long Chen originally wanted to take a risk to deal with Mo Xiaolang, but now it seemed like he had to take a risk twice. The first risk was changed to the Great Devil Lord, and the location was also extremely close to the primeval troll. I have a certain degree of confidence. It can also be considered a gamble, divided into 2 rounds. If there are no accidents, of course, the prerequisite is that you need to try your best to find a reason to trick that Great Devil Lord into leaving his core position. It'll be good enough if he can come out a little. Zhang Zilong nodded. This should also be possible. I know a Great Devil Lord who is also of the human race, but he was a character from the Dragon God domain a very long time ago. Close to 200,000 years ago, he was an all-powerful character in the Dragon God domain. Before he turned into a demon, he was already a powerhouse. Later on, he had no hope of advancing, so he entered the demonic path. Because we come from the same place, he takes good care of me, and I can get close to him. But the problem is, when this Great Devil Lord was in the Dragon God domain, he himself was a murderous demon king. I'm afraid that even if you successfully wake him up, he might not be willing to take the risk for you." Long Chen said, "That's something I should worry about. Don't worry, we'll set off right now, and plan as we go." "Alright, what's this Great Devil Lord's name?"
"Lin Mo."
Chapter 2498.
After some preparation, the first great adventure began.
Long Chen was now in Zhang Zilong's God Kingdom.
Just like his personality and the environment of the Devil Planet, it was a black, barren land.
Barren and desolate. Zhang Zilong brought Long Chen back to the Burial God Mountain and began to go deeper. At this time, everyone held their breath. Of course, the most dangerous one was Long Chen. This time, he really wanted to take action under the nose of the primeval troll, and he wanted to take down a great demon master without anyone knowing. If it had been somewhere else, this adventure would have been nothing. But this was near the primeval troll's seal. If he was not careful, he might be surrounded by all the demons, and he might even wake up the primeval troll, which would cost him his life. One failure, and he would regret it forever. But this time, he was very confident, so Long Chen had a lot of courage to face it. If I can see him, I'll think of a way to trick him out. He takes care of me, so it shouldn't be difficult. But when you do it, you still need to be fast and violent.
Got it. Long Chen closed his eyes and rested, the god-slaying sword in his hand.
I'll trick him into saying that I found a strange thing in my territory. I'll say that it's a sword, but I can't move it. He should believe me. After all, in the world of devils, everyone is influenced by the primordial Great Devil. There's no need to lie to each other. Zhang Zilong said in a low voice. He was much more stable than Wang Ming, and Long Chen trusted him a lot. With Zhang Zilong around, they would soon reach their destination after entering the Burial God Mountain. No matter what, this was a risk. If he failed even a little, the price he had to pay would be unimaginable. Long Chen had already thought it through. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to try. Otherwise, after these 4 months, he would never have the chance to try again. When he thought of all the people in the immortal god realm who were still waiting for him to succeed, Long Chen was filled with confidence and faith. The hopes and wills of countless people were all focused on him. There were many demonic figures on God-burying mountain, and cold winds blew. There were groups of demons that passed by Zhang Zilong's side. They were quite free, but when facing a little demon lord like Zhang Zilong, they were still very respectful and didn't dare to approach. The deeper they went, the denser the demonic fog became. Because the primeval troll was inside, anyone who entered this place would be terrified. If they listened carefully, they could even hear the gigantic beast's terrifying breathing and the beating of its heart. Every beat was like a deafening explosion. Half of Ta's body had been torn apart. Unlike before, God-burying mountain was now 10 times more terrifying than before. Zhang Zilong was a bit nervous. He wasn't under the control of the primeval troll, so he couldn't resist the terrifying fear of the primeval troll. The deeper he went, the more impatient he became. "Calm down," Long Chen reminded him. Zhang Zilong's back was cold, and he was covered in cold sweat. He raised his head and looked at the dense demonic qi. He took a deep breath and said, "Okay." He adjusted himself and continued deeper. They soon reached their destination. But to Zhang Zilong, without the influence of the primeval troll, getting so close to the primeval troll alone was indeed a terrifying thing.
"Can you finish it?"
Long Chen couldn't help but ask.
"Yes."
Zhang Zilong calmed himself down and said, "There are many little demon lords around. I know where Lin Mo is. He's not far ahead. I'll go now." The place they had reached now was much deeper than the last time Long Chen had come here alone. Now they had to continue going deeper to find Great Demon Master Lin Mo. Fortunately, the surroundings were very spacious. Basically, the Great and Great Demon Masters were all cultivating under normal circumstances. Therefore, along the way, they did not encounter other Great Demon Masters. The little demon lords met a few. They glanced at each other and scattered, not looking for trouble with Zhang Zilong. "We've entered the Great Demon Lord's territory," Zhang Zilong reminded. Not long after, a black shadow appeared in the black fog ahead. His face couldn't be seen clearly. Only a pair of blood-red eyes were very clear in the dark. The black shadow said with a sharp voice, "Little Demon Lord, what are you doing here?" Zhang Zilong hurriedly said, replying to Great Demon Lord, "I have something to discuss with Great Demon Lord Lin Mo. I'm a little demon lord under his command." Although he answered very calmly, it could be seen that Zhang Zilong was still under unimaginable pressure. This time, they didn't expect that when he was no longer under the influence of the primeval troll, it would be very difficult for Zhang Zilong to withstand the pressure of the Great Demon Lord. That was an existence comparable to a real god. "Lin Mo, go." That black shadow was a Great Demon Lord, and he just happened to pass by. Fortunately, he didn't make things difficult for Zhang Zilong. He probably had a good relationship with Lin Mo. "Thank you, Great Demon Lord." Zhang Zilong breathed a sigh of relief, and his mood became a lot more relaxed. At this time, the black shadow had already disappeared. Zhang Zilong continued to go deeper, and finally found Lin Mo in a quiet and dark valley. Long Chen was prepared. Opening his eyes, it was a white-haired old man. The most eye-catching part of his body was naturally his blood-red eyes, which were extremely sharp. He had an eagle nose, thin lips, and a high nose bridge. He emitted an extremely domineering, ferocious, and bloody smell. He wore a very ancient black robe, and his body was skinny, as though he possessed an extremely terrifying power. His entire person was like an eagle. Although he was old, his killing power was extremely strong. "Zilong, what's the matter?" Lin Mo's blood-red eyes turned, and he stared at this tall and big subordinate. Zhang Zilong hurriedly knelt in front of Lin Mo, and said, "Senior, I found a mysterious sword in my territory, but I'm actually unable to take it away. Senior has taken care of me the most, so I came here to tell Senior." Lin Mo's blood-red eyes were like a surging sea of blood, and lines of blood extended out from his eyes, twisting like snakes on his face, making him look even more ferocious. After hearing this news, his mood was very calm. Seems like this old fellow isn't easy to deal with. Long Chen was constantly preparing the Karma Emperor sword. If he could, he definitely wouldn't choose to act here, because this place was too close to the primeval troll's territory. From here, over a few mountains, that was the abyss of the primeval troll, and Mo Shaolang was also there. If there was any movement here, the entire core of Burying God Mountain would be able to hear and sense it. At that time, it was very likely that the primeval troll would be alerted. But from the current situation, it seemed that Zhang Zilong might fail. This was Long Chen's intuition. Although he still believed in him until now,
Some things were already beyond his power, such as resisting the pressure of the primeval troll. Since it was an adventure, there would definitely be danger. It seemed like it was still early, but Long Chen had already made full preparations. At this moment, Lin Mo nodded, and his eyes were still bloodshot. He said, "Okay, I'll go with you, lead the way." Zhang Zilong thought that he had finally completed his mission. He excitedly stood up and said, "Senior, please follow me." Then, he turned and walked in front. He noticed that Lin Mo also followed and didn't seem to suspect him at all. All the nervousness and fear in his heart finally dissipated a bit. Long Chen's heart was the most tense at this moment. At this moment, Lin Mo's eyes surged with blood. He suddenly increased his speed and appeared behind Zhang Zilong in an instant. He stretched out his hands and with a ripping sound, Zhang Zilong's arms were broken. "Zilong, you smell a bit strange today." Lin Mo licked his lips and said coldly. Zhang Zilong was covered in cold sweat. Despite the pain, he didn't make a sound. At this moment, he knew that today's plan had failed. Lin Mo was much more sensitive than he had imagined. What did failure mean? Zhang Zilong didn't have the time to think too much, nor did he have the time to grieve. At this time, Long Chen rushed out of his divine kingdom. He was decisive and grasped the opportunity without hesitation. The Karma Emperor sword swept through heaven and earth. With a wave of the sword, Zhang Zilong and Lin Mo were both brought into the Karma Emperor world. This time, because Lin Mo had placed all his attention on Zhang Zilong, Long Chen seized the opportunity and pulled Lin Mo into the Karma Emperor world. At this most dangerous moment, he had grasped it well. If he had been a bit faster or a bit later, he might not have been able to pull Lin Mo in so smoothly. To make a move so close to primeval troll, even with the Karma Emperor sword, required courage. And he was facing a great demon lord. Not a little demon lord. A great demon lord was also a pinnacle expert. This level of existence was the pinnacle of the world. None of them were easy to deal with. The Karma Emperor sword swept out, gold and black karma aura pervaded the air, trapping Lin Mo in this boundless world. Zhang Zilong was a little startled. He didn't expect Long Chen to dare to make a move here. At the critical moment, he reacted and tore off both his arms, breaking free from Lin Mo's grasp and escaping to the side.
"Who are you?"
Lin Mo's blood-red eyes instantly revealed boundless killing intent. In this Karma Emperor world, everyone felt the same. Lin Mo was a vicious and evil person. In this world of judgment, he felt the most uncomfortable. It was as though there were ants crawling all over his body. His strength was rapidly weakening. The sword in Long Chen's hand was like his nemesis, causing his strength to tremble under the power of karma. This was the core of God-burying mountain. Chapter 2499. To be honest, although the Karma King sword had destroyed the primeval troll and affected Lin Mo's will, causing it to disappear instantly, Long Chen was still so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't even know if his attack had affected anyone else, or if it was the primeval troll. As long as someone was slightly alarmed, he would be done for. Open the God Kingdom. In his most anxious moment, he still made the most correct decision. At this time, the Karma King realm had already disappeared, and he was also exposed outside. Taking advantage of the fact that Lin Mo was still very confused when he was awake, Long Chen directly pulled him into Zhang Zilong's God Kingdom without a word. Whoosh! Only Zhang Zilong was left. Calm down and get out, Long Chen instructed, and then focused all his attention on dealing with Lin Mo. Even now, he was still in a state of shock, because he did not know if this thrilling adventure would alarm even a great demon master. It was really too dangerous just now, and there was even a little sound and fluctuation. Now, he could only pray that no one would pay attention to it. On one hand, Zhang Zilong's heart was beating very fast, and he brought Long Chen and Lin Mo away. On the other hand, Long Chen also couldn't be sure if it was safe, but he had to suppress Lin Mo even more. As expected, Lin Mo lived up to the name of the Dragon God Domain's homicidal demon king for more than 100,000 years ago. Even though he was awake, his eyes were still blood-red, and he was just as ruthless as before. At this moment, although he recalled many things in his mind, the moment he saw Long Chen, he still directly attacked, and his attacks were ruthless. Long Chen narrowed his eyes,
and his hands drew out the Death Realm Dragon Gate. That bloody dragon claw instantly reached out, and instantly grabbed Lin Mo in Zhang Zilong's God Kingdom. Using the Death Realm Dragon Claw to seal Lin Mo was immediately unable to move other than his mouth. Using the Death Realm Dragon Claw to deal with this Dragon Emperor level expert was more than enough. Although Lin Mo was still filled with killing intent, what surprised him even more was that such a young man actually had such strength. It was too terrifying. Although he was shocked, he was even more shocked by the memories after he woke up. He soon understood what was going on. He was unable to break through Long Chen's control, so he gave up for a moment. He sneered and said, "You dare to act so recklessly next to this primeval troll? You really have guts. However, you're quite capable. It seems that you've succeeded." At this time, Zhang Zilong had already walked out of the Great Demon Lord's area and returned to the Little Demon Lord's area. After arriving here, he quickened his pace, and his mood finally relaxed a little. Such an adventure hadn't alerted anyone. It could only be said that they were too lucky this time. There was no one beside Lin Mo at the time. After this adventure, even after coming out, Zhang Zilong's whole body was tired. He almost couldn't even walk steadily. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, but the pressure that the primeval troll gave him was too great. Although it was difficult for demons to die, when they encountered a primeval troll, a small trick could completely annihilate them, and it could also make them suffer for the rest of their lives. Long Chen's eyes were sincere. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't resist, he let go of the Death Realm Dragon Claw. After all, this was a person from more than 100,000 years ago. He needed the other party's help, so he sincerely said, "Senior, I had no choice but to help. If I have offended you, please forgive me." Lin Mo waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Your strength is very heaven-defying. With such strength at your age, could it be that you've reached the level of Dragon City's titled Dragon Emperor? Thousands of years ago, there was an eternal Dragon Emperor. I've seen him, and he looked similar to you. Although his strength wasn't as good as Long Chen, he was still very arrogant. His expression was cold, and it seemed that it wasn't easy to ask for his help. Before coming to the Devil Star, I defeated 15 Dragon Emperors together. Now, I'm the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter." Hearing this, Zhang Zilong and Wang Ming were very shocked. They knew that Long Chen was strong, but they didn't expect him to have the title of Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. This was a title that could only be obtained by someone with outstanding morals, responsibility, reputation, and strength. Lin Mo also didn't expect that at this age, he would really become the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter. He smiled and said, "Then in the outside world, you are also a terrifying legend. This old man admires you, but this is the Devil Star. You came here to cause trouble. Do you really think that the Devil Star is the outside world? Now that the Devil Star seal is about to break, you sneaked into the Devil Star and awakened this old man. You probably want to use this old man to take you to the depths of the God-burying mountain, and use the same method to deal with the demon of devouring." This Lin Mo was indeed difficult to deal with. Long Chen didn't say anything, but he had already guessed it. "Senior, do you think it's feasible?" Long Chen understood that this kind of stubborn old man was the most difficult to deal with. People like Lin Mo couldn't be crushed by strength and agreed to do things for him, because he was different from Wang Ming and Zhang Zilong. He wasn't a kind person. Because of the problems he encountered, his heart was very pessimistic, evil, and cruel. He had no conscience. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. "Now that you mention it, it's really strange. Don't you think it's funny that you chose me? This can only mean that Zhang Zilong is too stupid. Who am I? Although I'm a useless old man, do you know how much I hate the Eternal God Realm, how much I hate the Dragon God Realm, how much I hate the human race? You don't even know these things. My everything, my family, my disciples, all my friends were destroyed because of me. I originally didn't want to kill people, but I was forced to this state. You want to save a world that I can't wait for everyone to die. Tell me, why should I, Lin Mo, help you?" At this point, he laughed heartily and looked at Long Chen with a disdainful gaze. Long Chen had roughly guessed that this would be the case. He chose to make a new choice, and that was to take another risk. This time, he chose a great demon master like Zhang Zilong and Wang Ming. At least he wouldn't be so extreme and have some conscience. But he wasn't willing to give up. This time, he had taken such a risk and finally succeeded. The other reason he wasn't willing to give up was because he and Lin Mo had different views.
In his eyes, Lin Mo was at most an old man who had experienced pain and hated the entire world. No matter what, it was a world that had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. It was his home. He wanted this old man to let go of this unwise hatred and give him a chance. Lin Mo clasped his hands behind his back. Don't worry. Although I won't help you, I won't make things difficult for you either. But if you want to find a great demon master to get close to the devouring demon, I'll have to trouble you to find another one. With your shocking ability, it's not impossible. Hearing this, everyone was very anxious. They had taken such a huge risk to bring him out, but they didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Zheng Zilong couldn't stand it anymore. He said, Senior, although there are bad memories in the eternal celestial realm, so many years have passed. No matter what kind of karma it was, it should be gone. At the very least, the eternal celestial realm has been flourishing for countless generations. Your enemies are long dead, but the living beings here are all innocent lives. This world is our only home. Although the chances of success are very low at this point, since we've already escaped the control of the primeval troll, we should work hard for this last hope. After all, the lives of too many people are at stake right now. No matter what, I can't bear to see the eternal celestial realm become a hell like the demon star. Lin Mo didn't move, his expression still very stubborn. He suddenly laughed and said, All right, I'll tell you the truth. Let me tell you, there's no way this thing will succeed. Even if you slaughter the Dragon Emperor, it'll be useless. If you don't have the ability to defeat dozens of primeval troll head-on, then this dragon sacrificial world will definitely be finished. There's no other possibility. It's not that I don't want to help, but I don't want to do something futile. That's too boring. So in the future, you'll be willing to let the primeval troll control you again, lose your own consciousness, and live an endless life in a daze. I'm different from you. I don't want to indulge myself even for a moment. I want to live like a puppet for the rest of my life. You're not smart. You've just lost the will and strength to resist. Perhaps you're already a cripple. Long Chen picked up where he left off and calmly finished his words. Lin Mo looked at him coldly, an ominous glint flashing in his eyes. Long Chen continued, Life can be long or short. A short period of time might not lose to a long life. Just like you, Lin Mo, you've accomplished nothing in your life. At this moment, your whole body is filled with regrets, and you no longer have the chance to be reborn. You can only live this endless life in a daze, and you still don't have your own independent consciousness. If I couldn't wake you up, and you continue to live like a puppet like this, perhaps this would be a good thing for you. But it's not the case now. You've woken up. I believe that you're definitely in the most pain right now. You can't hide it from me. When Long Chen used the Karma Emperor sword, he could see that he was involved in too much karma. There were countless regrets in his heart that he didn't complete. Now that he had woken up and thought of these regrets again, his pain was something that Long Chen couldn't even imagine. After being exposed, Lin Mo's expression was somewhat ferocious. His current mood was indeed very hysterical. Perhaps he also hated Long Chen for making him return to this painful world. If I were to sink into oblivion like this forever, to be equivalent to being dead forever, I wouldn't have the unwillingness and pain I feel today. Lin Mo said while gasping for breath. Long Chen said, There's no difference between humans and demons, it's just that they have different cultivation methods. As long as we deal with the primordial great demon, I can let the Devil Star return to the world that belongs to you, and you can begin to be reborn and welcome new life. I know that all of this isn't easy, but I think that it's much better than being the puppets of the primordial great demon. Lin Mo looked at him strangely and said, As the slaughtering Dragon Emperor, don't you know that demons must be eradicated? Chapter 2500. Lin Mo naturally knew of Long Chen's status in the Eternal God Realm. For a long time, the Eternal God Realm had never had a true god. With Long Chen's current level, it could be said that he had already reached the peak of the Eternal God Realm. Long Chen was now the most powerful person in the Eternal God Realm. At the very least, he could rule over the entire human race. The other four races would definitely listen to Long Chen. If he knew that Long Chen had obtained the Spirit Elder's inheritance for his wife, he would probably admire Long Chen even more.
A person like this had created a harmonious future for Lin Mo. Humans and demons could coexist, and they would no longer be affected by the primeval troll. This was a scene that Long Qinglan had once imagined. That was why he had brought those demons who had not been affected by the giant demons will back to the dragon god realm. Now, Long Chen had unknowingly walked the same path. Long Chen was getting closer and closer to his father's footsteps. He knew that the closer he was to the eternal dragon emperor, the closer he was to the true culprit who had killed his father. Long Qinglan was much stronger than the current Long Chen. As Long Chen continued down this path, he believed that he would definitely encounter the same thing as Long Qinglan. But that was all in the future. Now, there was almost no way to deal with the primeval troll. Humans and demons coexist. Lin Mo smiled helplessly. Then we must get rid of the primeval troll, but that is impossible. We must at least kill the primeval troll so that he can no longer control us. These are all impossible things. But as you said, I am indeed very unwilling, so I am willing to try this with you. Young man, you must understand that I am doing all this so that you can finally give up. No matter how strong a mortal is, they will never be a match for gods and demons. Demons are the primeval troll, not us. We are at most demons. The primeval troll is the true demon. No matter what he said, as long as he was willing to help, Long Chen would have accomplished his goal. In fact, he could tell that Lin Mo wasn't a bad person. Most people who came to Devil Star were forced to do so. At least he still had some feelings for this world and wanted to gamble for his future. Thank you, Senior. I will never forget your help today. Long Chen said respectfully. As an ultimate expert, there's no need for you to be so respectful to me. You're doing it for your duty, and I'm doing it for my unwillingness. We're just working together. If you succeed, don't forget what you said today. Lin Mo said lightly. At this moment, everyone had already left Burying God Mountain. Mo Xiaolang seemed to have rushed back to Devil Star Seal and started to absorb the flame power within. Lin Mo said, if you want me to get close to Devil Devourer, then I have to get past Moon Demon and Zero Demon. These two demons have existed for nearly 1,000,000 years, and their strength isn't far from yours. It's easier said than done to get past their protection and find Devil Devourer. They were ordered to protect Devil Devourer, and Primeval Troll's orders. They are naturally very vigilant and can't allow any losses. This was also the problem that Long Chen was having a headache over. He could find Great Demon Lord from Little Demon Lord, but he couldn't wake Zero Demon and Moon Demon up. These two were very strong, and Long Chen naturally couldn't wake them up with Karma Emperor Sword. It was too difficult.
If it was one person it would be fine, but there were two of them, and it was impossible to succeed.
If one of them woke up Primeval Troll, then the mission would completely fail. Don't worry, let's gather together and think of a way. There will always be a good idea. After some discussion, Kitten suddenly said, you guys have become devils, yet you still want to get close to women? Isn't the black puppy being controlled by the immemorial Great Devil? He is no longer as pure as he used to be. Who knows where that little girl Xuyen is? He has been eating fire every day for such a long time, so he must be full of fire. I think, old man, why don't you go and catch a beautiful evil woman and give her to the black puppy? Our boss will hide in her divine kingdom. Even if Zero and Moon Devil don't let you in, that evil woman can still go in. While they are having sex, boss can suddenly appear and wake him up with one sword strike. Wouldn't that be a success?
Although Kitten's method was not very serious, when he thought about it carefully, it was actually more possible than the other methods he had discussed before.
Lin Mo stroked his beard and said, that's a good idea. Devouring Demon has a high status, and all the great demon masters want to please him, but there aren't many gifts on the Demon Star. Devouring Demon is still young, and he's lonely and cold. Giving him a beautiful girl so he won't be lonely is a good idea. If it doesn't work, Moon Demon and Zero Demon won't suspect me. Long Chen pondered for a moment. It was indeed possible. If Mo Xiaolang was sober, he would definitely not want someone to accompany him because he was lonely. Soyan's matter was now a mystery, and he would definitely not be interested in other women.
However, he was not sober, and his will was seriously affected by Primeval Troll, so he could not look at him the same way he used to.
After some discussion, everyone decided to use this method. If this woman can come to Devouring Demon's side and make him interested, in the end, it will be up to you to kill Dragon Emperor himself. I forgot to tell you, Devouring Demon's strength is now unfathomable. He can even fight against Zero Demon and Moon Demon. It won't be easy for you to wake him up without making any noise. This point, Long Chen could only try his best. He believed that after seeing him, Mo Xiaolong's increasingly strong will would definitely tremble a little. Many years of friendship would definitely awaken some of his original will, and that would be Long Chen's chance. After making the decision, they began to search for the most beautiful woman on the Demon Star. This task was given to Zhang Zilong. He wandered around the Demon Star and really found a few beautiful and lovely women. They were all heavenly beauties. In the end, he chose a petite and cute woman who was as sweet as a honey peach because her appearance was the closest to Xueqi. She had also been controlled by the great devils, but Long Chen had awakened her and explained the mission clearly to her. This woman called Tao Li was also very kind. In fact, she was born on the Devil Star, so she wasn't very old. She had only recently been controlled by the primordial great devils. She hadn't been controlled for a long time, but her greatest wish was to see the outside world. To a girl, the Demon Star was really too bad. Big brother Long Chen, will I die this time? Tao Li was a little nervous. I won't, Long Chen said firmly. He hid in Tao Li's god country. In fact, if one became a demon before the 8th level of the god martial arts realm, there would not be a god country. But in fact, most martial artists did so after that. Although Tao Li grew up on the Demon Star and was controlled by Primeval Troll, and her parents were demons, she was not. There were also 18 levels of Heaven Calamity on the Demon Star, and Tao Li was now in the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Tao Li's divine kingdom was very easy to see through. When Long Chen hid inside, he had to use Time Roaming Dragon to hide himself. He was already prepared to turn himself into a dead person. Even if Moon Demon and Zero Demon's gazes could see through her divine kingdom, it would be very difficult for them to discover Long Chen. Okay, let's go. The others went to Lin Mo's side. Finally, Lin Mo took Tao Li and let her enter his god country. Lin Mo went to the Burying God Mountain alone. This time, although the plan was detailed, it was still more dangerous than the last time. Zhang Zilong, Wang Ming, and Kitten, although they didn't need to do anything, they were also nervous and their hearts beat faster. This kind of life and death adventure, if repeated a few times, could drive a person crazy. Luckily, Lin Mo's heart was much more stable than Zhang Zilong's. As he moved forward, his mood didn't change at all. Because he had the identity of the great demon lord, he was a peak character on the Devil Star. Everywhere he went, demons would worship him. In the blink of an eye, they returned to the place where Lin Mo was before. Moon Demon, Zero Demon, and Mo Xiaolang were in the abyss. The deepest part of the abyss was the place where Primeval Troll was sealed. It was the core of the Burying God Mountain. Here, even Lin Mo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Tao Li had never seen such an adventure. She was also very nervous, but it wasn't strange for her to be nervous. If it was any other girl who came here, they would be very nervous. I'm ready, Lin Mo said as he headed towards the depths of the cave. Although they were separated by two god countries, the closer they got to the core of Primeval Troll, the more Long Chen felt threatened. Primeval Troll undoubtedly hated him the most. He was still asleep now. Once he woke up, he would be discovered by this godlike existence no matter how well he hid. Thrilling. Exciting. It was as if Primeval Troll's breathing was right next to his ears. Long Chen didn't dare to breathe in case he startled the other. Soon, Lin Mo reached the top of the abyss. He went down a little bit and was locked by the thick demonic mist. He couldn't move at all. This was the power of Zero Demon. Lin Mo and everyone knew that they were locked by Moon Demon and Zero Demon. They couldn't go any further. Sure enough, the next moment, the two demons appeared in front of Lin Mo. This was the first time Long Chen had been so close to these two fellows. They were monsters from nearly 1,000,000 years ago, and their bodies always gave off an ancient and profound feeling. They were so out of place with everyone else now, but it was undeniable that these two fellows were quite tyrannical. If it was said that they were not inferior to spirit emperors, Long Chen would completely believe it. After all, they had cultivated on this Devil Star for close to 1,000,000 years. People of the same generation had long died, but they still existed. This could only be said that demons were a miracle. Lin Mo, you trespassed into the abyss. Do you want to die? Chapter 25:01. Moon Demon and Zero Demon were both in the form of young men. They stood in front of Lin Mo, one on the left and one on the right. They had become demons long ago, and their bodies were filled with the most powerful demon power. They were the closest to primeval troll. If there was such a realm, they would be considered half a step into the giant demon realm. They were not much different from Ling Huang's half a step into the divine spirit realm. Each had their own realm, and each had their own specialties. In terms of ferocity, endurance and tenacity, devils far surpassed spirit emperors. If Moon Devil and spirit emperors were to fight, it would be very difficult for Moon Devil to die, and he would only be defeated. The Moon Demon was tall and slender, wearing a moon-white ancient robe embroidered with patterns of stars. His black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and his appearance was similar to that of the spirit emperor. They were both extremely handsome figures, and there was a blood-colored crescent moon between his brows. It wasn't just a pattern, but rather a part of his flesh and blood. His blood-colored eyes shone like the bright moon, and they were strange and evil. Zero Demon was just a slightly skinny man. He had blue hair and blood-red eyes. He wore a blue robe that was very wide, and his expression was very cold. There seemed to be a strange whirlpool around his body. Compared to Moon Demon, his cold aura was even more frightening. A pure blue snake coiled around his left arm. It was only as thick as a thumb, and there was a small crystal horn on its head. It looked cute, but it was actually very scary. Before coming, Lin Mo had already introduced these two to Long Chen. This blue snake was actually a part of Zero Demon's body. It had cultivated for millions of years, and was like a clone of Zero Demon. It was extremely poisonous, much scarier than the Blue Devil race in the Eternal God Realm or the Oceanic God Realm. In fact, this blue snake was an ancient being born in the era of the Dragon God, but it had gone extinct. The one next to Zero Demon was the last of its bloodline, but Zero Demon had already refined it into his clone. In front of these two, Lin Mo could not fight back at all. He quickly said, "Moon Demon, Zero Demon." Lin Mo saw that Devouring Demon is young but capable of great responsibility. He has been breaking the Demon Star seal every day, and he is very lonely and tired. At his age, he needs women to comfort and accompany him, so I searched the Demon Star and found a beautiful woman. I want to give her to relieve his loneliness. Lin Mo is sincere, and I hope Moon Demon and Zero Demon can help me. Hearing this, Moon Demon and Zero Demon glanced at each other. Naturally, they would not think that this was Long Chen's plan, nor would they think that all the people controlled by Primeval Troll would do something to harm Devouring Demon, so they were very relaxed. However, they did not like Lin Mo's action of trying to please Devouring Demon. Moon Demon waved his hand and said, "Lin Mo, go back. Devouring Demon does not need these." Lin Mo let Tao Li out of God Nation. Tao Li was beautiful and very cute. Lin Mo said respectfully, "This woman is very beautiful. I think Devouring Demon will like her. Please help me, let Devouring Demon take a look. Maybe he will like her. Lin Mo begs you." In fact, the others in God Nation were already on tenterhooks. It had to be said that this was the most dangerous moment. Success or failure was only a fine line away. In fact, as long as they passed Moon Demon and Zero Demon, the problem would not be big. If Mo Xiaolang was controlled, he would not reject a beautiful woman. This was a man's nature. However, when Lin Mo said this, Moon Demon was a little angry. It was a terrifying murderous intent. Lin Mo's face instantly turned pale. "Lin Mo, do you want to become Master's food?" Moon Demon said sinisterly. Lin Mo quickly said, "I don't dare, I will leave now." Before they came, they knew that their chances weren't high. The main thing was that Moon Devil and Zero Devil were too hard to pass. However, they didn't expect them to be this strict. No one had sent gifts before, so Lin Mo wasn't too sure. Now, it seemed that the ancient giant demon had given a death order to these two. Nothing had happened yet, so Lin Mo knew to retreat. He quickly brought Tao Li into God Nation and said respectfully, "Moon Demon, Zero Demon, this time Lin Mo was wrong. Lin Mo promises that there will not be a next time. I will leave immediately." If they did not leave and dragged on, everyone would be finished. This plan had failed, and Long Chen did not have a chance to attack. He even realized how difficult it was. This made his mind a mess. At this moment, a third person appeared behind Moon Demon and Zero Demon. "What is it?" This was a voice that Long Chen was very familiar with, but it was much older and hoarser than before. That's right. It was Mo Xiaolang. It had been a long time since he saw him up close. He looked no different from before, but he seemed to be a different person. He was more evil than Moon Demon, colder than Zero Demon, just like them. Demonic energy filled the sky, and his strength was actually similar to Long Chen's. As expected, the devouring demon was so overpowered. Looking at him like this, Long Chen felt like he was dreaming. To be honest, he had 1,000 desires in his heart. He wanted to talk to him, but he couldn't do so for the time being. Right now, success was right in front of him, but he couldn't do anything. This was the most dangerous place. It was like he was on top of a primeval troll and saw Mo Xiaolang. Strange, evil, cold, and evil. Maybe he was like this because he was being controlled. Ever since Ta woke up, there was no one on Demon Star that wasn't controlled. When Long Chen looked at him in shock, Moon Demon turned and said to him, "This guy wants to get you a woman to relieve your boredom." Hearing this, Mo Xiaolang expressionlessly replied, "Scram." He actually didn't accept. Long Chen thought that he had already been controlled and lost himself, so there was a chance that he would accept it. He didn't expect that he didn't even look at Tao Li and directly told her to scram. This was out of Long Chen's expectations. Lin Mo rolled away very quickly. When Mo Xiaolang appeared, he thought that there was still a glimmer of hope. But when he heard the word scram, he immediately disappeared. He knew that if he stayed in front of these three, he would be thrown down and eaten by the ancient giant demons. However, when Lin Mo's figure disappeared, Mo Xiaolang raised his head and glanced at him. His eyes trembled and flickered, and a bloody light surged in them. Devouring demon, what's wrong? Zero Demon, who hadn't spoken for a long time, had a feminine voice. Nothing. Mo Xiaolang turned and disappeared behind them. In the blink of an eye, he would return to his position. To Moon Demon and Zero Demon, this small interlude ended. Lin Mo returned to his region and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was sweating profusely. Long Chen came out of Tao Li God Country. Now, everyone was in Lin Mo's God Country. They sat together and their expressions weren't too good. Kitten's face was bitter. This dog shit. How did he become a bad person? He doesn't even understand. A fat beauty sent herself to him and he doesn't want it. This is really strange. He is insulting my intelligence. Long Chen was in deep thought. Zhang Zilong and the others didn't know what to say. Anyway, they could only find the next method. But it wasn't easy. At least, if Lin Mo made a move again, he would definitely be suspected. Lin Mo said, "This is considered a failure. In the end, we still don't understand devouring demon. If we don't have a perfect plan, it's best not to make a move. If you want to succeed, you should be more at ease." Long Chen, what do you think? Long Chen nodded and didn't say much. He understood Mo Xiaolang better than anyone. If it wasn't for the influence of primeval troll's will, Xiaolang definitely wouldn't be like this. He imagined Mo Xiaolang to be evil and unrestrained. But today, although he was similar to Long Chen's imagination, Long Chen felt that there was something strange. That decisive and even hateful word scram was indeed a bit abrupt. Perhaps the little wolf isn't being controlled, or perhaps it still has some consciousness left. He guessed. It was normal for him to say the word scram. If he was deeply in love with someone, it would be normal for him to reject a beautiful woman sent to him. But Long Chen immediately denied himself. Impossible. If he was sober, he wouldn't have swallowed the Devil Star. He naturally knew what kind of tragedy it would be if he released the primordial giant devil and the group of devils. He wouldn't let his friends face such danger. He's a pure and kind person, and he would never destroy this world. That's impossible. Thinking of this, Long Chen suddenly felt that his previous thoughts were ridiculous. Mo Xiaolang merely told him to get lost, but he actually guessed that Mo Xiaolang still had his own consciousness. This was simply impossible, because as long as Mo Xiaolang was in his normal state, he would never do something like destroying the Demon Star seal. This was not something to be trifled with. The Mo Xiaolang he knew was a sincere youngster. Whatever he did, he had a clear conscience and no regrets. Long Chen believed him more than he believed himself. If there's time, let's all think about what other ways there are. Lin Mo said in a cold voice, and then began to close his eyes to rest. Tao Li, Wang Ming, Zhang Zilong, and Kitten all fell into thought, and then began to discuss, but at this point, it was easier said than done to come up with a solution. In the blink of an eye, A day had passed. Soon, it was time for the demon devourer to destroy the demon star seal. At this moment, the group of demons danced wildly, and all the demons rushed into the sky, shouting fanatically. Although Lin Mo woke up, he had to protect the surroundings. Otherwise, if he still stayed in the original place, everyone would be able to see that he was an anomaly at a glance. This time, Mo Xiaolang still took a glimpse and instantly rushed into the gap of the demon star seal, disappearing. This lasted for an hour, and the demons continued to dance wildly. Chapter 2502. Long Chen didn't really care. After all, they were in Lin Mo's god country and it was safe enough. Mo Xiaolang should have returned to his abyss. But at this moment, Mo Xiaolang came out of the hole and his eyes scanned Lin Mo Xiaolang. How's the progress? Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend quickly came to his side. Moon Fiend smiled and asked. Less than half left. Mo Xiaolang replied coldly and then suddenly passed Moon Fiend and Zero Fiend, heading towards the great demon lord. This was out of many people's expectations. The demons quietened down and looked curiously at Mo Xiaolang. Behind him, the Moon Demon and Zero Demon followed closely behind, not leaving a single step behind. The great demon lords naturally knew that Mo Xiaolang wasn't looking at them, so they all dispersed and the crowd became empty. Lin Mo knew that Mo Xiaolang was looking at him, but he also dispersed with the crowd to protect himself. This way, no one knew who Mo Xiaolang was looking at. But at this moment, Mo Xiaolang was already heading over. Strange, did he notice us? No way, even if it's a great demon lord, it's normal for there to be a few people in the god country. Long Chen and the others all stood up. Boss, what do you think? Mo Xiaolang's gaze seemed to penetrate everything, as if he was looking at Long Chen in the divine kingdom. Don't rush. Long Chen was still calm. In fact, he was a little shocked. Did Mo Xiaolang notice him? Was it because their relationship was not ordinary and he still had many memories of her? Was that why he had such a strong feeling that he knew that she was by his side now? Mo Xiaolang reached such a small distance in the blink of an eye. Even if Lin Mo dodged, Mo Xiaolang was still standing in front of him. At this moment, silence reigned. Lin Mo wasn't worried. He had long forgotten about life and death. There was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone looked over, wondering why Mo Xiaolang was looking for Lin Mo. Long Chen closed his eyes. This was an unexpected situation. If the other party saw through it, it would be troublesome. He knew that Mo Xiaolang would feel it the most, so he closed his eyes. You're the one who sent me a beauty yesterday, right? Mo Xiaolang's voice was a bit hoarse as he looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, that's right. Do you still need it? Mo Xiaolang didn't respond. After a while, he nodded and said, Give her to me. I'll bring her down. Hearing this, Long Chen quickly entered Tao Li's god country. Of course, Kitten followed him. It wouldn't be good if Mo Xiaolang found them the moment the god country opened. It seemed that it wasn't Mo Xiaolang who found Long Chen, but he changed his mind. Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. He still had some hope for Mo Xiaolang. Just now, he thought that Mo Xiaolang had the same vague feeling as him. Although he found out that wasn't the case, it was still okay. Otherwise, it would be a crisis and not a rare opportunity. As long as he brought Tao Li into the abyss, Long Chen had some confidence that he could succeed. Once he succeeded, it would affect the lives of billions of people. It would affect the survival of the entire homeland. In the eternal life god realm, so many people were crying, waiting and hoping for their own success. Lin Mo didn't say anything and let Long Chen prepare for a while. He was about to let Tao Li out, but he didn't expect Moon Demon and Zero Demon to come out. They stopped him. Moon Demon said forcefully, No, Xiaolang. His lord ordered that no one can get close to you other than the two of us, not even a woman. Hearing this, everyone's face stiffened. They didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to change his mind. Moon Demon and Zero Demon were going to stop him. Long Chen had originally been prepared to seize this opportunity to settle this matter once and for all. However, he did not expect that there would be another unforeseen event. This made him realize many strange things. His lord was obviously primeval troll. Why did he stop others from getting close to Mo Xiaolang? Was he worried that Mo Xiaolang would be hurt? Was this the demon star?
Thinking about it, he realized that there were many contradictions and it was hard to explain. But this matter wouldn't end so quickly. "Let's wait and see," he said to Lin Mo.
After saying this, Mo Xiaolang turned around. One could see that gobbling demon, who usually didn't get angry, had a terrifying expression.
The rumbling demonic energy swept out and the demons were all sent flying, including Lin Mo Rumble.
God-burying mountain shook a few times and some of the demons were even injured. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were fierce and his voice was filled with killing intent. He said coldly, "This is my private matter, so don't restrict me. Otherwise, I won't be polite. You can't control what I want to do." Moon Demon and Zero Demon didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to have such a huge reaction. In their eyes, Mo Xiaolang had always been a junior. Although their statuses were different now, to them, the will of the primordial great demon was everything. So at this time, the Moon Devil didn't back down.
He said, "I've said it before.
His lordship said not to let anyone near you. If you want a woman to serve you, then you are breaking his lord's rules. This is a crime that will be punished by heaven and earth.
Forgive us for not agreeing."
In fact, no one knew about this rule. Thinking about it, Long Chen found it strange. Mo Xiaolang was under his control. So why did Primeval Troll restrict him like this? Was it because his role was too important? But in this demon star, Mo Xiaolang wouldn't be in any danger at all. But before they could think about it, the conflict was huge. Mo Xiaolang had always been feared by the demons. Now that he was angry, he attacked without saying anything. What shocked everyone was that Moon Demon and Zero Demon attacked at the same time.
"Devourer, are you going to defy his lord's will?"
Moon Demon shouted. "That's not it. I don't like you two old fellows controlling me. Who do you think you are? In a few days, I'll surpass you. What right do you have to control me?"
The demons didn't dare to interfere in their battle, but they were very excited. They wailed on the side, their eyes surging with bloody light.
They even danced and cheered. But a battle of this level naturally caused a huge commotion. The world on the demon star was more stable than the eternal god domain. Back when Long Chen and Ling Huang fought, a lot of territory had been destroyed, but the demon star was a bit better. What was even more shocking was that Mo Xiaolang didn't lose in a short period of time while fighting the two experts alone. He possessed a demonic power that even surpassed the two experts. His overwhelming demonic power seemed to be able to control the world. Furthermore, he had endless flames and devouring power. The two experts couldn't take him down in a short period of time. The blue snake on Zero Demon's body also joined the battle. It turned into a giant blue snake and split into tens of thousands of heads to fight with Mo Xiaolang's son devouring direwolf. This fiery battle didn't last long, because something that made Long Chen even more afraid had appeared. He had to control himself. Even with two god kingdoms surrounding him, he didn't make a sound. After all, the opponent wasn't paying attention to him. Boom! God-burying mountains suddenly exploded. Lin Mo blended into the crowd and kept retreating, covering himself with layers of demonic shadows. Just as he, Long Chen, and the others hid, an arm covered in pitch-black dragon scales and blood veins suddenly emerged from the abyss. This arm was very similar to a divine dragon and was incomparably huge. It was even more frightening than Long Chen's Death World Dragon Claw. Most importantly, it had a monstrous devil aura. God! This was the aura of a god, or rather, a devil. Primeval Troll had appeared. This should be Long Chen's old rival. Thud. The battle between Mo Xiaolang and the twin demons had alarmed him, causing this monster to wake up from its slumber. This made the situation even worse. Long Chen held his breath as his mind went blank for a while. The outstretched arm was filled with monstrous demon chi. Facing this arm, the battle between Mo Xiaolang and the twin demons, who were at the peak level, was like a child playing around. Rumble! The devil's claw moved at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. It slammed down from the sky. The three wanted to escape, but they were all caught and rushed into the abyss in an instant. Everything disappeared. The surroundings became deathly still. Everything was quiet. The devils were already trembling in fear and prostrating themselves on the ground. Lin Mo was the same. Although he wasn't afraid of death, facing this primeval troll still made him break out in a cold sweat. What's going on? Seeing Mo Xiaolang captured, Long Chen became very anxious. Lin Mo said, "Don't worry, he's fine. He was just disturbed in his sleep and is a bit angry. At most, he'll be released after some punishment and scare. Besides, Thud hasn't fully awakened yet. This kind of small matter can't stop him from sleeping. His will avatar was destroyed, so he needs to rest for a while." Hearing this, Long Chen was finally relieved. Lin Mo took this opportunity to continue retreating. He said, "Actually, after being sealed for millions of years, these dozens of primeval troll are no longer as strong as before. Thud has even fallen to the lowest standard of the divine spirit realm. In the ancient era, they should have been even stronger. I heard that they could fight against the gods. If they were freed from the seal, the first thing they would do would be to devour the souls and bodies of living beings to strengthen themselves, to restore themselves to their peak strength. This way, if they were to break the seal of the Devil's Star, whether it was the Eternal God Domain or the Dragon Sacrificial Continent, no one would survive." Chapter 2503. Long Chen thought, "First, Moon Demon and Zero Demon's protection or surveillance of Xiao Lang is too strict. They don't let Xiao Lang get close to anyone. And this is the Primeval Troll's idea. Primeval Troll should control Mo Xiao Lang directly. There's no need to do this." At this time, the great demon masters looked at Lin Mo a few more times. There weren't too many internal conflicts among the demons. Lin Mo just gave a gift, so it wasn't a big deal. He didn't think that this matter would actually cause the Devourer Demon, Moon Demon, and Zero Demon to fight, and finally awaken the ancient Great Demon. Lin Mo first returned to God-Burying Mountain and went into seclusion. Now that Mo Xiaolang and Moon Demon and Zero Demon were captured by the Primeval Troll, it was a dangerous time. Lin Mo said, "We have to leave this place quickly. This matter is too big and will be found easily. We can't stay here." Long Chen said, "The Demon Star is only so big. If Moon Demon and Zero Demon get suspicious, we can't go anywhere." He had other questions. For example, Mo Xiaolong's behavior. If he really came to find Lin Mo for Tao Li, why didn't he do this the first time? Why was he so determined the first time and told her to scram? Also, when he looked at Lin Mo, his eyes were calm but also seemed to be struggling. It was hard to imagine what it was, but it definitely wasn't it. So he didn't seem to want Tao Li to appear. The two demons have been on this demon star for nearly 1,000,000 years. Devourer is the most important person for the Primeval Troll to escape. Even if the Primeval Troll wants to punish them, they won't do anything. After a while, the three will definitely come out again. If we stay here, what will happen? This problem made things difficult for everyone. The scene just now was too thrilling. The arm that Primeval Troll had just appeared was too terrifying. It was like an arm from the heavens, enough to change everyone's fate. Only Long Chen's heart was firm. He said, "Now that we can't escape, we might as well take a gamble. My guess is that they are fighting right now. After they come out, Mo Xiaolang will probably come to find us again and ask for Tao Li. We just need to be prepared." For everyone, Long Chen's decision was a little difficult to understand, but he was right. If they ran away now, it would be equivalent to absconding to avoid punishment, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. Moreover, there was no way to escape from the Devil Star, so it was better to be calm and fight to the death here. Maybe there would be a chance. As for why he felt that Mo Xiaolang would come back, perhaps it was intuition. From Mo Xiaolang's eyes, Long Chen could see it. Or it could be said that he was too familiar with this person. Even if he was controlled by Primeval Troll, Long Chen could see how stubborn he was. Mo Xiaolang was the same kind of person as him. They were both the kind of people who vowed not to turn back once they made up their mind. His stubbornness was even more stubborn than Long Chen's. In the end, Lin Mo said, "Okay, then we'll do as you say. Anyway, I'm just doing it for myself, you're doing it for your people, your home. My personal matters are small, life and death are up to fate. Your matters are big. You decide everything." Long Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I know it's dangerous to stay here, but I came to the Devil Star alone, so how could it not be dangerous? At this point, I have no way out. I came here to survive, to live. If there was no danger, why would I come here?" From the moment he came to the Devil Star,
He already had no regrets. Speaking of it, it wasn't that righteous, it wasn't that righteous, it wasn't that righteous, it wasn't that righteous, but Long Chen felt that experts had to shoulder responsibilities. He had to do this, and he could only do this. Moreover, if it wasn't for him, Mo Xiaolong's life and death brother, one of the most important people in his life, this pure and kind youth, who could bring him out of here? Then get ready, Tao Li, don't be afraid. Lin Mo said. Tao Li was startled. She was really scared just now. At this moment she quickly said, I'm not afraid. I want to see the outside world. I don't want it to be destroyed before I see it. This was just a simple wish. That was why she needed to take such a risk. At this moment, Long Chen suddenly had a lot of confidence. If everyone worked together, what couldn't they accomplish? It was as if he had promised Lingxi that he would come back alive. He told Tao Li, don't worry, if something happens, I will at least die in front of you. Let's realize the future that we desire the most at this moment. Everyone nodded heavily. Just like the 5 great sky maps of the 5 great dragon cities, everyone was united, so they finally succeeded. No matter how difficult it was, it couldn't stop this group of people who had dreams in their hearts, especially Long Chen. He turned all the responsibilities, all the promises, and all the promises he had made into a beautiful dream for the future. He had an infinite desire in his heart. He longed to be able to walk out of the Demon Star alive and proudly, to completely end the crisis of the Demon Star, and at the same time, to bring those who wanted to leave this place away from this place. Xiao Lang definitely wanted to return to his original life. His blood was boiling, and his fighting spirit was soaring. Just as he expected, the tense moment came again. The second day came quickly, and it was time for Mo Xiaolang to swallow the flames again. This time, everyone thought that he wouldn't appear, but when the time was up, he actually appeared again and charged into the clouds. Moon Demon and Zero Demon also followed by his side. Lin Mo said, now that Primeval Troll is asleep again, Moon Demon and Zero Demon look haggard, they must have received some punishment. Long Chen, your guess might be right. Everyone should be prepared. Success or failure will depend on this. During these 2 hours, everyone was really scared. There were too many strong people around, especially Moon Demon and Zero Demon. That monstrous demonic energy surged over like a violent wave. Even the great demon lords didn't dare to get close. It seemed that these 2 demons still had a lot of resentment in their hearts. Once Moon Demon saw Lin Mo, that blood-red gaze was very strange, and it made one's hair stand on end. Lin Mo had long disregarded life and death, so he lowered his head and could still bear it. 2 hours passed. The tense moment arrived. Mo Xiaolong's body was covered in raging flames, and the scorching heat forced more people back. He didn't even look at Moon Demon and Zero Demon, and instantly appeared in front of Lin Mo. When they saw him again, he still didn't change. Cold, quiet, and his gaze had a terrifying penetrative power. It was as if he could see through the 2 god countries and see Long Chen. I want that woman, give her to me. Mo Xiaolang panted slightly and said with a slightly sinister tone. Lin Mo bowed and said respectfully, Devouring Demon, I have already prepared it for you. As he said that, he sent Tao Li, who was dressed the most exquisitely. Tao Li was wearing revealing clothes, and her snow-white skin could be seen. Although she was small and cute, her figure was also very alluring. Moreover, she was a budding virgin, and she was indeed the most beautiful and suitable girl that Zhang Zilong and the others had found on the entire Demon Star. Mo Xiaolang pulled Tao Li over, and after a glance, he carried her in his arms and said to Lin Mo, You can scram now. As he said that, he carried the panicking Tao Li and walked towards the abyss. From start to finish, he didn't speak to Moon Demon and Zero Demon, and Moon Demon and Zero Demon didn't stop him either. It seemed like they had completed some sort of agreement yesterday, or Primeval Troll had given Mo Xiaolang a higher position. This little fellow, you must succeed. At this stage, Lin Mo could only pray like this. Although Moon Demon and Zero Demon didn't stop him, when Mo Xiaolang left, they followed, and didn't leave a single step. This made Lin Mo a little worried. Mo Xiaolang was already strong enough, and with these 2 demons closely following him, his chances of success were greatly reduced. As expected, the difficulty is huge, and the chances of success are too small. No matter how worried and nervous Lin Mo was, he couldn't change the outcome. He returned to his position with the other demons and closed his eyes to rest, waiting for time to pass. Mo Xiaolong's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye,
he rushed towards the abyss. Long Chen also started to get infinitely close to primeval troll. Below him was the existence comparable to a god. Although it was sleeping, it was still terrifying. The closer he got to the level of gods, the more Long Chen realized that gods and demons, as well as mortals, were on two different levels. It was as if they were two different kinds of life, a little like the relationship between humans and beasts. Of course, gods and demons were equivalent to humans, and humans were equivalent to animals. At this time, Mo Xiaolang reached his destination, a huge and deep cave on the mountain wall. He directly threw Tao Li in, and at this time, Moon Demon and Zero Demon were already at the door. Mo Xiaolang's eyes were scarlet, and he gritted his teeth. "Don't get too close to me." Moon Demon said, "Do your thing, we won't go in, just stay at the door." In the past, they would guard a relatively far place, but today, they were at the door. "If I find you come in, I don't mind waking Master up again," Mo Xiaolang said and walked into the deep cave. Although it was said to be deep and serene, experts of their level could enter it in an instant. To Long Chen, these two demons were too close. In this situation, he didn't even have a chance to make a move. Perhaps as soon as he came out of God Nation, they would appear in front of him. Chapter 2504. After so many twists and turns, he finally accomplished his goal, but Moon Demon and Zero Demon were monitoring him. Long Chen couldn't help but have a headache. They were too careful. This caution even made Long Chen suspect that Mo Xiaolang wasn't controlled by the primeval troll at all. Perhaps only if he wasn't controlled would he be monitored so strictly. But in reality, the Mo Xiaolang in front of him wasn't the same as before. No matter how he looked at it, he wasn't the Mo Xiaolang of the past. Most importantly, there was one thing that could completely refute Long Chen's thoughts. If he wasn't controlled, how could he have devoured the demonic star seal? He definitely knew that if the demonic star seal was destroyed, then the primeval troll would definitely come out one after another. At that time, they would go to the eternal god domain and the dragon sacrificial continent to devour everyone. This action would create an unimaginable disaster that would almost destroy the entire world. It wasn't just Mo Xiaolang who wouldn't do this. Any normal person wouldn't be so vicious and evil. No matter how evil a person was, they wouldn't destroy the entire world and billions of lives. Therefore, after Lin Mo woke up, he still chose to help Long Chen despite his stubbornness. Only the most desperate lunatic would do such a thing. Long Chen definitely wouldn't believe that Mo Xiaolang would become like this. There was no reason for this. Therefore, these two contradictions made him feel conflicted. Moon Demon and Zero Demon were so close and vigilant. He couldn't take the risk at all. Now that things had come to this, he could only wait and see. At this moment, Tao Li was standing in the deepest part of the cave. It was very big. Although it was dark and there was almost no light, it was very quiet. This was where Mo Xiaolang usually rested after devouring the flames. Light footsteps came from outside. Mo Xiaolang didn't think of chasing the two away. He just walked in front of Tao Li and stared at her with his blood-red eyes. The monstrous demonic qi and blood made Tao Li retreat uncontrollably. Finally, she leaned against the wall. Tao Li was a little afraid. She was so nervous that she curled up into a ball. Her chest was heaving up and down and her face was a little pale. She was also taking a huge risk. Right now, she didn't know how the situation had changed, and she didn't know when Long Chen would make his move. Long Chen promised her that he would make his move before Mo Xiaolang violated her. However, she also understood that many unexpected things could happen here, and Long Chen might not be able to take care of her. After all, the matters in Long Chen's heart were much more important than those in her heart. At least that was what she thought. If there was really no other way, then she would have no regrets. However, fear was an emotion that could not be controlled. Tao Li quickly came up with an idea. She knew that Moon Demon and Zero Demon were outside the cave, and it would be inconvenient for Long Chen to make a move. She said, "Can you let the two of them stay further away? I'm a little shy." Tao Li's timid look was somewhat similar to Soyan's. Mo Xiaolang's blood-colored eyes flickered a few times. He shook his head and said, "No, this is the biggest concession they can make." If they were to fight at this time, it would be too dangerous. With such a big risk, Long Chen was also a little nervous. However, he understood that if it was really the time to make a move, it would be fate, and there was no way to escape. At this time, Mo Xiaolang suddenly became a little emotional. He extended his hands and grabbed Tao Li's shoulders. His blood-colored eyes rolled like the ocean, and the blood lines on his body flickered with a terrifying red light in the darkness. Tao Li's face was illuminated by the blood-red light. She screamed in fright, and her body went limp. She stared at Mo Xiaolang with her eyes wide open. At this time, she was terrified, but in fact, Mo Xiaolang did not do anything else. His blood-colored eyes stared at Tao Li's eyes, and with a hoarse voice, he said with a trace of malevolence, "I saw you in her divine nation."
"Who are you?"
"Why did I know? You came from so far away." Long Chen's heart trembled. He had wanted to find Tao Li twice. It turned out that he didn't really want a woman, but he had discovered Long Chen, who was carefully staying here with the time-roaming dragon. Being discovered was the worst thing that could have happened. However, after thinking about it carefully, Long Chen realized that Mo Xiaolang did not tell the Moon Demon, the Zero Demon, or the Primordial Great Demon about him. Since he brought Long Chen here for interrogation, it meant that Mo Xiaolang must have some independent consciousness even though he was not the same as before. Moreover, Mo Xiaolang could vaguely sense Long Chen's approach just like Long Chen, which meant that even though Mo Xiaolang was greatly affected by the will of the Primordial Great Demon, he might still remember Long Chen. All of this was enough to create a turning point. Moreover, it was a turning point that didn't require him to make a move. Long Chen's mission this time was to help Mo Xiaolang get rid of Primeval Troll. If it was possible, and they could safely leave the demonic star's seal, that would be even better. Then he would have to wake him up. If Mo Xiaolang still remembered him, that would be even better. Therefore, when Mo Xiaolang talked to him, he knew that since Mo Xiaolang was hiding here, he wouldn't let Moon Devil and Zero Devil hear anything. Therefore, he said with some excitement, "You should still remember who I am, right? I'm Long Chen. I once roamed the Dragon Sacrificial Continent and the Eternal God Domain with you. You called me Big Brother." Since he had been discovered, continuing to hide or suddenly attacking seemed to be useless. At this time, Long Chen chose to believe in this former brother. After hearing this, Mo Xiaolang's tightly holding Tao Li's hands loosened. He was stunned, and his expression was a little shaky. Even his whole body was trembling. Clearly, he had experienced a terrifying struggle in his heart. Even his eyes were trembling. Long Chen realized that after hearing his name and his voice, Mo Xiaolang's reaction was even greater than his own. This made him a little confused, and he couldn't understand for a moment. However, it only lasted for a short while. Mo Xiaolang's expression calmed down. He gritted his teeth, and his expression suddenly became very harsh and cold. He said, as expected, "I don't know you. Therefore from now on you only have one choice, and that is to leave this place, leave God-bearing Mountain, and even leave the demonic star. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you. I will kill you. Even if I can't kill you, Primeval Troll will." Such a harsh voice made Tao Li tremble even more. She didn't expect Mo Xiaolang to change his expression so quickly. His reaction caught Long Chen off guard. He originally thought that this guy might have thought of something after hearing his name. He hurriedly said, "Xiaolang, I'm your big brother. Your will has been controlled by Primeval Troll, and you have to destroy the demonic star seal for him. I came from the Eternal God Domain to save you. Do you know that if the demonic star seal is destroyed and something happens to Primeval Troll, everyone in the world will die? Our Dragon Sacrificial Continent will be destroyed, and none of our friends will be left. You're being controlled now, so you can't understand these problems. But I can help you. Don't resist, don't make a sound, okay?" At this point, he was also a little anxious. Bullshit. Mo Xiaolang put Tao Li down and instantly retreated dozens of meters away from Tao Li. This basically cut off the possibility of Long Chen's sneak attack. Once he made a move, the Moon Demon and Zero Demon outside would instantly rush in, and then there would be nothing left. He had no choice but to calm down and think about the current situation. What was going on with Mo Xiaolang? Why were there so many suspicious points about his behavior? What was he thinking? "I'm warning you. I'm giving you one last chance. I didn't expose your existence because I seem to have some mysterious connection with you. But if you continue to spout nonsense in front of me, I'm not interested in continuing to talk nonsense with you. I'm saying it one last time. Leave this place immediately. Otherwise, you, this girl, and that great demon master outside will all become primeval trolls' food. I never say a third time, so this is the last time. Live or die, what's your choice?
His expression was extremely serious and cold-blooded. There was no room for negotiation at all. Under such a fierce gaze and such straightforward words, Long Chen got the chance to leave safely. He really wanted to fight for it, but there were many doubts in his heart. He thought that maybe he should really take this chance to leave. Otherwise, if he forced this guy into a corner, he might really throw him to the primeval troll himself. He gritted his teeth and asked Tao Li to stand up. Then he walked outside. Tao Li's entire body trembled. Her eyes were filled with tears. She trembled as she walked outside. When she was near the outside, Long Chen suddenly said, "Do you think that she looks like Xueqi? It's a pity that I don't know where she is now. Who told me that he would take good care of her?" This was a risk that he took. If Mo Xiaolang continued to speak in a way that was similar to a performance, then that was the truth. At this time, he should be furious because Long Chen's words had crossed his bottom line. But Mo Xiaolang didn't. Long Chen couldn't see his current appearance. He was in the deepest darkness. At this moment, he didn't say a word, as if he didn't hear what Long Chen said. "Tao Li, let's go." Long Chen had a rough idea in his heart. He wasn't stupid. He was too familiar with Mo Xiaolang. Even though they hadn't met for so many years, this person who was like his own brother couldn't deceive Long Chen no matter what. Although it was just a guess, Long Chen's intuition made him lean towards this guess. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Although he couldn't see Mo Xiaolang's expression, it didn't mean that he couldn't guess. Chapter 25:05. Didn't Mo Xiaolang want women? Why did she come out crying as soon as she went in? She wasn't even able to take off her clothes in such a short time. Moon Demon and Zero Demon glanced at each other and knew that there was something fishy going on. Moon Demon sneered, "Seems like Devouring Demon doesn't like you, then there's no point in keeping you alive." Perhaps because of Tao Li, the two of them were still angry, so one of the rulers of the Devil Planet, a figure from 1,000,000 years ago, actually made a move on Tao Li at this time. With his existence, he could make Tao Li disappear with a wave of his hand. He didn't expect to encounter danger here. If no one helped, Long Chen could only appear. If he appeared here, he would most likely be finished. Just as Moon Demon waved his hand, Mo Xiaolang appeared in front of Tao Li and blocked Moon Demon's attack. "My people better not move," Mo Xiaolang said coldly. Moon Demon looked at him and then at Tao Li before smiling and nodding. Okay. From Tao Li's eyes, Long Chen saw the side of this youth. His gaze and expression were slightly different from before. His hands were clenched into fists and his entire body was tense, looking somewhat unnatural. Although his gaze was filled with blood, Long Chen didn't know why, but he felt that it was very moving. It wasn't like the two demons in front of him. Their eyes were also like the sea of blood, but their eyes made people feel uncomfortable. "Thank you." Tao Li was now in a conscious state. Even if she wasn't, it wouldn't take long for her to collapse if she stayed so close to the primordial great demon. Therefore, Mo Xiaolang grabbed her arm and threw her out of the abyss towards Lin Mo. After that, Mo Xiaolang returned to the cave. Moon Demon and Zero Demon glanced at each other before looking at the sky. Moon Demon said, "Interesting, he attacked us for this woman and even threatened Master. Now he let her go. Why?" Zero Demon said, "Maybe because this girl looks like the one from before." "You mean that?" Moon Demon couldn't help but chuckle. The blood moon between his brows moved. It was very weird. At this moment, Lin Mo was waiting anxiously. He did not expect that Tao Li would return so quickly, and there was no movement from the abyss. Seeing Tao Li land in front of him, Lin Mo quickly grabbed her and asked, "What's wrong? Demon Devourer isn't here." When Tao Li arrived here, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "Let me go to Divine Nation first, then we can talk in detail. I can't breathe outside." The reason why he put on such a show was because he was afraid that someone was spying on him. In fact, the person Lin Mo should be asking was Long Chen. After returning to Lin Mo's Divine Nation, Long Chen came out from Tao Li's place. He was in deep thought. Seeing his strange expression,
Lin Mo asked Tao Li about what happened. Tao Li told him everything clearly. After listening, Lin Mo was also in deep thought. That's strange. Something sensed that Long Chen was discovered, so it didn't want him to die. Instead, it warned him to leave God-burying mountain and the Devil's Star. If he's a devil that's being controlled, how could he have such independent thoughts? Even if Devourer Devil is strange and independent, there's still a limit to how much he can endure. If we continue to stay in God-burying mountain, we might really be finished. It seems we were lucky to survive this time. Given the current situation, Mo Xiaolang had already threatened Long Chen. He had sent Tao Li out in order to make Long Chen leave this place as soon as possible. According to him, if Long Chen didn't do as he said, he wouldn't say it for the third time. He would kill Long Chen mercilessly. In this way, everything seemed reasonable. In that case, we should leave God-burying mountain as soon as possible. Even if we can't leave Demon Star, it's useless to stay here since we've been discovered. Although we don't have much time left, we still have to think of other ways. Lin Mo said. Zhang Zilong, Wang Ming, and Tao Li sighed. Only Kitten looked at Long Chen and said, "Boss, if you have any idea, just say it. Everyone listens to you." Long Chen raised his head and said with determination, "I want to stay here." This decision was incomprehensible to everyone. Now that he had been discovered by the devouring demon, he had given Long Chen a chance. If he still challenged the devouring demon's patience, wouldn't he be courting death and sealing off all his paths of retreat? Lin Mo's face turned cold and said, "Slaughtering Dragon Emperor, there must be a reason for such a choice. Although we aren't as strong as you, we still have lives. We can't just let you do whatever you want. Now that we've woken up, we've done everything for the same purpose as you, but it's not to serve you." This old man's temper was really weird. Long Chen shook his head and said, "If I was messing around, I wouldn't have told you. My explanation is that I suspect that Mo Xiaolang isn't controlled by the primeval troll at all. Not only does he have independent thinking, but the primeval troll can't affect him at all." When he said this, everyone was shocked. "Boss, how can you make such a joke?" Kitten was stunned. He knew the meaning of Long Chen's words. This was something he didn't dare to imagine. He didn't think that Long Chen would have such a thought. He said anxiously, "Boss, although my friendship with him isn't as deep as yours, the problem is that I believe that if he wasn't controlled, he would never do such a thing. Breaking the Demon Star seal isn't something a normal person can do. You're exaggerating too much." Although the others didn't say anything, but looking at their expressions, they basically had the same thoughts as Kitten. In fact, Long Chen didn't believe it even more than them. Even before today, he felt that it was impossible. He didn't believe it at all. He knew better than anyone that if Mo Xiaolang was in his normal state, he definitely wouldn't do something like breaking the seal of the Demon Star. However, today's reality made him have such doubts. Today, Mo Xiaolang's state was a little strange. This kind of strangeness, Long Chen didn't even want to talk about it. He closed his eyes and recalled what happened in the cave. After a while he said, "Everyone has times when they are forced. Some things aren't impossible to do. If there's something in your heart that you can't bear to part with, and this thing is under the greatest threat, even I will make a helpless choice." At this point, everything was just a suspicion. He still wasn't sure. But logically speaking, if he had to choose between Lingxi's life and the lives of the common people, when he was forced to the extreme, perhaps he would choose Lingxi's life. Moreover, if Mo Xiaolang continued to act like this, he would definitely have other plans. Although Long Chen suspected that Mo Xiaolang was clear-headed, he never doubted his brother's character. The more it seemed that Mo Xiaolang didn't do the most evil thing, the more it proved that he was forced. This made Long Chen even more furious. If this was really the case, then the pain Mo Xiaolang suffered and the torture he experienced in his heart was unimaginable to Long Chen. At this time, he would rather believe that his guess was wrong. He calmed his heart and said, "I'm not just saying this casually. First, Moon Demon and Zero Demon don't believe him at all. Rather than protecting him, it's more like supervising and imprisoning him. Moreover, they won't let him go anywhere other than God-burying mountain. Second, today, after I confirmed my identity, his mood suddenly fluctuated greatly. Then, he immediately turned hostile and chased me away. He even forced me to leave Devil Star. This is clearly because he cares about my safety and doesn't want me to be in danger." As for the third point, naturally, it was when he mentioned Soyan's name. At that moment, Although Long Chen didn't see it, he could feel the youth in the shadows. He was trembling. But he didn't say this out loud.
In the end, he said, I believe in this brother of mine more than any of you.
He absolutely isn't a deranged lunatic.
I believe that he must be under some sort of irresistible pressure.
Perhaps all of you have experienced this before, and I believe in my judgment. The reason I'm staying here is because I believe that even if I stay here, no matter how anxious he is, he absolutely won't do anything to harm me. I don't have anything to convince all of you, but I still beg for your help. I can say that even if we leave God-Burying Mountain, we still won't be able to think of a way out. Why don't you make a bet with me? Saying this, everyone looked at each other with a strange expression. Kitten said, all right, that's it then. I think it's not that they don't want to help, they're just worried that you'll be too anxious and act recklessly. They won't cherish their lives and don't know the importance of their lives. Fortunately, you're more clear-headed than us, so they'll definitely continue to support you. This was what Lin Mo meant. He nodded and said, all right, as long as you aren't impatient and can think calmly, we can do anything because we believe in you. At least I, Lin Mo, never do things that have no hope. There is still hope for you. Long Chen smiled and said, thank you all. For a moment, everyone laughed and felt much more relaxed. However, no one could be sure what would happen next. Now, they didn't need to do anything. All they needed to do was to stay here and let Mo Xiaolang see them every day. Mo Xiaolang believed that if they followed Long Chen's words, it would only take 2 or 3 days for Mo Xiaolang to lose his patience. He would either urge Long Chen to leave quickly, or if Long Chen's guess was wrong, everyone would die. This kind of excitement and tension was endless. Chapter 2506. Everything seemed very calm. The next day, it was almost time to verify Long Chen's guess. Yesterday, Mo Xiaolang had already said that he wouldn't say it a third time. If he saw Long Chen in God-Burying Mountain again, he wouldn't be polite according to what he said yesterday. If Long Chen's guess was wrong, then this would be a life-and-death battle, and it would definitely alarm the primordial giant demons. But there wasn't much time left. The next day came quietly. The demons began to rise into the sky, waiting for the devouring demon to appear. Lin Mo brought Long Chen and continued to appear in the crowd. In God Nation, other than Long Chen who was still very determined, everyone was still very nervous. It was as if a life-and-death battle was about to begin. Soon, Moon Demon and Zero Demon also appeared. They were directly below the gap of the demon star seal. They guarded it from the left and right. At this moment, that black shadow rapidly appeared. In the past, he would directly fly into the sky and charge towards the Devil Star Seal, not caring about anything else. Everything would be discussed after completing today's mission. But at this moment, he stopped at the gap of the Demon Star Seal. His eyes stared at Lin Mo and his fists were unknowingly clenched. At this moment, Mo Xiaolang's body was emitting a very terrifying baleful aura. Demonic chi surged over and the demons couldn't help but kneel down, submitting to his prestige. He saw us. It's over. Wang Ming and Tao Li didn't have much confidence and couldn't help but be afraid. Lin Mo didn't have any fear. He followed the other demons and knelt in the void, remaining calm and collected. Long Chen stared at this guy's eyes. Just as he expected, the anger and indifference he showed was definitely not enough for him to kill at this moment. This made Long Chen extremely excited. The other party's current performance was more in line with his guess. That is, he wasn't controlled at all. He only wanted to scare me away, but never thought of killing Long Chen. Although he wasn't 100% sure, or even if he was controlled, he still had a large part of his own consciousness. These were all possibilities, but Long Chen was at least sure that he wouldn't make a move today. Sure enough, Mo Xiaolang paused for a moment. Under the Moon Devil's puzzled gaze, he continued to move forward. He entered the gap in the Devil Star Seal and began to devour the flames. Lin Mo and the others heaved a sigh of relief. I can see that your guess is indeed possible. The longer you stay here, the more he doesn't care about you, and the more likely it is that you'll end up like this. Long Chen nodded. He couldn't use words to describe his excitement at this moment, nor could he use words to describe his anger at this moment. If everything he guessed was true, then as an elder brother, he should stand firmly by his side and free him from the claws of the demon. Mo Xiaolang wasn't such a person.
He was a young man full of sunshine. To make him like this, Long Chen already had a deep hatred. Now that he was finally here, no matter what price he had to pay, he had to redeem everything. His heart was filled with majestic power and anger, giving him endless faith and fighting spirit at this moment. 2 hours passed. Mo Xiaolang completed his task and came down from the Devil's Star Seal. He didn't look at Lin Mo again and quickly returned to the abyss, not talking to anyone. The day ended like this. Then came the second day, the third day. He seemed to know that Long Chen would stay here, so he didn't do anything else. Every day, he continued to devour the Devil's Star Seal while Long Chen guarded here. He tried his best to get a chance to communicate with Mo Xiaolang, but Moon Devil and Zero Devil's Guard was too strict. Plus, Mo Xiaolang seemed to be avoiding him, not giving him a chance to meet at all. Later on, he didn't pay attention to Long Chen, as if he had completely forgotten about Long Chen. Every day, there was only the matter of devouring the Devil's Star Seal. Your guess should be right. Perhaps he has other purposes. Anyway, he doesn't want to have anything to do with you now, so he definitely won't talk to you anymore. Lin Mo analyzed. Long Chen also understood, but Lin Mo's performance was too conspicuous. He was wondering if he should find another great demon lord to get close to Mo Xiaolang, but this would definitely be easily seen through by Mo Xiaolang. Moon Devil and the others guarded so strictly. Perhaps he would be discovered if he got a little closer. Long Chen had tyrannical power, but in this Devil Star, he was restricted everywhere. In this way, another month passed in the blink of an eye. According to the current situation, there were only 3 months left before the Demon Star Seal would be broken. The remaining time was getting shorter and shorter. 90 days would pass in the blink of an eye. If there were no major changes, the entire world would be finished. Everyone in this world would be finished. From the Dragon Sacrificial Continent to the Eternal God Domain, those places that Long Chen and Mo Xiaolang had been friends with, leaving behind many beautiful memories, those places that they had explored would all be destroyed now. No matter who it was, Long Chen was extremely anxious. He couldn't continue to waste time with Mo Xiaolang like this. He had to take another risk, otherwise there would be no possibility of success. In the current situation, Mo Xiaolang might not be controlled, so it was no longer something that could be finished with one sword. He wanted Mo Xiaolang to stop acting, to advise him, to share the threat with him, or at least to communicate, so that Long Chen could understand what he was thinking. Otherwise, Long Chen couldn't continue to wait for death like this. During this month, he had actually tried many methods, but they all failed in the end. The security here was strict, and Mo Xiaolang was watertight. There were many dangers here, and it wasn't something that could be solved with just one battle. The Devil Star was 10 times more difficult than the Spirit Zone residence. Moreover, his actions made Lin Mo very special in the group of great demon masters. Although Mo Xiaolang was watertight, he still looked at Lin Mo a few times, and it was these inconspicuous glances that brought about a new crisis. On this day, when everyone was discussing a new method, Lin Mo's voice suddenly stopped at an important point. Before anyone could figure out what was going on, they saw Lin Mo stand up and look at a dark corner. His forehead was already covered in cold sweat. Moon Demon. Long Chen's eyes sharpened. He actually came to find Lin Mo alone, so he must have found something. Although there hadn't been any progress in this month, and Mo Xiaolang didn't care about him at all, with Moon Demon and Zeroth Demon's intelligence, experience and cautiousness, no detail could escape their eyes. Sure enough, Moon Demon, who was wearing a long robe, walked out of the shadows. The blood moon between his eyebrows glowed, and his evil aura was awe-inspiring. He stared at Lin Mo for a while, then chuckled and said, "Lin Mo, you seem to have some secrets related to devouring demons. I came here today to ask you, is that girl still there?" As expected, he was suspicious. In this tense month, no matter how well he hid it, Mo Xiaolang's emotions would fluctuate. But when his emotions fluctuated several times because of one person, Moon Demon indeed became suspicious. At the beginning, Mo Xiaolang had fought with Moon Demon and Zeroth Demon for them. This was unprecedented, so Moon Demon would naturally be concerned. At this level, it was only natural, so Long Chen didn't panic. Think of a way to leave Burial God Mountain. If it's only Moon Demon, then we can only try. If we can wake this old guy up, then we'll be far from success. Hearing Long Chen's words, Lin Mo agreed. Since Moon Demon was already suspicious, then the only path left was to fight to the death.
Lin Mo said, Moon Demon, I've already sent that girl out. If Moon Demon wants to find her, I can lead the way, or I can go find her myself. The Moon Devil smiled and said, We are all his lordship's minions. We obey his lordship's orders and will not lie, so I believe you. If you want to go out, then take me with you. Hearing this, Long Chen knew that he was already suspicious. He was just teasing Lin Mo obviously. He wanted to get rid of Lin Mo and figure out what was going on. But he knew that Mo Xiaolang was nearby, so he didn't want to make a move here. When Lin Mo hinted, he naturally agreed. Both of them didn't want to fight here. That was good. The sooner they left, the better. Lin Mo quickly said, Yes, please follow me. Having said that, he immediately set off. The Moon Devil was like a shadow following behind him. When the Moon Devil and the Great Demon Lord set off, all the other devils opened up a path for them to leave. To these devils whose minds were not developed, they basically didn't consider the reason why these two people were leaving. Under the influence of the primordial Great Demon's will, they only knew that as long as they stayed here, it would be fine. From the depths of God-burying mountain, they walked out step by step. Long Chen had already made his preparations. This time, he did not prepare the God-slaying sword. The Karma Imperial sword had to end the battle quickly. Therefore, he also had to kill his opponent quickly in order to turn the situation around. After walking for about 15 minutes, the tall God-burying mountain became very small behind them. Moon Demon stopped here and said leisurely, I'm suddenly not interested in that girl. Instead, I'm interested in your God country. Lin Mo, open your God country and let me see what treasures are inside. Lin Mo stopped and turned to face Moon Demon. He smiled and said, Moon Demon is really smart. How did you know that Tao Li is in my God country? The reason why I brought Moon Demon here is because I have something very important to tell you. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.